I, Bhaumi Pathak, Secretary of International Relations and Executive Education Committee, welcome you all here. We at IMI New Delhi are elated to inaugurate our second chapter of the CHRO Conclave, Vimarsh. Vimarsh is a platform for the confluence of human resource heads from various notable companies and sectors from around the nation. Being India's first corporate-sponsored business school, founded in 1981, we at IMI intend to craft a platform for highly worthy and purpose-driven discussions, which will provide great insights into the different aspects of human resource and contemporary trends. As it has been rightly said, a good discussion increases the dimensions of everyone who takes part in it. Vimarsh is intended to increase industry engagement and will provide scope for excellent learning and networking opportunity for the students. These industry insights will also help make our curriculum relevant and industry specific. Now, I would kindly request our Director General, Professor Dr. Himadri Das, to say a few words to lay the foundation of the event.
Thank you. Uh, Good morning, everybody. A very, very warm welcome to our esteemed industry guests. We really appreciate you being here. This event happens because our industry guests accept our invitations to come, and Dr. Jayakumar has come here all the way from Mumbai, which is very, very heartening to see and very, very, encouraging for all of us. This is the second edition of Vimarsh, as you are already told. So one of the things that we pride ourselves with is the level of industry engagement we do. And this is something that goes with our legacy of being India's first corporate-sponsored business school. And industry engagement happens throughout the year. So in addition to conclaves like the one that we are starting today, which is a very focused CHRO conclave looking at both TA and L&D, next week, we're going to have a mega management conclave called Conventus, which will be a series of 3 days, which will have, about half days of each: marketing, finance, operations, analytics, and a bunch of other things. This is done as a separate anchor event because we realize that with CHROs we need to do a full day. You can't squeeze it into a half day in the middle of other things. In addition to this, we also have a series of lectures which happen throughout the year, and we call in industry thought leaders, and it's called the Business Thought Leader Series. And they come and talk to students about their industry, their challenges, their pain points, the way they see the future. So this is something that makes us what we are. This is part of our DNA, and this is the reason why we have had the successes we have had. And since we have some industry guests here, I want to share with you something that we're very excited about and very proud of. Financial Times does a global ranking called Masters in Management annually. We were ranked in the global top 100 for the second year in a row. The 2023 rankings came out on 11th of September, not even a week ago. So second year in a row ranked in the global top 100. This year we went up 14 ranks globally from last year. So last year we were 97th in the world. This time we are 84th in the world. We went up 13 ranks globally. The other interesting thing is that out of 11 business schools in India that are ranked in the global top 100, we are 7th. And the most interesting thing is that there is a dimension called career progression, which measures career progression of our alumni over a 3-year period after they graduate. And the data is collected directly from the alumni. We don't fill in any data. They do a survey of alumni and they ask them a bunch of questions. And among them, they ask them salary when you first job, salary now, designation, promotions, etc. And in career progression, we are ranked number 1 in the country. And number 16 globally. So it just goes to show that our alumni do extremely, extremely well. after they graduate, because companies are not going to give them salary raises and promotions because of where they graduated from. They give it because they perform on the job. Um, and we like to think they perform on the job because of the training we give them over a 2-year period. So these are all correlated. So it's a pat on the back for us that our alumni do very, very well. So I wanted to share this because we have some senior industry guests here. And I thought it's important that we talk a little bit about our industry engagement piece and how it translates to outcomes of our alumni. So with that, I'll again welcome everybody, and special thanks again to all our industry guests. And I'm looking forward to having a great series of talks and panel discussions today, which I'm sure all of you are. So thank you very much again, and welcome to Vimarsh.
Thank you so much, sir. Sharing the agenda of the day, today there would be 4 panel discussions happening here. There would also be 2 corporate insight sessions that will take place. I want to request students to be actively engaged and also ask relevant questions. This is an opportunity for us to learn as much as we can. I hope you all have a good time here. Now I invite my team member, Jasleen, to take over.
To begin with, we would like to invite Dr. Sachin Gulati, Head of India Campus Recruitment of American Express, with his team on stage to share his 2 decades of corporate wisdom with us. He will delve into HR's evolving landscape with a focus on talent acquisition, retention, and development for a competitive edge in the business world. Let's gear up for a notable corporate insights session on campus careers at American Express.
So am I audible at the back without the mic? Cool. Last row as well. That's when I'll start asking reverse questions. If you still have a chance to set expectations that I'll need a mic or not need a mic. Okay. While my team plugs in a little bit of a presentation we have, I'll take a moment to first thank Dr. Himadri and the entire IMI team for a fabulous event yesterday evening. I run the tough job of coming close to how Sanjay spoke yesterday, but he's been my mentor, so I try my best to come close on how he motivated the graduating 2023 batch. They've already shared my role, but I come with 20 plus years of industry experience, and it's quite interesting for me to share in transparency that when was given this role in 2019, I didn't even have an MBA. Forget MBA HR, but I didn't even have an MBA. And just to give a glimpse of how careers, because that's the title of the session, how careers are made at Amex and how people are empowered. I was having my year-end conversation, 2018 year-end conversation, which happens in Feb of 2019. And my leader asks me that, do you want to move to HR? So I was of course taken aback for a moment, fraction of a second. And then I asked him that, who will give me a role? Because I'm not even qualified. I don't even have an MBA HR, I'm not even an MBA. So my leader, the candid person he is, he says that that's none of your business. We'll figure out if you're interested. I said, okay, he gave me time for 30 days to think through. And I came back to him and said that, okay, I'm willing to explore at least. This is Feb, March, and in August, I got my role, which I've been doing for 4+ years now. And the genesis here is that we track people's strengths. We focus on opportunities for them to develop, but as a company, what I have learned is that we track people's strength to an extent that proactive career moves can be enabled. And Dr. Himadri have taken a due note of career progression rank 1 for IMI. I thought let me also compliment, because what I learned yesterday between the camaraderie between Sanjay and Dr. Himadri is that IMI and Amex have a lot of values in common. So because career progression, IMI has come first, I thought I'll also share a mini career progression story, that how people stick around. I've been with, this is my 20th year running. I've been with Amex since 2004. Background I come from is a plain BSc background, MCM. Both the courses I did in my grad and postgrad level don't exist anymore actually. Universities considered them redundant and they've transformed them. Thankfully, we've survived the batch we did, who did it. And the learning again there is that academics is a starting point, and then you have to, you know, keep upskilling. I'm sure there'll be deliberations through the day on this. I do have some slides to share. I would love to have an interactive session. I would love for people to ask questions. It's okay if I'm not able to finish my deck. In the end, I'll also try to give my interpretation of the word Vimarsh. So one of my personal hobbies is to write acronyms. So I developed one for Vimarsh today. So I'll share that also in the end. And maybe, you know, that will be some message for some of you to take back. In my presentation, what I've tried to do, in close partnership with Amit and team, is to kind of lay out the 4 panels we have today and how close the American Express value proposition comes to it. We'll try to do a cross metrics comparison, the agenda for the day, and what's our value proposition. Hopefully that will be interesting for everybody to have a look at. So Yogita is going to help me drive it. So these are some of our values. If any of you heard Sanjay yesterday, would have noticed this, that there is a lot of focus on embracing diversity, winning as a team, respect for people, supporting communities, backing customers, and making sure that we genuinely stand as an organization for equity and inclusion. But this is what our value system is. This is always the opening slide wherever we go and talk at any campus for recruitment or general branding conversation. And because I'm a recruiter, you have to bear with the fact that some of you may have already applied to the case study contest, which is open from Amex for the HR role. So I wish you the best for that also. We have received phenomenal response from your batch, the 2025 batch. So look forward to interacting with some of you as the competition progresses. Go next. So the panel 1, as I understand, and I may not do full justice, so please forgive me for that, but I'll try my best. Panel 1 today is unlocking the learning equation and measuring the ROI of the investment. How speakers would deliberate on how L&D can help organizations move forward. It was always important, but maybe it's become more after COVID, when the high need of upskilling and reskilling has been hypothesized. Proactive investment in employee growth, and then how ROI can be aligned to the strategic initiatives. So that's the broad theme I have understood, my interpretation of the panel agenda today. And on the right, you see one of our colleague value proposition pillars. We have 7 CVP pillars at Amex on how we are investing in people with respect to learning. So we have LinkedIn learning partnerships. We have a very strong partnership with Harvard and Cornell, where employees sitting anywhere in the geography can go through the master classes and sessions and upskill themselves. And when you go through a band promotion or a hierarchy change, there are custom programs for that career stage of knowledge as well. And then there is an internal capability which we call as project marketplace. I mean, we keep getting 10 requests on a daily basis, students wanting to do projects. So we've tried to keep that student alive in our 76,000 colleagues in the company by opening this marketplace where I as a leader can pose a 30-day project, and anywhere sitting anywhere, any colleague sitting anywhere in the world can apply and contribute an hour a day to my project. So this is that initiative. Career journeys that are unique and meaningful. Our USP selling point on campuses is that we manage 20,000 unique career journeys in India. So that's what this statement reflects. And then there is a very strong feedback at Amex program where 360-degree feedback is ingrained into the entire digital and performance-oriented ecosystem so that you keep getting progressive input from leaders and peers alike. So that's how we are drawing correlation between today's panel and what we are doing. We would love to learn from our industry friends what's happening in other organizations as well. Panel 2 is very interesting title. I did compliment Amit for this. Unintentional exclusion, DEIB challenge to tackle. So diverse workforce, not only diverse on gender, because that's where historically or legacy India diversity conversations have been. But these days gender diversity is about your different abilities, your backgrounds, perspectives you bring, communities you come from. It's gone way beyond gender. We have a long way to go, but still it's gone way beyond gender. How does it help business? And why is it crucial to get to the roots of the problem? I'm sure the panel will deliberate on some of these points. What we are doing is continuing to strengthen the culture. So globally, I'm on a panel as well at Amex which reviews the inclusion and diversity training content. So we recently launched a disability inclusion training where through the project marketplace I got the opportunity to review its content and give my perspective. That's how we are involving colleagues to redefine the inclusion themselves. So it's like we say, government for the people, by the people. So trainings and inclusion methodologies by the people for their peers is their goal. Pay all colleagues equitably, pay for 100% pay equity across genders globally is something we've already accomplished. And then we have close to 14 dedicated colleague networks and 100 chapters worldwide. So we have a Women in Finance network, we have a Women in Tech network, we have a Black Engagement network. Those kind of forums are there which exist globally. Okay. Resilient HR. So I will talk a little bit about resilience when I define Vimarsh as well. But HR professionals, there are a lot of memes you see online on how HR looks like on Friday, what HR did on COVID. There was so much talk that did HR function have its day when COVID struck. So I believe that HR has always has its day, and it's always plays a critical role whenever the organization or the enterprise is in a storm more so, wherever there is need to come out of things and manage strategically. So what are some of our pillars, the 3 pillars which come close here, how we ensure that the workforce remains resilient, is focus on physical, mental and financial well-being. I'm proud to share, sir called out, sir's put pressure on sharing metrics. I'm proud to share that American Express in India has been in the financial services sector rated number 1 in terms of health and well-being and insurance benefits. After COVID, for continuous 2 years, our benefits which have been given to people in terms of health coverage or ex gratia in case of an unfortunate situation have been best in the industry. We've had competitive base salaries, free financial coaching. I'll refrain from sharing salaries today. This is not a recruitment session, although there might be curiosities in the room, I do confess that. There is virtual counseling, grief and loss support. All of that is a continuous focus. It has always been there, but we've made sure that we cover all angles with whatever we noticed as a learning in the COVID period. The last panel today is on ESG goals. ESG is the new buzzword, as they say, as the 2030 agenda deadline approaches, SDG goal deadline approaches. And HR, of course, is going to play a key role to make sure that ESG is just not a metric to meet, it becomes ingrained in cultures, it becomes ingrained in your performance process for leaders to drive action at the ground level. So what are we doing in that regard? We have a campaign internally. So there is always a blend between ESG and CSR, the social piece, it takes prominence. A Give Together campaign, where we double down whatever employees contribute. So 13,000 colleagues contributed to the Give Together campaign last year across the world, where the shareholders just double down whatever gets accumulated. $11 million to COVID-19 philanthropic efforts. This is over and beyond what was done during COVID. And $265 million for community development. There's some metrics and examples on the slides which you can absorb. A couple of other value propositions which I didn't cover include family and loved ones. So we have a mother's room, crèche tie-ups for mothers with colleagues who go through a family life stage, and then a very comprehensive flexibility and time off policy. I'll double click on flexibility and time off on the next slide a little bit. So we don't believe in a concept of work from home. So I always get asked this question when I do campus presentations in different colleges, that sir, why don't you promote work from home? So we don't believe in that concept as an enterprise. So are we not flexible? No, that's not the case. We believe in work-life integration. That's the concept we use internally. And the recent framework is Amex Flex, which is how we are coming back to normal after COVID. And there are 3 work models there: on-site, hybrid, and virtual. So virtual would be 100% virtual. No expectation for you to be in office on a regular basis. I have a 16-member campus team, and 3 of my colleagues, team members right now, are virtual. They don't come to office. They are not based from Gurgaon. They work from their hometowns in the state of Punjab. Chandigarh is a big hub for us, so we have 2-3 people based in that hub from a campus perspective. On-site is close to 4 days in office. It's mostly our word servicing colleagues and customer-facing roles where you need to be in a nice infrastructure and ecosystem to give outstanding customer service. And hybrid is where we operate, the CHE team or the campus team. You have to be in office for 2 days in a week roughly, depending on the schedules. And where there is full respect and work-life integration focus is, like today I'm here at IMI, or yesterday we were here at IMI. This is counted as a work day for us. So if we have planned ahead in advance, 2 days we have on the weekend we have to be out somewhere. That particular week, we can continue working from our home offices. So just to give you that was all on slides. I'll pause, I'll invite questions. I just wanted to give you a blended glimpse of what we are doing against the 4 panels today, the 4 agenda items. How we are coming out in terms of recovery, how we are preparing ourselves for the hybrid, and what we are doing to make sure that people's career continue to progress in this hybrid ecosystem. I will talk a little more on what Vimarsh means to me, but I'll want to take some questions first. I know the first one will take time. Yes, it didn't take time.
You spoke about work. You don't have a work from home policy. You don't believe in it. But on the other hand, you spoke that 3 of your members also work from Chandigarh from their.
Your name?
Urval Shah
From?
from second year PGDM HR batch.
Good. So, don't get me wrong, but we've noticed that whenever you declare that you have a work from home provision, it kind of brings in that sense of entitlement and people following their own interpretations of work from home. They start counting in that the work from home policy is there, so I can anytime work from home. So we've experienced with live data that that's not we want to position ourselves as. That's why we call it as Amex Flex, or WLI was the legacy concept before COVID. And the work arrangement is between the direct leader and the team members. There is no tracking of hours per se, if that's your question. But it's about enablement, it's about the need. The people can change their moods also. So if somebody is right now virtual for me, working from the hometown, if next year we see a greater surge in campus volumes and I want people on the ground, so the mode can change from virtual to hybrid. So it's that entitlement and default mindset which we are a little skeptical of. We want people to remain in the growth mindset and use the framework within the guardrails which are consistent across the globe.
Thank you.
Yes? Please call out your name and course as well.
Good morning, sir. My name is Aditya Raj. I'm from second year PGD of HR and Vimarsh.
Okay.
So, sir, my question is,
So there is a joke in my team that if somebody calls me sir, 5% of the salary gets auto debited. Okay. I have a very popular name here. Use that. Once more.
hi, good morning, Sachin. So my question is, like you mentioned about ESG component. So I would like to have some clarity on, like, is the ESG a gamut of HR in AMX, and who takes care of following the strategy, and what are changes are required?
So ESG comes in the remit of our corporate affairs and public affairs teams, whether it's in towers in New York or it's in the country office here in India, the ABC team which Sanjay belongs to when he was here yesterday. So what I shared was how HR partners with that team to support our vision and agenda. It's not that it is in the gamut of HR or like it's not that way. It's primarily led by the corporate affairs and public affairs teams, and HR plays an enabler role wherever there's the strategies, because it's a global organization. Strategies primarily get driven by the New York corporate office, and then we localize it and do it what's needed to be done in India.
Good morning, Sachin. My name is Rishita and I'm also from the PGM HR batch second year.
Second year.
Yes, I have a question around DEI. So we have heard a lot lately that to meet the DEI goals, what happens is that you recruit somebody from diverse backgrounds, or let's say, is this okay? All right. You might recruit someone for let's say from a different background or from a different gender to meet your goals, but you have to make sure as a recruiter and as a company that you do not compromise on the person's potential, and that person does meet the requirements of your role. So how do you strike a balance between them?
So I'll maybe do a tongue twist to your question first before I elaborate. So we don't recruit for diversity goals. I know we are on live stream. I have 2 kids. My job may be under pressure. I want to call out that I don't recruit for diversity goals. I track how we are doing on diversity and how we are contributing. Let me answer this with a couple of examples. So Women's Day, generally it's every year, it's on 8th March, and that's the time when mid of Feb is IIM Ahmedabad placement process, which is where the campus season ends. And as soon as it ends in mid-February, we start preparing for the next season. So 8th March generally is when we say that, okay, now we are in the new season, and we start our branding and engagement for that. Now when we do a Women's Day celebration, we celebrate womenhood and what they bring to the enterprise. But our events, you would never read that are only for women, or only for females, or only for this gender, or only for this community. We had identified 66 mentees this year from across India who went through a mentorship program which was kicked off on Women's Day. And 25 or 28, maybe even more, I'm missing that number, were actually men. So our firm belief is that an example like Women's Day, you cannot celebrate without presence of men. So that's how inclusive we are. In a week or so, we are bringing to India our very popular program in US. It's known as the Discovery Program. It focuses on different diverse backgrounds, communities. But even there is no call out that is only for this particular gender. In fact, as a campus recruiter, it hurts me because sometimes people who I make an offer drop the offer because there are organizations I don't want to name who do a recruitment drive in Feb, March or April only for women candidates. And their job is to make offers to people who already have a campus offer at hand. Okay? So we don't indulge into anything like that. We do measure how we can contribute, how we are doing. We do invest in colleges which are very specific. Like we will have an investment in Indira Gandhi College for women. We will have an investment in Banasthali Vidyapeeth in Rajasthan or Modi University in Sikar. Or we will go and spend time with the only MBA program for women returning to careers in India at SPJM. We have a very strong partnership with them also. But we will not do we will not chase the metrics to make an offer. And we will never compromise on talent. Our tests, our assessment tools are same for all applicants.
Thank you so much for the answer.
We even remove the gender data when we send the applicant list to hiring leaders for shortlisting. And we are still clocking 57% gender diversity for the season. Such is the brand we carry. Yes?
Good morning, sir.
-5 again.
Good morning, Sachin. So my name is Rohan Contractor, and I'm from PGDM HR second year.
Okay.
So employee engagement is something which is very crucial to the productivity of the employee. And with the market now, more of Gen Zs are going to enter the workplace. So do you feel that the managing of these Gen Zs would pose a challenge to the employees, in particularly as an employee engagement practice, and if so, how?
I would disagree that now it will be a challenge. Managing colleagues or managing employees in a workforce is always a challenge for people leaders. You have to manage career expectations, you have to manage salary expectations, you have to keep that right retention rate in your team, not be on the list of highest attrition. All that has always been there. And I acknowledge that Gen Z are different, but what I also believe is that our ecosystem, our processes on performance, feedback loop which I shared, investment in learning is so robust that for years we've had one of the lowest attrition rates for any kind of higher category, be it campus, be it lateral. But I would not agree to the extent what you are sharing. We do have practices which keep the people motivated enough, and the key is that they feel empowered to come and share that they are feeling disengaged. Right? There is support given if somebody walks up and says that today I'm having a bad day, I'm not feeling engaged, I can't see my goals being met. So those kind of conversations are always a priority when the person asks for it. There is some onus which rests on the person as well. So we always believe that you are the CEO of your own career. People can always enable it. You have to own it up and speak up when you need help.
Good morning, Sachin. Thanks a lot for the insights. So I just had a question, like, pre-COVID you had a work setup, right? And post-COVID you talked about having a very good program. So I just wanted to understand, it's also in line with the employee engagement. So like, how are you, tracking that, with the variety of the work structure we have right now? How are you tracking, what are the metrics you're considering, say, and to understand,
So we have CES, colleague engagement survey, which is actually running right now. It runs every year for 2-3 weeks to track what are people thinking across the globe and what are the areas we need to focus on. We've not let anything become a bar. You know how enthused we are here about it. For example, small example, when the office setup was there, campus interns used to love doing Bollywood activities with us when they are on their internship. So what do we do in COVID? We use WebEx, we use Slido to play Antakshari, we do Bollywood quizzes. So all those capabilities have also come up. So we have not let any challenge make us feel that it's not happening. So we've used all virtual mediums, all approved tools to keep people engaged. And some of the metrics I can't disclose much, but of course, any CES score in the industry would have a metric like recommend your leader, likelihood to stay, how do you feel about leadership behavior. So all those questions are there, and they are tracked top down at every level, right, starting from CEO. So there is that focus to keep a track on how we are doing and then improve for the next year as well. That corner is pretty quiet. Is it non-HR? Is it first year? What's the reason? First year?
Yes.
See, I could guess, yeah. These are like the first year की density ज़्यादा है, the second year. They are more under pressure to get placed. You are thinking अभी time है, right? Okay, again from that side. Yes.
Good morning. You mentioned about 360-degree feedback.
Yeah.
And so we have heard a lot of process of 360-degree feedback. But the other day we were reading in class that how it's not so successful in India. And there are a lot of cons that comes with it. So how do you guys tackle it, dynamics?
Yes. Let me elaborate on the con. Sometimes the con is that people do have a malicious intent. They do take out grudges when they are giving feedback. So it happens everywhere because we are not robots, we are humans. So 360-degree feedback is one of the tools. We will have regular one-on-one check-in conversations. We will do verbal conversations. We will observe behavior on projects. We will measure feedback coming from stakeholders. So then that's where the leader plays a critical role to normalize it from all angles. So that if there is not so practical intent by one of the respondents, that does not make a bias creep in. And then there is always this concept of a dialogue. Like I have had conversations with my direct reports that there is this feedback coming for you, but I am finding it hard to comprehend. Can you think of a situation where you would have made somebody feel like this? So we even have that much openness. That this is the feedback, it's my job to inform you, but I don't agree with it. Can we together figure out why this is happening? We also believe that feedback is a gift. The irony is that it has the word back in it. But my mentors like Sanjay has always taught me that you're lucky if you're getting feedback because it's only going to take you forward. There is no word like feed forward in the corporate. The word is feedback. So we have mechanisms to normalize and not kind of be driven if there is a hidden agenda or something like that. A very good point you raised. Your name again, please?
Tushar, from
Tushar.
first year of PGMHR.
First year, good. Good to have some first year participation.
Hi Sachin, my name is Harshit Tewatia and I'm from first year PGDMHR. So my question is related to the L&D portion obviously. So from the conversations that I have had from my previous batchmates from my graduation, there has been some cases that I have come to notice that the companies are investing into the learning and development portion, trying to teach their employees some new skills and techniques. But when we hold conversations with them, they are just saying that, oh yeah, we are doing some course. Okay, so what did you learn? We are just doing that for sake of doing it.
Yeah.
So just to ensure that the employees are actually learning from particular investment that has been made into their learning development, what are all initiatives are taken by the companies and Amex as obviously a corporation to ensure that the proper benefits are being reaped from such investments?
So I'll answer your question in two parts. I'll also answer something which you didn't ask and may help you in future. So when we do, I'm targeting the campus audience first. So when we do campus recruitment, it's always around when you get to go through the CVs. And there are CVs these days which have at least 6 to 7 bold names. Udemy, Coursera, Upgrad, everything is there. I'm not taking anything away from there. But if somebody is not able to even summarize what was the objective to do it and what was the key learning, that's where the interview goes bad. So absolutely fair call. This trend of doing it because somebody else is doing it, you know that Three Idiots, the popular movie which redefined a lot of things, that what is happening in others' world, uska beta kya kar raha hai, और हमारा बेटा क्या कर रहा है, those old generation parents also used to have that pressure on us. So that is something I always advise campus students to refrain from. It's okay if you just did 2 upskilling courses to be in the industry, but you are able to relay, link and label them. Coming back home in the company, skills or trainings don't get randomly assigned. We have a couple of internal tools where they are officially pushed to the colleague by the leader that you need to do this. And then the leader is accountable to measure progress and see improvement. And also document if there is more improvement left, why did the improvement not happen, what else could have been done. So, I mean, to campus students and to internal colleagues alike, we advise the same. It should always be hunger to learn, but for what? So what? To answer the so what piece as well.
Understood, sir.
Okay. After the two, yeah, both of you can go one by. Yeah, please.
Sir, my name is Shaurya. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, sir. So, I'm a first year PhD and HR student. So, sir, we've read a lot that psychometric testing is heavily used to be able to get a certain type of understanding of what sort of client, what sort of candidates the company is looking for, so they're able to bucket them and they're able to see what sort, if they're fitting to the company's profile or not. So, I wanted to understand if there is any such mechanism that Amex uses to be able to identify whether a certain candidate is expressing any sort of the values which the company expects the candidate.
So, I must confess that I'm not a psychometric assessment expert. While I'm a recruiter, I'm not an expert on that one. What I can share what I use or what we use across these competitions. So, our activities are generally, we ask 2 subjective questions on activities like these. And maybe some of it will come to you if you have applied for the HR case study competition also. That, what's your career goal? Summarize in 250 words. I'm just giving an example. And then we'll give you an option to choose from 3 or 4 topics to prepare a presentation or write a case study or something like that. And I can't disclose how we evaluate it, but that's enough for us to see where some of the behaviors can be a match. What is the attitude? What is the communication? How is the person visualizing data? How trainable the person is? That's what I can share with you in this forum, not anything given.
Sir, isn't there a danger of this process being a little bit subjective?
Sorry?
Isn't there a little bit of a danger or a risk of this process being a little too subjective?
I agree with you. Can you hear it now? I agree with you, but there is risk in psychometric also that it becomes too objective. So there's always this ongoing debate. Maybe we should check with some of the panelists today what's happening in their organization. But we have had business units which have used a combination of psychometric and subjective. We've had business units which have relied solely on subjective and have had, peer augmented or peer complemented interviews to eliminate any biases. But there is no denying that bias does keep. Unintentional bias, that's a new term I learned from Vimarsh. Yes, your question and then I'll elaborate Vimarsh.
So my question is that you said you work on the strength of the person or the employee. So how do you manage an employee who's having multiple strengths in multiple domains, and how do you manage such a talent in an organization?
So you may have 5, 6 strengths, you may have more, but there will be a rank order which will get identified. What's your top strength?
We definitely.
Yeah. So then we'll start building on the top 2, 3, and then the others we'll also try to bring up. It's always an iterative process. That okay, these are the top 3. Build on this. Bring other closer to the top 3. Then see again which are the top 3. Build others onto the top 3, and at the same time have some sort of focus on the opportunities as well. So Sanjay shared the 80-20 rule yesterday. That's a very frequently used approach internally in all our matters. Which are the top 20%, which can cover the other 80 also. Right. So when when I was given this role, the number one strength outlined to me at that point in time, because I had no domain knowledge of HR, was that I like doing academic research, I like taking interviews. I didn't realize, but my leaders had tracked it, that when this conversation had happened, I had almost taken 300 interviews as a volunteering opportunity for different VPs. Almost across 3-4 years. The point was that you enjoy so much taking interviews, going to campuses, why not do this role? Keep doing it on a daily basis. So that's how I can give an example on it. Let me outline a little bit what I think, according to me, Vimarsh has in itself. So my first with V is actually something which you just brought up. I believe for any talent, most of them campus, in the world we are in, versatility will always be an asset. So it's always good to have a problem of plenty, have multiple skills where you need to identify the top few. There was Professor Nina, Dr. Nina's yesterday in her role as a MC emphasized a lot on the I's within IMI around integrity, inquisitiveness, and inclusion. So I would urge all of you to keep all three on your radar as you go through the academics and step into the corporate. M, no-brainer, mindfulness and mental health was the talk in the entire conversation yesterday. It is a focus in all organizations these days with respect to what people went through and their families went through in COVID. A is a little tough one. We generally talk about agility and then we talk about attitude. When I have taken interviews for campus students, I have given weightage to both. So what I say with A is that agility complemented with the right attitude is something which I'll give weightage on. If somebody is low on agility but attitude is high, I'll consider that talent good. If somebody's attitude is top class but the person is little less agile, I'll still take a punt to invest in that person. So for me, I do a equal weightage or a optimal combination of agility and attitude. R, for me, my favorite has always been that resilience never fails. Resilience can bring you out. It's there in one of the panel agenda also. It can bring you out of any challenge your enterprise is facing. S, skill is always the favorite word, but where I expand it is that skill is always the booming currency. I always call skills as the currency so that I can measure its economic contribution and measure its ROI. I may have 10 skills, but what are those 10 skills giving to my enterprise, which I'm getting paid for? Your question as well. You may have 15 skills, but if you're not able to link and label, if you're not able to relate, it's not of use to anybody. And last but not the least, H, something I look in every candidate I get to interview, is humility. Humility to learn, humility to be a lifelong learner, and humility to accept feedback, because that's our core genesis of the culture. So that's how I summarize Vimarsh, and I would leave my kind of interpretation of it for you to absorb and learn through the day and take it forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we will begin the next panel in 5 minutes.
कैसे चलेगा? हाँ हाँ, तो टेस्ट कर लो एक बार. Good morning, Professor Daskam. Any help, miss? It's not working.
It's working, so it's audible.
I'm audible?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. हाँ 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 हाँ, let's settle it.
Kids enjoy more when the mics are not working. Kids enjoy more when the mics are not working.
I don't know. Naturally. हाँ. I have to come there to speak, or here only I can. Okay, that's so. If I just speak like this, I'm audible. If I just speak like this, I'm audible, right? Okay, wonderful. One sec. You people will be introducing the panelists, right?
We would say.
So I had sent my brief introduction. I hope you'll be using that.
Yes, sir.
Let's check this. दृष्टि, हमने एक अपना वेबसाइट वाला बड़ा सा मत करना, छोटा सा हमने भेज दिया. उसमें भी छोटा कर दिया, थोड़ा ठीक है. हाँ ठीक है. कहाँ बैठे हैं? अच्छा, you want me to sit here? I'm comfortable here. It's okay. No, he's doing a great job. He's one of the youngest CHROs. I knew his boss who had recruited him because I was earlier in EPF. EPFO.
I'm sure all of us gained a lot of wisdom from your rich experiences. So, it has been rightly said by Stephen Hawking that the greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge. To embark on this insightful journey, we shall now commence with our first panel discussion, Unlocking the Learning Equation, Measuring the Return on Learning Investment. HR professionals are the architects behind tailored training programs, ensuring they align closely with both organizational objectives and individual employee growth trajectories. Furthermore, HR takes on the vital role of fostering a culture of continuous learning and improvement within the organization. This allows them to strategically influence and grow an organization from within. To take this discussion forward, I, Drishti Goyal, would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Jaiprakash Upadhyay, for panel 1. Dr. Upadhyay, a professor of OB and HR at IMI, has more than 35 years of experience in varied organizations in India and abroad. During his extensive career, Dr. Upadhyay has managed large public delivery systems as EPF Commissioner and International Civil Servant in the United Nations. He was head of LME and Institutional Development Advisor as well as a consultant in UNDP Afghanistan, leadership expert at UNDP India, to name a few. To add to this long list of achievements, Sir is also a Government of India certified trainer of trainer accredited through Thames Valley. And now, I would like to introduce you to our esteemed panelists for the discussion. First, we have Ms. Monal Srivastav. Ma'am is a proud IMI alumna and is a business-oriented HR leader with 22 years of experience spanning infrastructure, logistics and transportation sectors to the financial services sector. She excels in managing HR across Indian and multinational organizations, specializing in transformation, change management, post-merger organization, and cultural assimilation. Next, we have Mr. Vijay Singh with us. Sir is the head of HR at LG Electronics India Private Limited and has over 19 years of diverse HR experience. He started his career as an HR professional at Aegis BPO and climbed the ranks to head HR at LG Electronics in 16 years. His strengths lie in strategic HR, recruitment, employee engagement, and performance management, making him LG's youngest global HR head and India's youngest in history, showcasing exceptional management skills. Next, we have Mr. Janesh Kumar. Sir is the CHRO at RPSG FMCG, bringing over 18 years of diverse HR experience across industries. He's a result-oriented leader adept at driving strategic and operational HR initiatives in partnership with top executives. Known for his creative problem-solving and decision-making skills, he effectively balances employee needs with organizational goals. Next, we have Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Chauhan with us. Sir is the Director HR at Pepe Jeans India Limited, based at Corporate Office, Mumbai. He is PhD in Law and MBA HR pass out from IMB-RD Pune University of 95 batch. He has more than 3 decades of versatile experience on various challenging HR and ER leadership assignments in reputed companies like GVK, GMR, LNJ, Philwara, KKCL, and ArcelorMittal. He's a seasoned HR leader, excels in infrastructure, strategic HR, retail, and cross-functional HR interventions. Active in Retail Association of India, he is a visiting IIM Amritsar professor. Last but not least, we have Mr. Jitesh Mehtani with us. Serving as the Associate Director and Head L&D at Policy Bazaar, Sir is a seasoned professional with 17 years of experience. He excels in learning and development, quality management, process transition, and team leadership. His expertise as a Six Sigma Green Belt trained expert ensures excellence in both transactional and strategic quality management. He has also mastered skills in client and vendor management and project management. Now, I would like Sir to kindly take the discussion forward.
Thank you so much. It's really curious to moderate a panel discussion having such eminent and learned HR professionals. So what I propose is to just set the ball rolling. I will set the context for the sorry. No, it's not. Lose it. No, it's okay. So good morning, everybody. Sorry, I think I was not audible then. I said it's a real privilege to moderate a panel discussion having such eminent and learned panelists. And as we have paucity of time, I'll take 2 or 3 minutes to just set the context for the theme. And then I will just say that each speaker make their initial remarks for 5 minutes or so. And then we can deepen the discussion based on what comes from the initial remarks. If that's okay, let's go. See, business today, as we are all aware, operates in a highly complex and dynamic environment. And the technology is disrupting on daily basis. In fact, change, the speed, the scale of change is just mind-boggling. So in such a volatile and uncertain context, organizations have to learn faster, change faster. We all talk, it's like a cliche that we have to adapt faster, we have to learn faster. And we have to learn faster than our competitors. In that context, or in this context, learning and development has become a business function, a mission critical function, a function that provides you competitive advantage. So it's no longer a HR function, training and development. It's a business function. It's a training, it's a function that provides advantage to the organization. They say if you're not able to learn faster than your competitor, you'll not be in the business. So in this context, we are saying organizations are investing large amount of money, I mean good amount of money on training and development. And learning and development is no longer limited only to skilling the workforce. It's basically building the capacity of the organization, building, the structure, the system, creating an ecosystem of learning. So unless you learn fast, innovate fast, adapt fast, you will not be in the business. That's the mantra today. That's the landscape today. In this landscape, when the training budget is expanding over the years, I was just seeing the data before coming to the panel. Then in US alone, last year, they spent $101 billion on L&D. And in India, whatever little report I could get, it was $2 billion. So such a huge amount of money is invested or spent on learning and development, particularly in a context where, every dollar is competing for investment. Like, different functions, different business functions are crying for the investment. In that, you have to make a case that the money spent on L&D is well spent. Its return is higher than, investment in other functions, other business activity. So in that context, I would say the theme today is so topical, so relevant, so contemporary, that I must congratulate the people who conceptualized the theme. Second, coming back, the students sitting here, we in our classroom had taught them, series of ways to evaluate the impact of training, to find out the ROI. But they have found that most of the benefits from the training are intangibles, which defy measurement, which defy quantification. And in that context, what you people are doing to quantify the impact of the learning and development, because management understand the business of money, return in terms of money, revenues, bottom line and top line. So in that context, without further ado and without taking much time, I'll request that we go from the last panelist. I'm sorry, I'm not just getting your name. So we'll go that way. And I'll request you very briefly if you can just map the learning and development scenario in your organization in terms of the budget and what you people are doing. And in the second round, we'll take what are the challenges of monetizing the benefit of training, point number one, and other challenges we will discuss. So,
sure.
So initial remark you just made so that we set the ball rolling.
Thank you so much for kind of setting the context, Professor. I think one thing is very clear, and this is the theme at Policy Bazaar, right? I'm sure you guys know what Policy Bazaar is. I mean, I don't need to explain what we do and what kind of business we are into. So we started our organization in 2008 with the idea of disrupting how India looks at insurance and how they buy insurance and how they consume insurance. And it's been 15 years since then. We've become a $5 billion company. It's listed on the Indian stock exchanges and growing at a rate of about 30% on the CAGR as far as the top line is concerned. Now to come back to the point that you were wanting to make. See, essentially, like you said, right, that learning and development is no longer a people function, right? It's become a function that kind of fuels growth in an organization, therefore impacting your top lines. There are programs that essentially do look at how do we, kind of address cost. And while the theme of the second round is basically to kind of quantify the impacts of learning initiatives, and we'll come to the numbers of it in later, in the discussion a little later. We recognize that at Policy Bazaar, and therefore L&D is a separate function. First of all, it's not a function which is under the CHRO office, right? Because we understand that learning and development essentially is a function that needs to work very closely with business leaders, right? So in our organization, L&D as a function works very closely with our chief sales and service officers as well as the CEO's office. So it's a separate entity carved out with a very clear agenda. So when we sit down to create our annual operational plans, the AOPs, and we sit down to kind of chalk out what our strategies are going to be for the next financial year or maybe 5 years down the line, L&D has a seat on the table to be able to identify how are we going to create the necessary impetus to address any kind of a competency gap that addresses today in the employees that we have or between what we would need them to be, let's say 2 years down the line. And then, of course, we create a competency map. We look at how essentially do we kind of address these gaps. And then there are training programs created. See, we are a big, and I'd use some
Sorry if you could be a brief today because we have to come in 2 rounds and we have not more than that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll make a point in 30 seconds. I think in our organization, L&D is an extremely important function carved out separately. It has a very dynamic and a robust team of professionals that work hand in hand with businesses to make sure that we have very specific training programs with very clear ROIs.
And if I ask you, what's the budget, tentative budget you are spending or per employee training or training budget or overall the percentage of wage bill, the training, if you have some idea, because generally organizations spend 5 to 10% of their wage bill on the L&D. How do you compare with this average?
It'd be at least 2x of what you just quoted there, so about 20%. And essentially one thing is good with our scheme of things is that's a little fluid on the budget, right? So we kind of review it every quarter, see what are the training needs, and if we need to bump it up, we bump it up. We need that we've got spare, so we taper it down. So it's not that it's not cast in stone. We are pretty fluid as far as our L&D budget is concerned.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can go to the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Dr. Padda.
Yeah.
First of all, thanks for calling me here. So I think, one of the person who is oddly dressed. Maybe this is because due to my brand. So I carry with my brand. So sorry for that. See, talking about the training, right? So we in Pepe Jeans India, we have a training function under CHRO. So the training is, I will say, is evolving in our organization. It is not very, very structured, but we are making it structured by, we have inducted, the LMS platform of Darwin Box. We are working with the Disperse as a LMS platform. And we across, because we work on the business of sales promoters, so we have across 2,000 people across there. For them, we have a learning, the app-based, what you call the learning modules. In terms of budgets, which you are talking about, we have almost 2% of the budget on this. But we are, in the next 2 years, I have a strong KRA KPI given by my MD to strengthen the L&D process in the organization.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
So I'll start with the investment question first. So we invest around 20% of HR budget in learning and development. And we know more debate about the importance of learning and development. That job is done by Professor T.V. Rao and Peter Singhais of the world. So we believe them that it helps. There are 2 lines by a wonderful shaयर called John Elia. कौन सीखा है सिर्फ बातों से, सबको एक हादसा ज़रूरी है. And that hadsa right now is the AI. That explosion is AI, which in 90s were the computer or Microsoft Office introduction. Now if you don't know Microsoft Office, you are illiterate. Similarly, if today you don't go with the AI and the technologies and automations and machine learnings and all, and hence importance of the L&D, and we are investing in that at this point of time. So one is the functional expertise, which all of us need to come out of this hadsa. Second is the behavioral trainings, which is a second phase of the coin. The other phase of the coin is how the organization build the culture and how they grow. So L&D is definitely 25% of my deliverable as an HRA.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Hi, good morning, everyone. To start off, first important thing I would like to speak, L&D starts with focus. Focus is something which is required for L&D. Like people who are sitting here behind looking into the mobile, some are feeling sleepy, some have their body language like this. That's not L&D which is going to give it to you. You have to be stiff. When I spoke like this, I saw a lot of faces looking at me like this. Trust me, this is what is L&D. A training or a learning and development investment of the organization only happens for the betterment of the employee, and if that point of time employee would be there on the mobile phone or a laptop, trust me, that learning would not happen. That is what we ensure when somebody is inside a learning chamber. We call it learning chamber, because why? You're not allowed any laptop, any mobile, even if it throughout the day. LG is a big organization. It will not stop if 10 people or 20 people are there in a chamber throughout the day. When we started, there were certain investments in $1 million we had. Today we don't call it $1 million, we call it a percentage of profit. A percentage of profit is being utilized for learning and development. Why? Because that profit is an outcome of the learning which the person has gained through the skilled upliftment which has happened in the training and development. And attrition, succession, I'll come to it later, which I had a discussion with Professor, and probably I had some personal commitments. I came because of that discussion which we had. It was very healthy. So that is an outcome of a training program, and further to that, we will come to it at the next round. But again, I would sincerely say learning will only come with your focus. So your focus is important if you want to take something out of this panel discussion today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vijay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Professor.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
So I like his point where he says, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
So I like his point when he said it's a percentage of profit. Now that's something that we as HR professionals would, sorry Vijay, I'm not trying to put your views down, but just another perspective, right? So that's a beautiful thing that as HR professionals we feel very proud, right? If we are sort of looking at that as a matrix, that yes, what is the learning as a percentage of profit? But I think equally what is important is for the organization and the leadership to be able to derive a similar experience out of this number. And while it is very, very difficult to quantify, but instead of ROI, if we start looking at ROE, which is, are we really giving return on expectation? What is the organization expecting from you? What is the leadership expecting from you? And are you able to really contribute as HR professionals, as learning professionals, towards that? So it's very easy to do the basic calculations, and a lot of us look at the initial experience from a program, but to be able to track and then relate it to the overall organization's performance and the overall expectation that the management had from the program, I think that's the trickiest part.
Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. In fact, one message that came loud and clear from their initial remark, that organizations are expanding their training and development budget. Number two, they are saying learning and development is becoming a business function, a strategic function. And some speaker also said learning and development is also getting digitalized. So the digitalization, which is in the workplace, in the business, this function is also equally digitalized. Now, generally, I'm just for Mona was saying that generally at the end of the training program, we used to map expectations, whether your expectations are met, and so we were happy once you are evaluation. If the employees are satisfied, the training was well delivered, the content was right, the communication was right, faith was that it will deliver business result.
But generally in the classroom, the HR student in particular must have studied, and here HR professional must be aware, right since 1950s, we have training evaluation. We have some model, Kirkpatrick model, now Phillips model. I will not burden you with those models. But it says training needs to be evaluated at least at 3 levels. If you really want to see that whatever learning you wanted to have, whether it is having impact or not. And most of the organization today, we are talking about ROI, that is at the another end of the chain. So the baseline evaluation is, we just see whether, what are the expectations, whether expectations are met. So reaction of the participant. So happy sheet. If the employee are happy at the end of the training program, they do the survey, oh, very good, the training went well. But we don't know if the participants are satisfied, whether they have learned. They are happy, but have they learned whatever they were supposed to learn? In fact, they say, even if we do survey to find out their learning, even if they have learned, we are not sure whether they are able to apply that learning to the workplace, whether their behavior has changed. Even if they have applied the behavior at workplace, we don't know whether that's having business impact. Suppose we invested 1 lakh rupees and the business impact is only 50,000. So training was not a good intervention. So in this context, evaluation of training is becoming more scientific, more targeted, more comprehensive, and more so because more and more money is flowing into it. And not only money, it is a strategic function. We said that organization which are learning organization where there is an ecosystem of learning, innovation, they are the only, they will survive. In that context, evaluation becomes really mission critical for the business and for the function, for the money. So now in the second round, I will ask the panelists, whatever money they are spending on L&D, we are saying 20% of the wage bill is a huge amount. 20% of HR cost is a huge amount. If they are spending that much money, what means, what tools, what instrument they are using to find out whether the money is spent well? So we'll just hear them out so that we know what are the organization practice scenario of finding the impact of the training, right? So let's go from this side now. Are you want to go? You are hearing to go? You can go.
No,
Yeah,
I
please.
just wanted to give the students an acronym. It's called RLBR. Okay, you can make a note of it. It's very easy to remember. It sums up what Professor just said. R stands for reaction, L stands for learning, B stands for behavior, and R stands for return on investment. It's based on the Donald Kirkpatrick's model of training evaluation, and that's essentially the key on basis which Phillips and other models are formed, basically. But yeah, we can start with the lady, and then of course we can come
Okay,
across.
fine.
No problem.
So here very specifically, for time constraint,
Sure.
we have to be very focused that what we do to do the impact assessment or evaluation of the training. Yep.
So I think I would like to split the training types of programs
Right.
first.
Go ahead, whatever you
Because
do
some
and
of-
whatever is your wisdom says. Yep.
Some of them are very easy to calculate, right? So if there's a skill-based program, if you're specifically targeting something, or specifically targeting a behavior, for example, if it's a sales behavior, it's very easy to calculate because then you see whether your training is successful or not by purely seeing if the sales performance has gone up. Or if it is, say, a safety training, purely by way of calculating have your safety incidents come down. So I think that's the easier piece. The second part is where you are looking at behavioral changes. Now that's the most difficult part. There I think what we do is do a baseline on the competencies or all the behaviors that we are trying to inculcate or trying to build. Take a baseline survey from the employee as well as his manager, and then go back after a few months or maybe at the end of say 8 months, 10 months, which is a longish period because behaviors don't change so easily, and conduct that survey again. Try and have a different audience this time, because otherwise people already know what we are looking at. So that's and if there is a change in behavior as per for that survey. Probably that's one way of really seeing if the training has been impactful. The other thing that I would like to leave the audience with, and these are children or these are young adults, let me change my statement.
They're just future HR managers. They'll be in few
Sorry,
months
sorry
there.
for that, sir.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay.
So I think, as one of you said, AI and the use of the virtual medium has gone up phenomenally. How do you really gauge the return on investment on that? I mean, we have something, we use LinkedIn Learning extensively, but the programs that the participants usually go through as part of LinkedIn Learning, say for example, a communication skills, I mean, as basic as that, extremely difficult to really calibrate whether it's making an impact. Classroom virtual sessions are easier, but completely virtual through platforms is extremely difficult, and I don't have an answer to that. If somebody else can help me with that, I'll be very happy.
So wonderful. In fact, Mona said that skill-based training are easy to be quantified. You provided a sales training and the sales went up. But even this easy thing is very hard. Why I'm saying this? Sales may go up due to seasonal factor, due to sales promotion. There may be n number of factors that can be behind the increase of sales. So you can't, isolating the impact of other factors from this is a real challenge. But anyway, I will not go much deeper. Sure. I mean, academia and industry need to collaborate to find out ways and means. Now, let's go. It still is we are on a slippery train. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So whatever is your organization practice, but whatever comes to your mind to educate these people that this can be done, you can.
See, there are a lot of practices which are there to evaluate the training programs in the organization. So I would not get into a lot of practices. It would take a lot of time. But one important thing I would like to say for an organization to remain healthy and strong, you need to have a very good successor pipeline. Just about few days back, I was speaking to somebody about a certain political party having 100 successors, certain political party not having a successor. Why? Because you have trained and groomed people down the line to take a succession pipeline. LG started in 1997. In 2023, we are standing. All the senior leadership are the one who are groomed from inside. We have not hired anyone in a senior leadership from outside. In past 97 till 2023, no one, except for online business head, because that was not an ingrown organization talent. Now, through our own ADCs, Assessment Development Centers, we have in our own organization, we have trained people for that. And then we identify the resource, the gap areas, certain gap areas where it has to be focused, and how this person tomorrow down the line, if something happens, can be identified. In COVID, it was unfortunate we lost few of the very, very good leaders. One of our sales head also. But we were fortunate enough that within about 2 days, we were able to give a replacement through our successor pipeline, which was developed through an internal learning system and continuous working in the organization. So one important measurement, apart from all the tool, is your succession pipeline, which is developed through an L&D framework in the organization.
Wonderful. In fact, in the capacity building arena, there's a concept of build talent or buy talent. There are organizations which recruit, highly talented guys. Whereas some organizations, they grow like Tata Group and all. They are famous for through TAS services. So L&D, architecture, infrastructure, investment is very high in these organizations, what you're saying. A very good point, I must say. Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
So am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I would want to give this peace of mind to all of you that measuring L&D is very easy. In today's world, it is very easy. I'll give you pointers how we do it. I have SIP earning, which is Sales Incentive Plan earning, which is live. Every 2 hours, I can see how much sales I have done. I have my engagement bot, which is Amber Infido, which gives me the feelers of employee. Every 2 minutes you can log into that and see what your employees are talking about. I have a feeler cloud Mentimeter, You can have at any given point of time a feeler cloud. Morning to evening, there are different word clouds which I get. I have talent heat map, where I see after this training, which has got 2 months, 3 months of sales academies and all, how many people are featuring into top 9 box, what percentage was there 2 months back, what percentage is down. I have churn predictability, which is also very important. You just run that survey within 2 minutes, you will get to know how many people are about to resign, and believe me, 99% correct names pop out. This is all data which is available. If you want to do little more scientific in this, then you can go with the marketing philosophy of controlled and non-controlled group. Look at what control group which you have invested in terms of trainings and all, in terms of these parameters, and look at those people who you have not invested, and then see the behavioral change. The only difference is I am not an assembly line of L&D. I am not in mass production. Each individual is a case for me. See the HR function like an ICU patient getting into emergency, and then the success of that single patient defines that this doctor is good. That's how I would see. A coaching assignment you cannot have for 100 people running together. You will only have one person. You want to coach him on humility over a cup of coffee. He was humble to the person who was serving coffee. That's the return on investment of the coaching assignment. So you need, as an HR professional, you need to have that holistic interpretation. Don't go after data only. Please interpret emotions. Please interpret the way somebody is talking, the way somebody is behaving, the way somebody is reacting. So I completely disagree with this point that L&D cannot be, return of investment cannot be quantified. I can quantify in a way, and I can answer this question also, that how much this has contributed to the sales this month, and what percentage should be given to me. The day a doctor will be able to tell that if I am today sitting in this room and talking to you, is my heart responsible? Is my kidney responsible? Is my stomach responsible? Who is responsible? The same day I will be also able to answer whether my L&D has done my job or not.
Wonderful. So they are saying now technology is a enabler, but at the same time he said we are able to quantify emotion. If you are confident, we know your confidence, how it is going to go into the cells, but how to find out that linkage or how to tangibilize those intangibles, we'll quiz them through a student question. But of course, technologies are now enabler, and many organizations are now able to find out the impact of the training on the real-time basis. In fact, there are organizations which say if the morale of sales force goes up or employee engagement of the sales force goes up by 10%, their sales will go up by this percent. So that over a period of time, they have found out trends, and those trends are helping them to, eliminate those other factors contributing to the result. But anyway, thank you so much. It's very interesting. Next up.
Thank you, Dr. Badai. I would like to tell you another story around, because I have a different perception of what my colleague Jignesh has. One thing I would like to tell you, first you see the LinkedIn report of 2022, if I'm not wrong. It says that basically 40% of the organizations do not have the proper analytical understanding about how the training is going about. That is due to two reasons. One is lack of analytical tools, and second is the expertise, right? Now, forgive me to be being very blunt in what the industry says, so I will be very open, because I will not tell you all sugar-coated things. For me, I'll tell you the McKinsey report, right? McKinsey report says recent, it says that, 75% of the survey respondents which was surveyed by them, they said that we don't have satisfied what we wanted to take from the trainings, right? 75% people said. 25% people said that we got what we wanted to excel in our training. 12% people said that we are going on the right track, and we think that our performance has increased. Now, I'll tell you the other story. See, there are a lot of technology has improved. What my precedent has said, that the technology is measuring, the scientific things are there. Post-COVID, things have not changed. But things have changed only in terms of the technology, right? People have started knowing that now technology can bring a lot of scientific data, right? But still, the mindset of the employees have not changed, right? You can take the horse to the pond, you cannot compel him to drink, right? So in this aspect, I would like to say, most of the training, I've been doing training for last 30 years. I've also changed my, what's best technology I can do, let it be an e-learning platforms and blah, blah, whatever has been happening. But believe me, majority of the people do not have the learning attitude, right? Only very good notch of people. So as an HR, you should identify who are the people who have the learning attitude, who have the passion to excel in their life. They are the people who need to train and excel further. Majority of the people, they really, what they feel training, you know, what is the fact? I'll tell you the corporate reality. They feel that the training is something like, you know, away from the monotonous work, a good, you know, ambience with good fun, and a nice lunch, right? So this is what they feel like. But actually the industry wants the people to excel. For that, I think a lot of initiatives have been taken, and I'm not sure that the technology coming in, the measurable analytical tools will come in, and the expertise, what we are looking, which there is a dearth in the industry, that will happen. That's my view.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Chauhan. In fact, organizations are at different stages so far as learning and development functions are concerned. As he rightly said, a majority of organizations, L&D is a cost. Any problem, cut the L&D cost. And because L&D is a standalone function and it's just a escape from duty, it's for people who are not doing work, it's for spareable people, a spareable function. So majority of organization, L&D is not a professional, systematic, structured, value-adding function. That's right, that's as you quoted the report. But there are organizations for whom L&D is, my colleague was saying here, L&D adds value when they have computed this much sales has gone up. In fact, there are organizations who say if mindset of my staff changes this way, my organization, innovation and all will go that way. So all shades of organization exist, and that's what our students should be aware of. So last participant, let's hear, last panelist, and then we'll go. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. I think a lot of the panelists have shared their opinion. I'd like to just kind of tell you a couple of tricks and tips to kind of measure training effectiveness. I gave you an acronym earlier, which is RLBR, right? So I think you can easily measure the success with each of these stages. First, of course, is you measure the reaction of the people who've undergone the training, and this could be done using a survey to understand if they were engaged or not engaged. And also, the trainer should be competent enough to tell you whether he had an engaged group of participants or not. I think one of our panelists kind of caught your attention by saying that you guys need to be present here, not yawning, and so on and so forth. So he had a sense that probably people are not really engaged. So you can kind of get that data out. That's one. Learnings can be tested because you can do a pre and a post assessment to see whether people have understood it or not, okay? Behavior assessments can be done over a period of time to see basic things have changed or not. For example, is the people coming on time or not? Are they putting in the number of hours that are required or not? If I'm supposed to go into the field X number of days in a month, am I going and not? Am I spending time with my customers or not? So there are a lot of things that you can measure. Then comes return on investment, which is basically to say, has my final tangible number gone up, which is essentially your sales or your revenue or anything else, let's say production, if you are into manufacturing and so on and so forth. There was one point that the very learned professor brought in, which said that sales have cycles, and therefore you may not be able to essentially determine whether it is the training or the learning and development initiative or the market dynamics that led to increased output. There is a term called A/B testing, which is largely used in the space of digital space, where essentially you can see how your traffic responds on a website. You could essentially do an A/B testing. What I mean is that, let's say this is a group of people that I have. I create a homogeneous mix where I know that your competencies are pretty much comparable. Half of the people in this group I don't train and let them go in the field. Half of the group I train, and then I measure how much improvement you've done on your base numbers. That can clearly tell me the impact of the training had, because other than that, I think this has cut out, but I think I can stay to with the voice. So you can essentially will get same quality of leads, you'll essentially get same quality of raw material, you'll essentially get same market dynamics or environment to operate in. But if I have an AB group, between the two of these groups, I can do a proof of concept and check whether training is impactful or not before I do a large scale rollout, right? Because a large scale, so I'll give you an example. Let's say we have 10,000 employees in a sales force. Now I have a training program which I hypothetically believe is going to work. Now to roll that out to a scale of 10,000 people will require a lot of human effort, will require a lot of employee effort. I will need to take you out of your sales time, your productive time, and then do that. So that's a lot of investment happening without really knowing whether it will work or not work, right? So I will do a control test where I will try it in a geography with a limited group of people and then see if the results are better than the other group that has not been trained. I think all of us were very closely following the development of COVID vaccines, so they do something called a double-blind trials. These are what exist essentially. You can't do a double-blind trial because you know that you've been trained, right? So essentially that's the difference. So that's point number one. You can essentially quantify training on various level, guys. I mean, I know we have paucity of time, but I'll hang around for some more time because it's a topic very close to my heart, and we'll be happy to take any more questions that you may have. Yeah.
So thank you so much. In fact, the most popular practice is control group and focus group, as you were saying. And sometimes we do pilot tests if you have to roll out on a mass scale. But anyway, with this background, let's open it up for the students. So basically, training and development is a business function. So even PGDM and BFS and other students, they must know that it's no longer an HR function. So it's a business function, and it has direct correlation to your top line and bottom line. The way it's a learning culture, even each and every manager contribute through his or her style in creating that culture. So it's open to everybody. It's not only HR student who should ask question. So you may ask question to the esteemed panelists. It's a huge opportunity. We have such a learned and esteemed panelists sitting here. We will not get their audience. They are here, so get maximum from them. So whatever concern you have, whatever curiosity you have, please just open up. So over to our. So let them ask.
Questions, 15 separate and 15 for the discussion if you want to.
Okay, so no, it can be free flowing that way. Yeah. So, 11:30 now. So 15 minutes you have to give them. Acha, after 11:30 also we can. So, okay.
My name is Urval and I'm a second year PGDM. My question is that willingness to learn might enhance the engagement of an employee. So can we measure how willing the employee is to participate in the learning activity, or do we just push them to participate in the learning activity? Because if the willingness is there, I believe that their productivity post-training might also increase. So this is one thing which we have observed in our classroom sessions as well. When we are forced to do it, we might not be that engaged to participate in whatever is being shared. But if we are willing, if we want to, then we definitely have more interest. So can you please share some light on this?
Yeah, there's enough light.
yeah, you want to go? Please go.
Gentlemen, you have girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When and how did you come to the point that she's willing to love you? How did you arrive at that?
It took a longer time to just understand.
How long?
6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
What did you measure?
Emotions, I would say. Emotions. It was more of on an emotional level and less on a very cognitive and practical level. So, yeah.
You answered your question. In human resource also, the manager needs to observe the emotions, the behavior, the willingness he will come to you, give me the feedback. I want to learn this, how to do this, why HR is not doing any training, and HR will also figure out a lot of ways. So this is how normally it happens. Yeah. एक बहुत बचपन में एक ऐड आती थी बजाज बल्ब की, सारे घर के बदल डालूंगा. That doesn't happen. We focus only on top 15-20% for these specialized kind of training. वो 15% को आपको edge करना easy होता है. Now on a scientific part, you always have questionnaires. There are enough psychometric questionnaires which can give you an idea about the willingness quotient, whether this person or this employee is ready to invest. उसमें वो zeal है कि नहीं, जिंदा दिली है कि नहीं, गर्लफ्रेंड बनाने की इच्छा भी है कि नहीं. So those kind of things you can test from psychometric testing, but more important is that as an HR professional, as a business manager, you need to be vigilant of people around you. Yeah? Your wife is never going to tell you that bring flowers to me today evening. आपको समझना पड़ेगा, नहीं लेके गए तो फिर
तो भी समझना पड़ेगा.
Yeah.
Else, please. Yeah.
Just to kind of, oversimplify what he said is that, I don't know, guys, there's something called Maslow's need hierarchy, right? It essentially talks about the fact that today I need to tell people that, how to use an oxygen mask in the airline, right? Now, essentially they don't, 99.99% of the times we don't need it. But agar ek do incident ho jayenge na bhi, recently everybody will realize that they need to pay attention. You know why is that? Because safety is paramount, right? So if I have to tell you that, let's say, God forbid, there is an exigency, we need to vacate, right? If you undergo that scenario even once, right, it will leave an impression in your mind that next time when you come into a setting like this, you'll like to know where the exits are, emergency exits are, right? Because your mind is conditioned in a way to kind of adapt and learn and then respond. So there's a response to any kind of stimulus that gets created. So you'll have to measure that, what is the objective of the training program, and in that objective, at what level of Maslow's will it attract people? There are people who will come and do a training because it's going to be recognition. Let's say a recognition in terms of a reward, right? Let's say I say that, if you do this training, whoever kind of is successful, let's say I'm taking them out to for a dinner, let's say at Taj. That's creating that need of getting in that fight in a group of few people who are going to get recognized. So you'll have to tie it up with rewards, yeah. And let's be practical. There have to be rewards, because the first thing somebody will ask is, what is in it for me? Yeah, if you can't address the WIFM, then your training program is going to completely fail. So please don't be in a hurry to create or curate training programs as and when you take up that responsibility. Clearly understand two objectives. One is, what is the objective what is the org objective or the company objective or the function objective or the team objective that this training is going to address? And how can you show people what is in it for me, WIFM? If you're missing the WIFM, then your trainings are not going to be as good. So that's essentially how you'll need to create the engagement for somebody to take up a training program.
But wouldn't that be externally influenced? I mean, if we take out the rewards and recognition, will that person still be willing to participate? That is what I'm...
My point is, it depends upon what. So for example, like he said, right, today, okay, so you guys follow the trends in the market, right? We have generative AI, open AI, right? Now today what is going to happen is, essentially, when you have to write a code, and I'm going to delve into technology a little bit. If you have to write a code, right, you essentially don't need to know coding anymore. You can essentially put in a query on AI and it will give you a code. So what essentially it means, that जो लोग सिर्फ आज सोचते हैं कि मुझे coding आती है, tomorrow they will be replaced, right? So safety on Maslow is going to get impacted. Now you tell them that today we're going to help you understand how to do product management for these people. So then they will want to attend it because they know कल को ये coding की requirement नहीं रहेगी मेरे को, right? तो आपको depend करना, आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि intrinsic need तभी आएगी जब safety के ऊपर को बात आती है ना, तब लोग ज्यादा voluntarily participate करते हैं. नहीं तो आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा कि इस करने से होगा क्या, मेरे लाइफ में क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. सेल्स तो कंपनी की बढ़ जाएगी, लेकिन मुझे क्या होगा? मतलब मैं आपके साथ 8 घंटे बैठूंगा, आज का टारगेट करूंगा नहीं, बॉस मेरा आके फोन करके पूछेगा नंबर नहीं हुए, तो भाई इसमें मैं बैठा हूं तो कुछ होगा मेरे साथ कि नहीं होगा, राइट? वो जरूरी है करना, राइट? थैंक यू.
On the contrary, I just want to add few more points. Suppose not necessary कि rewards recognition देखना चाहिए. It's not necessary. Suppose I realize, what's your name? Huh? Urval. Yeah, Urvaj. Urval. Suppose I realize कि Urval को driving सीखना ही है. It's very important for me because he has to be on the front line. इसको tank चलाना है army में जाके. तो सबसे पहले driving सीखना है. So I realize that, and I will not say Urval, and Urval does not want to drive. Okay. So I will not show him that you have to drive a tank and protect a country. First, I will force Urval to drive. He does not drive. I'll take him to a playground with a driving school, जिसका accelerator बगल में है, and he's just on the steering wheel, driving in a playground. Second situation, I'll take Urval to Chandni Chowk. I'll put him in a car, and I'll say, बेटा, ऐसे ऐसे अभी थोड़ा सा सीखा है. Now you have to drive. Two things. You cannot touch a single human being. You cannot touch anything else. Otherwise, you'll go to jail for 15 years. Urval will start driving slowly. Sometimes you have to push people, okay, with certain training programs. You realize they're not interested. There are people who are not interested. Children are not interested to go to school. You are not interested to come for MBA. Trust me, down the line, if you go out of this place, you go out, you go into an organization, you learn. Why? Because IMI has given that. This forum has given that. So you did not want that. So sometimes you have to force. And when you force and that person gauges something and goes to a platform and performs, then that's an output. So sometimes you have to force. Reward recognition, don't need to show, but you have to force. Because you realize that this person has this talent, or this person has that competency, we need to enhance, There is a difference. You shoot a arrow, just you take a dartboard and you keep on hitting. You just hit. You cannot hit in the center, okay? That's your proficiency. But when I'm pushing you to hit every day, 10 times, you hit in the center. Why? That becomes a competency. So I have to make it a competency at times through a push approach also. So that is also, both the things work together, okay?
Wonderful, thank you so much. Anyone else would like to, yeah? Yeah, please.
And absolutely right. It cannot be gone are the days when training will be a pull. Okay, you cannot, and you'll never get the return. It has to be a push. Sorry, it's the other way around. Gone are the days when it is a push. It has to be a pull from the employee. And as HR, I think we need to create that environment and that branding for learning, so that there is a pull mechanism. And what some of the people here on the dais said, that what is it in it for me? Okay, the moment you're able to showcase that, because I think today the dynamism, the agility of the workforce is far higher than what it used to be 15, 20, 25 years back. People were in a more stable environment. Jobs were more secure, right? Today, that's not the case, right? The dynamism, the agility is far higher, and therefore you'll always find an audience who is progressive, wanting to take. It's just that you'll have to create an environment. You have to give them enough to be able to pick and choose what would be in line with their aspirations. I think that's the most important.
Wonderful. Dr. Chauhan, you want to say more? Dr. Chauhan, will you like to add something on this? Or should we take, yeah. See, Urval, see the question, you have to see in the context, it's a business function, right? The whole discussion says that L&D is a business function. So you don't go for L&D unless there's a business need. And when you are going for a training program, the need assessment in terms of gap in people performance, or the next level what you want to take them. So there are people already identified what are the performance gap, behavior gap, skill gap, mindset gap, and where they need to go. So its engagement is automatic. They know that if they attend the training, they will have this thing, this behavior, this skill, this attitude, this progression. And organization also needs that it's going to reap benefit. So it's a win-win. And adult learning principle says if adults are aware that I'm going to get immediate benefit, they'll be engaged. So thank you so much. Let's invite other questions. Let me not. Yeah, there are a lot of hands raised. So anyone? Yeah, please. Be loud, girl.
So
employee that it is an attitude change, not a behavioral change. Because if it's a push technique, it will be a temporary change.
Absolutely. I totally agree what you're saying. A push strategy can be a temporary change. But that temporary can be made permanent when other gentlemen, my panelists, were talking about rewards. That comes at a later stage. So initially it has to be a push strategy. Again, I will come to my same point. When I was talking about Urval, making him learn driving, I will not show him that he has to drive a tank and protect the country. Tomorrow when he learns driving, then I'll tell him that you have to drive a tank. Then you have to protect a country, okay? Slowly, attitude is something which is, which people have inside, but that attitude, people think it cannot be changed. It can be changed. So that push strategy is something which is going to impact that change, and later on the rewards and the benefits, which that person will see that, yes, I have attained this temporarily, but if I make it permanent, I'm going to achieve it, right? Like for about 10 days, you have come to the classroom. You did not want to study. After 10 days, now you realize that, you can come and sit here. Let's say about 20 years back, I was sitting there, I was asking question, and I realized it. It was a push study. I never wanted to study. I was the president of Delhi University. So I never wanted to study, never wanted to study. But I was pushed, and I'm here sitting in front of you. So that, because those push, after that, rewards was seen clearly that this can be a reward. So both go hand in hand. My first point was first aspect, and other gentlemen, whatever they spoke was the second aspect. So we work together to make it successful.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, next. Yeah. So many hands are raised. So yeah, we can take 2 or 3. So you have to tell us, you have to regulate the time. We don't know the time. We more, so we can have, yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes we need to go back to the basics. Theory of evolution, survival of the fittest. Let's have certain assumptions कि हमारा employee जो है वो देवदास नहीं है, he wants to grow. That's an assumption.
चलिए, learning के बिना earning नहीं होता. Learning और earning में केवल L का difference है. L जो earning अगर आपको earning चाहिए ना, तो learning के बिना earning नहीं होता. ठीक है? तो एक L है, हटाइए. Right. Yes, next question, please.
The other basic is the change management. No? You need to create the urgency, the sense of urgency.
नहीं करोगे तो मर जाओगे. If you don't learn, you'll die, you'll perish. If you don't learn.
And third is, मिर्जा गालिब ने बहुत अच्छे से बोला है कि जो शख्स जिस शगल का शौक रखता है, if you enjoy doing something, और वो करने में वो अपनी उम्र बसर करे, उसे ऐश कहते हैं. और ऐश जो है वो 5% लोग ही कर पाते हैं. Rest all struggle is their life.
एक है panelist हमारे. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, next.
So you mentioned,
is many. Yeah.
So you mentioned that having an emotional connect with the employee is very crucial while looking at the learning and development part. But also while you gave an example that whenever you have to check a behavioral aspect, say of humility, so we'll see whether how he's performing. But how do we monitor that on a continuous basis? Because this might be a one-off incident, so how do we check that on a continuous basis and monitor that?
See, we are human beings, so let's be human. It's not going to be assembly line where you need to monitor and there are lights beeping in the server and you say okay, or you on your phone also you not always put your speed test check. At home, if somebody is behaving differently, third day, fourth day you will still realize, no, माँ बाप को समझ में आ जाता है कि बेटे को प्यार हो गया.
Next, please. So many hands are raised, so we want to give more opportunity. It's a rare opportunity to have so many esteemed panelists here. Yep.
My question is that, as the professor said, we are investing 1 lakh and we are getting 50,000 returns, but L&D is a program that generates long-term returns. So we are getting that 50,000 every year. So shouldn't time be considered while measuring the impact of return on investment on L&D?
It is always considered.
See I don't, if it's okay with
I'll
take that one.
It's an open.
See, essentially, it's not. There is no linear equation that a plus b whole square is going to give you a square plus b square plus 2ab in learning. right? It is indicative in nature. So when you drive trends, you will understand there's something called lead measures and something called lag measures. Lead measures basically tell you, is there a difference that you can see initially, which indicate that there's going to be a better return at a later stage. So yeah, if you see 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, that's a very plainly put situation. You will try to realize that I am beginning to see a change. The fostering of the change will of course require conducive environment around it, so that you encourage that behavior, and essentially you'll see a long-term impact, right? There's this story about a guy called Johnny Bagger, right? He was nothing but a simple guy who used to bag groceries. You know, bagging of a grocery, आपने सामान ले लिया अपनी बास्केट में, वो बैग में डाल के लेके जाना है, तो ना एक अच्छा सा कोट लिखता था अपने बैग पे अपने कस्टमर्स के लिए, राइट? तो एसेंशियली क्या हुआ कि उसके कस्टमर्स वापस आने लगे कि आज ये कोट क्या लिखेगा. तो स्मॉल चेंजेस टेक some time to show results, right? ISRO was established in the 1960s and the 70s. We launched Chandrayaan 3 successfully. Today it's 50 years, but learning and development in the space always taking place, right? So end results will come. So like I said, पहले आप देखो कि are people excited about it? Are they learning behavior change? And then ROIs will also come. कुछ चीजें होती हैं जिसमें immediate ROI चाहिए होता है आपको, because that's the business need. So you track it faster and you want to see a bigger impact. No straight formula to measure or ascertain which is the way to calculate. You'll have to look at ये training का objective क्या था, या learning journey का objective क्या था. This is stopped working. Oh, it's working. Objective क्या था, और फिर आप measure करो उसको. That's the best way to do it.
So he's saying it's not in mathematics. Your L&D is not in math. We are trying to apply mathematics to something which is psychology and other dimensions. So the challenges will remain. But we have to show the top management that it adds value, you know, so mathematics is also required. Yes, next please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, just get up and ask. We don't have that much time.
So my question is like, how do we tackle the challenge of fixing the attributes of measuring the impact of learning on some specific outcomes when there are so many things impacting the organization? And there's one another question that today in this world when privacy has been given so much of significance, how ethical is it to measure performance by maybe observing your employees or their performance? So like, what are the ethical constraints we should take care of?
Okay, so just a quick comment and then I'll pass it on to see, we spoke about A/B testing. We spoke about A/B testing, if you were paying attention, which basically said that
You can create 2 focus groups and then see the impact, because see, you have a lot of variables, right? Let's say summers आ गए तो AC की sales बढ़ जाएंगी. अब आप बोलोगे अरे AC तो बेचना ही था ना क्योंकि season आ गया, हम उससे. So people understand that and there is something called year-on-year growth also that you can measure. So this period, let's say last year also what I was doing vis-a-vis this year. So you can take care of So there are a lot of ways where you can normalize data by taking out the variables and then checking, and then of course you can, like I said, create a test group in the same. Just Delhi में मेरे 50 स्टोर हैं. Let's talk about Pepe as an example, right? 50 stores. अब वहाँ के जो sales rep हैं उनमें से आधों के लिए मैंने training कर दी और आधों के लिए नहीं की. Such that मुझे पता है कि इनका footfall भी similar है, जो customer की buying capacity आती है वो भी similar है, तो मुझे differences पता चल जाएंगे. So you'll have to do that. Now coming to the next point of terms of privacy. See, I think sometimes we get confused with a lot of things. There is something called personal identifiable information, which is something that you need to protect at a certain stage. But we are not sharing your Aadhaar card number, phone number, whether you have a specific medical condition or not. In training effectiveness, you're just observing whether you are doing certain things which are generic in nature and not very specific to you about your entire personality traits or your individual characteristics as such. So I don't think that there is any conflict as far as privacy and the other thing is concerned, unless of course we come with a law tomorrow that says आप ये भी नहीं देख सकते कि ऑफिस पे आया कि नहीं आया इंसान, लेकिन पैसे दो. तो अभी उस evolved stage पे पहुंचे नहीं हैं.
I'd just like to add one more thing. You mentioned about ethics, measuring a performance. Okay, that data privacy which is there in the parliament is going to be approved and it will soon come. You know, it is your personal level. When you're working for the organization is measuring the performance of yours when you're working in the organization. Your marks in the colleges come because you're there in the college. They're measuring your marks in the college. They're not measuring what you're doing outside in the market, right? So all performance which is being measured inside the organization is ethical because it is being performed for the organization and you're being paid for it. It's not free of cost or anything. What you're doing outside space, is something which is not supposed to be measured, no organization measures that, right? So it is always ethical to measure.
That if the employee is sitting in their respective cubicle and working exactly what the person is supposed to work, or maybe rather just playing games on the computer, is it ethical? Because then employees might question that why is somebody coming and looking into my system.
What you're saying right now is pathetic leadership skills, okay? It's pathetic leadership skills. Organizations have leaders like that. They are all human beings, okay? Trust me, no mechanics or robotics are measuring that. Human beings. Human beings can be different. So one human being is peeping into it, other human being is thinking that, come on, he's playing on a game, probably, that particular time, he's refreshing, he'll do a better job. That's leadership. That's nothing to do with this, okay? It is nothing to do with organization ethics. It is all leadership. And sometimes, trust me, these leaderships are questioned at a different level. Okay?
Wonderful. Anyone else? Next. It's a gray area, lady. It's a gray area.
Yeah,
that's what they are saying. It's a gray area. Yeah, next.
Hi, panelists. So, like you all said, an organization spends a generous amount in training and development, in learning and development. So, let's say after doing all that, the employee leaves the organization. So, how does an organization compensate their losses?
Dr. Chauhan wants to respond. I'll give you one call. Anyway, yeah, please.
See, there was a saying, and it was very popular in the LinkedIn, right? So CFO told that we are spending so much money in the training. What happens? That person leaves. Then the CHRO said to him, "Sir, what happens? That your person stays and doesn't leave, right? We are not trained him, so we are doing loss." So this is how you are going to see on the positive front. One, you are taking into the learning per se. I'll tell you one thing. I think some of the panelists were talking about. I fully agree that going future, learning organizations will only grow. Right? That is no doubt in this. Unless you don't have a learning organizations, you will not create the talent pool to go forward. But my thought is little bit different than this. Right? I say that organization will grow only those organizations who de-learn fast. Right? So please underline my word de-learn fast. Right? So in COVID, I have seen a lot of people who did not de-learn. They became redundant and they had to leave. Right? So you have to learn fast and simultaneously de-learn fast. That's what I want to say.
I think that's what we have time for. Or we can take one or more question.
One more question.
One question, last question. Yeah, let there.
So, sir, my question is that we've been taught Hawthorne effect, and knowing that after a training period, the person or the employee might be, you might be having a wrong data. So how do you identify that eventually the person is going to come to his or her true behavior? So how do you identify that the person is worth giving a chance and should stay in an organization?
So I think performance is something, unless and until you measure it, any behavior, there has to be a measurement around it. So if the behavior changes momentarily, or if the behavior changes is say 15 days, it will come back and it will start reflecting in the performance. So that's the easiest way to actually gauge if your training was effective or not effective, and to gauge whether the person has gone back to his or her previous self. It will start reflecting in the performance.
Wonderful. So thank you so much. I think that's the time we had. So thank you, panelists. At least we have a broad understanding of learning and development canvas in the practices in these very great organizations. So whatever you have studied in the classroom, now you can see the practice scenario, and with this I think you have a much more realistic perspective when you go to the organization. We are sure you will hit the ground running in L&D function because you are armed with theoretical tools. Now you are aware of the the practice landscape. So thank you so much, and thank you, panelists, once again. So thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your valuable insights. We are sure that this discussion will be extremely beneficial for the budding managers in this ever-evolving world. Now, I would like to invite JP Upadhyay sir to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. Sachin sir, I would like you to come on the stage, please. Monal ma'am.
Stand there only.
यहाँ खाली जगह यहाँ
जी
बैठ
ले
ले बैठ तो आपने बहुत सारी ले रखी
बैठ जाते
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys mind if I take a picture of all of you?
Same here. Yeah, sure.
Because I'm feeling very nostalgic. I used to be there somewhere.
Mona, see you all. I'm outside.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good. I was more interested on the other. So I have a lot of friends, batchmates, so I can at least show them that this is now the Audi looks these days. It used to be different that time. The tables, I think, were the same. The chairs were different.
Now we'll be having a short break for 15 minutes, following which panel 2 shall commence from 12:05 p.m. We request everyone to be seated right now. Please be seated for 5 minutes, everyone. We request everyone to disperse from back.
Unintentional Exclusion, a DIB Challenge to Tackle. We hope you had an interactive break following the enlightening discussion in our first panel. Now I, Jasleen Kaur Sethi, member of the International Relations and Executive Education Committee, would like to introduce the second panel, Unintentional Exclusion, a DIB Challenge to Tackle. India's rich diversity in languages, cultures, and traditions serves as an inspiring ground for our discussion today. We've all heard that embracing diversity can lead to a positive and dynamic work environment. But it's also important to acknowledge that achieving true inclusivity that can be formidable challenge stereotypes, microaggressions, and communication barriers can unintentionally create divisions within diverse teams. Even well-intentioned efforts to diversify the workforce can sometimes miss the mark. The key, we believe, lies in addressing these challenges head-on and fostering not just diversity, but equity and a deep sense of belonging for all employees. So let's explore intricacies of this crucial journey together and uncover strategies to build workplaces that truly celebrate the mosaic of talents, backgrounds, and perspectives. But how should the same be tailored to cope up with the industrial pace? To shed light on the same, I would like to introduce our moderator, Dr. Shavik. He is an assistant professor at IMI New Delhi in the OBHR area. He earned his doctorate from the Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi. Previously, he was a faculty at the Department of Commerce and Business Administration, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. His academic pursuits encompasses a wide array of disciplines, including but not limited to cyber loafing, mindfulness, leadership, neurodiversity, gender sensitization, and performance management system. Our esteemed panelists for the discussion are as follows. Ms. Karishma Arora, ma'am, is a distinguished professional who currently holds the esteemed position of Vice President of Performance and Business Management Leader HR India at NatWest Group. Notably, Ms. Arora is also an esteemed alumna of IMI New Delhi, and her illustrious career spans over 13 years of dedicated service in the field of human resource. Within her impressive portfolio, Ms. Arora has demonstrated mastery across the entire HR landscape. She excels in employee life cycle management, talent cultivation, campus recruitment leadership, CSR direction, and has also ventured into the space of internal communication for a couple of years. We welcome you, ma'am. Our second panelist, Ms. Vinita Mittal. Ma'am is the Director of People and Culture at Grant Thornton, deriving strategic talent initiatives at the firm including DEI. She possesses over 15 years of experience in HR leadership across financial services, media management consulting, and excels in implementing HR strategies, talent solutions, and organization-wide interventions to drive organizational growth. We are glad to have you, ma'am. A third panelist, Mr. Anup Sethi. Sir is the HR director at Vitusa. He leverages over 22 years of experience in learning and development as well as talent management. He's a leader of organizational growth, streamlining processes, optimizing learning, and crafting talent strategies. His dedication to employee satisfaction and performance enhancement is underscored by a comprehensive set of certification, including ICF Professional Certified Coach, Designing Theme at KPMG, Harrison Assessments, and Horgan Assessment, among others. We welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, our panelist, Ms. Nikita Zutsi. She is the Senior Vice President HR at Make My Trip, a seasoned HR leader with over 17 years of international HR experience. Ma'am excels in talent management, leadership, acquisition and development, transition and HR automation across diverse organizational scales, including startups and large enterprises. Welcome, ma'am. Now I would request Souvik sir to take the discussion forward.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Jasleen. Respected Director Sir, distinguished guests, eminent panel members, fellow colleagues, supporting staffs, and my dear students. A very good afternoon to all of you. It is truly an honor to be here as a moderator for the second panel. I'm excited to facilitate this important discussion with our esteemed panelists, leaders from the industry, and engage in meaningful conversations about addressing the challenges of unintentional exclusion in the realm of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belongingness. Now, I'm not going to repeat the details surrounding the theme for discussion, as that has already been covered by Jasleen so well. Rather, I will try to set the stage for reflections based on two situations from my experience. Situation 1. I remember an instance when I was in a multicultural, multi-regional sort of a setup. Consider it to be my workplace or an institution. I was away from my native state, which is West Bengal, and generally that kept alive an urge to converse with someone at the new place in my mother tongue, which is Bengali. I always waited for those moments. One day, I was talking to one of my fellow colleagues who is from a different state. So we were talking in English and Hindi. Suddenly I saw another colleague of mine approaching us who speaks Bengali. Immediately, the entire scenario changed. I greeted him or her in Bengali, and honestly, quite unknowingly, I continued talking a minute or so in the same language. After some time, both of us were highlighted by the first colleague in a friendly manner. What is going on? I mean, come on, I'm right here. I mean, when I think about this right now, trust me, I had no intention of excluding the first colleague from the discussion. That sudden enthusiasm completely engulfed and clouded my judgment. That day, even for a moment, unknowingly and unintentionally, we possibly made our friend experience a sense of exclusion, and that is not acceptable. Scene transition. Situation 2. One of my friends was working in an organization on a certain capacity in a project at an entry level. There were 5 people in the team. The job was stressful, but there was an enormous learning experience. They were all fresh graduates, vibrant, young, bursting with energy, ready to take up any challenge. But there was something which kept on bothering my friend for some time. Post-lunch, the boss used to go downstairs for a smoke. The colleagues of my friend also used to accompany the boss for the same. My friend was not into that. He observed, now comes the interesting part, he observed that while his colleagues and his boss return and re-enter the office premises and the offices, and they get into their respective cabins and cubicles, they had smiles on their faces as if they had a good time. He felt as if he was missing something. Generally, the entire day the team was focusing on work, and that actually that is the only time, the lunch break time, when they had that certain breather. While the post-lunch smoking breaks provided them with an opportunity to socialize and bond, my friend felt left out because he did not partake in the same activity. He felt as if he did not belong to the team. And it is just not about a particular activity which we have mentioned here. There were many other instances, and it was just one of them. If we look at these situations, a lot of us probably have experienced or witnessed incidents of different kinds of unintentional exclusion. I do not need to chart that out in length, that a sense of belongingness brings a lot of favorable benefits for the organization, like higher productivity, lower attrition rate, higher satisfaction, and so on. DEIB is something which is not attempted this day as a feel-good factor. In fact, it helps to save a lot of money and resources for the organization, and not only that, it provides a competitive edge at the end of the day. Hence, it makes absolute business and strategic sense, and that is why tackling the challenges of unintentional exclusion through various initiatives is the need of the hour. So how we are going to get the ball rolling for this particular panel discussion? So first of all, we are keeping it segregated in two segments. In the first segment, we are going to focus on the unintentional exclusion related problems. What are the different issues, experiences are there which the leaders from the industry would like to share their insights on. In the second part of the segment, what we are keeping in mind is through different DEIB initiatives or different organizational interventions and practices, how we can possibly tackle those unintentional exclusions. All right? So, as it is mentioned in the brochure, and as it's very much there are certain aspects which we are going to focus on. It starts with the stereotyping, thereafter we have the microaggressions, we have the cultural differences, communication related issues, then we need to see the equity and the equality set of debates. And thereafter we will look at the possible solutions. So I will request the panel members to share their thoughts on this particular panel theme. So we have Ms. Karishma Arora, VP NatWest Group, Ms. Vinita Mittal, Director HR, Grant Thornton, Mr. Anup Sethi, Director HR, Chusa, and Ms. Nikita, SVP HR, MMT. So if I may ask and request, we would like to hear any one of you, whosoever would like to start the discussion with. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? So this is working. Okay, I'm Nikita and so happy to see all of you on a Sunday. Half of you are looking hungry. The other half of you are looking sleepy. But I hope by the time all of us finish talking to you, you guys would probably be more awake than what you're currently. So not a very long time back, I went and took a sabbatical and I went to Italy to do my second master's in a subject called organizational psychology. You're all students. I don't know how many of you have realized it, but we go to different colleges, we go to coveted colleges, and when we reach there, we tend to segment ourselves into people we know. Okay, I'm from South India, let me make a group of South Indians. I'm from North India, let me make a group of North Indians. And God forbid, if you are in North India, then it becomes a set of folks from UP, a set of folks from MP, set of folks from Delhi, within Delhi, South Delhi, I don't know, or Jamna Par, and God knows, and that's Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad, and of course it continues happening in our organizations also. But coming back, when I went to do my master's from Italy, I had classmates from 27 different countries. And it was near impossible to find people from Delhi, Jamna Par, and what all. And then we were forced to choose people who complemented our skills or were in contrast to our skills. So perhaps I was somebody who was good with OB, and another colleague of mine was good with, let's say, culture. And we were forced to choose people from whom we could learn. And when we start putting ourselves in groups of people, which we do even in campuses and in organizations, what we're doing is we're unintentionally excluding people from whom we can actually learn and grow. And you're right now in a place where perhaps if you start now, instead of making groups of homogeneous sets, it will be better for you if you go and learn from colleagues who you have nothing in common with. And perhaps then the unintentional biases will not be in place.
Sure. All right, so hi everyone. I completely agree with what she said. But before we actually get into the exclusion space, the first question that I always think is, why do we need inclusion? What is the purpose it will solve? If you push it down my throat, I'll make it a tick in a box, compliance activity, reporting activity to my board, and then I'll be done with it, right? Maybe put some metrics around male to female, men to women ratios. In Indian context, I'm saying it, right? I'll put it that way. When I go to US, I'll put it to whites to blacks, people of color. I'll put some ratios around it and claim myself to be an organization of a certain repute and doing something. I'll actually go back to what Dr. Goldratt did it, and this is something I would encourage each one of you to also look at it. Dr. Goldratt wrote a very beautiful book named The Goal. In my last organization, or technically a last organization, but on all practical purpose it was acquired by Virtusa. Polaris Softwares was acquired by Virtusa. I was very new to IT industry. I was more on the other side of it, coming from outside consulting someone. So my boss gave me this book. He said, why don't you read this? Because what was happening with me, I'm a vegetarian. So the smallest part of exclusion happens is lunch tables, we'll be seated on a corner, vegetarians, no life, dal, paneer, everything finishes there, right? But non-vegetarians, you see this amount of satisfaction. So you get excluded there. Then because I joined in Chennai, so 40% or 60% of the meeting would actually go in Tamil. So, all of a sudden one guy would pass some remark which, will go completely above the head and you won't be able to, do anything because topic has moved on to something else. Now, these are all unintentionals. Of course, as a person who is eager, curious, and adamant as well, I would actually want them to go back to the previous point and help me understand what is it that they have decided so that I kept my mind open. That was first thing I did was, and that gave me an opportunity. Today, I can understand Tamil till, some 20% of it, Telugu 40% of it, because I don't want to be on that other side of, the table where I am feeling not involved, because then my brain stops. So why for an organization is, I want to grow. End objective of any organization is to make money. That is what Goldratt said. We want to make money, we want to be a profitable organization, and if we are profitable, our employees, our customers, everyone will prosper. And from there we start moving into, answering as to what is happening today in a stereotype world. I'll come back to it, but I want other panelists to also speak about this as to what is happening in today's ecosystem and what are different coping mechanisms. Individuals are forced to take that up because of this unintended exclusion that is happening with them.
Thanks, Anup. Thanks, Nikita.
Is this working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it wasn't very long when I was on the other side of the table, and I keep saying that not very long. That's how I make myself feel young. So it's good to see all of you on a Sunday morning, suited and all. Sorry for that. So, as Nikita and Anup rightly said, it's everywhere. And sometimes when we look to ourselves, we feel that, we are not like that. We don't, have those unconditional biases. And does it really exist? But till the time it happens with you, you really don't realize that, yeah, it is there. And it is there so strongly that you experience it almost every other day. And trust me, you might feel that, we are part of that group which is so-called majority. So in Delhi, being a North Indian, being able to speak English properly, by God's grace, everything about you great. But still in your life, sometime you will experience being that part of the group where you will feel that somebody has made you feel excluded. And I would just like to share an example here, very, very unintentional, and we call it as unintentional bias. But just to reiterate, good intent is not an excuse of the impact that the bias creates, okay? So it's important to talk about it. And here I want to share an example, and Shobhi, thanks for the two beautiful examples that you shared. So we all know, when COVID hit, everybody went to remote working. We were all working from home. And Zoom and Microsoft Teams became our lives, before our spouses and kids, Zoom used to be the first thing that used to come to your mind when you wake up in the morning. So I was in a very regular Zoom call with some 4 colleagues. All happened to be men on the call. And we were all talking, and suddenly there was a noise of a kid crying in the background. And this very senior leader from the organization said that, Karishma, can you please go on mute? There is a background noise. And it wasn't me whose kid was crying. So very unintentional. I'm sure the person didn't even think for a second before, but it was so naturally ingrained in our system that being a woman, being a mother, of course if it's a kid is crying, it has to be the women's kid. And honestly, more than the bias to me, I feel it's a bias to the men. Can't men take care of the kid? Why did this thought occur to this senior leaders guy? And one thing I could have done, to be just quiet and let it be. It's unintentional, of course, he doesn't mean it. But unless you speak about these things, and when it comes to inclusion, more is less. You have to keep talking about it. You have to keep addressing this concern because it's natural in us. Very, very basic North Indian versus South Indian, even within North Indian, different. In fact, you won't believe even your personal characteristics becomes, too tall, too short, a little, healthy on the healthy side, body shaming, everything exists around us. And unless we talk about it, it's going to stay. And the impact is going to get stronger and stronger, and it is going to affect the organizations. So before, going ahead to how we can curb this in the workplace, I would like to listen more from Vinita's side as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Karishma. Sorry, I just Nikita. We just met today. No, I think very interesting perspectives coming in from all the co-panelists. I feel that we have a challenge of this unintentional exclusion. What could be the reason? If we try to delve a little deeper, you'll find that we all are humans, right? And it is a natural tendency for us to feel more gravitated towards people who share similar characteristics, and that's where this phenomenon is called affinity bias. It is one of the unconscious biases, and unintentional exclusion largely stems from this bias. So I think it's being part of that human fraternity, of being social animals. I think a lot has been said about various kind of exclusions that can happen. I feel that stereotypes and everything that we're seeing around are stereotypes, right? Within our diversity, we are classifying ourselves into various such demographics, and a lot of it is something that we are seeing around us and has been passed on from generations to generation, and we just carry forward that. Instead of just kind of, taking a pause and saying, no, this is not right, and let's change it. So for instance, like gendered roles, there are certain roles which are deemed fit for a particular gender, right? For example, I can talk about organization, but in the societal ecosystem, you will see more men as cab drivers, for example. More men taking on roles where they are more prominent. So I have a 6.5-year-old daughter, and she asks me this question a lot of times. Mom, I have always seen a man or a boy coming and delivering, things. Women do not do this job. I said they do, but maybe you haven't seen. So that's how I tell her that it's not about it. There's a certain role, certain job only fit for men. That's how society has kind of, classified it. So yeah, I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and I just thought I would kind of, quote this example. Maybe we can take the discussion forward from here. Yeah.
Sure. Is it audible? So, like you all have mentioned from your own experiences, the kind of things or the intentional biases or exclusion. Now the thing is, as I started off with my understanding as well, generally what we see is when we are the targets, we tend to keep that in our memory more. So if we look at this equation, so there is a possible perpetrator or an actor who doesn't know, there is someone on the receiving end, so the receiver or possibly the victim. And then you have people who are on the observant side. So an interaction is happening with those unintentional exclusion streams are going through. And then somebody is there as an observant or a witness, but not really stepping in to do something about it, possibly because the speed of the moment, or maybe not sure how the person will respond to that situation. So in your experience, as you have been sharing, we would also like to know that whether you have also been on the other side of the table. Unconsciously, you have said or acted upon something where you felt later on that possibly those were the unintended or unintentional exclusions.
I think classic case is that if you're from IIT or IIMs or IMIs, you are superior than the ones who aren't from there. It's a classic case that's unfortunately followed even in many organizations today. I think the way to deal with it is that we should stop confusing somebody's expertise with the education.
Right.
Right. Once you're in the organization, then it's a level playing field. Then it's about what you bring to the table and not where you've gone to study. And I think I've also been in a place where I used to do that, where if somebody, and it's called a halo effect, and I think we probably in our ecosystem need to start from there, where we stop confusing education with expertise that a person brings to the table.
Right. Thank you for sharing.
I think a very common, am I on? Yeah. I think a very common example that we all would have seen is when somebody is addressing a large crew, we say ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you are aware, because there's a lot of awareness going on. Gender is not binary.
Yes.
It's not just men and women. There are various strands of gender, and there is a non-binary dimension to it. So by saying ladies and gentlemen, unintentionally you're excluding people who may be in that group representing a non-binary dimension, who do not represent just a male or female. So that gender identity and the gender expression that the person wants to kind of demonstrate, they lose out on that freedom of expression when you address. So I think that's one example, and I know that on a couple of occasions when I went to institutes, I did tell them, do not say ladies and gentlemen. There are different ways. You can say to all the people sitting here, to all the folks here.
Yeah.
So that's more inclusive.
Thank you for sharing, Vinita.
I'll give a practical example which is happening within the industry itself. Because we take this topic as at a very surface level, I'm saying this is happening. You go to naukri.com, type in project management, open positions. You won't find any position, or maybe 1% of the positions being published as I want a female project manager, or saying that this is a diversity position, or saying that a female employee preferred here, right? In fact, this happened with me as well. This is pre-COVID time, and big data picking up in the industry. Me, my department teams, we were working like 24/7. Everyone within the organization wants to get into that space. And I had a team member who was, facing challenges on her, taking care of her kid and all of that, because of which her absenteeism was increasing. So I had a word with her, and then she said, all right, I want to take a 2 months break because I want to get my kid settled. And I had the opportunity to now backfill that position internally. And what I published was, I'm looking for a training coordinator, someone to step in on a Sunday, on a Saturday, and see that everything goes on time. But somewhere my conditioning, my orientation, my experience with my own team member, and the current functional challenges of those days, I kept on rejecting the resumes of any of the female employee coming in, someone who is coming forward and saying that I want to come into this department, because I felt my department is really hot because of the activities that we do, because of the kind of mandate we have, and because of the kind of support that we do for the global audience. You know, someone who is supporting at that point of time, say around 24K employees, you're supporting them, of which you have some 4,000 employees sitting in Hyderabad itself, and you're supporting them. I want it. So you can say I was biased. Yes, the team member I got was a male person. Of course, he proved to be a good asset for the team. You know, had a good growth. But at the same time, when I reflect back, after COVID, you know, the teams changed, everything changed, and then I had no opportunity but to take 2 of the female team members into my team, because that's the only choice I had at that point of time because of some internal shifting we were doing. They proved me wrong. And I'm proud of them. They proved me wrong. They were much more ahead of me in terms of thinking as to what next we are going to do that. What kind of bottlenecks may come and how can we plan for them. Today I'm sitting here, I have a live batch right now running on generative AI within my own organization, which more than 2,000 people concurrently are attending that session. But I'm not bothered about it because I know there is someone who is completely at the control of all the events that are happening, and I don't have to worry about it. My Sunday is my Sunday. Of course, they can have their own Monday at their own leisure, or possibly we can swap, and we have been doing that. So yes, it does exist in every organization, and we also have been, you know, on the other side of the table. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anu. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you for sharing. It's not easy to accept where you did make that judgment error. I know it was very brave of you to share it with all of us. And here, I would also like to share a situation which right now puts me in a very vulnerable situation by sharing it. But I think it's very important to speak it out loud. Because as Shobik correctly said, when you are a victim, you want to go around and, you know, cry and whine in front of everyone. But when you are on the other side, first of all, you don't even get to know that you made that unintentional bias. And second of all, you don't want to talk about it. You were like, okay, yeah, it was a mistake, it happened. Let's just will not make it again. So this was some 4 or 5 years back in my previous organization. I was with IKEA, and we were in a setting up stage. And talent acquisition was one of the biggest role that I was doing because we were making teams from scratch. And at IKEA, every candidate, no matter what role they take, first interview had to be an value culture fit round, an HR round, which I used to take. So maybe in a span of 5 years, I would have taken some thousands of interviews. So one day suddenly a leader for whose team I was recruiting, after a couple of months had passed by, and you know, I used to take the first round of interview, pass on to him for the next round of interview. He came up to me and said that, Karishma, did you realize everybody you are sending through to me is like somebody who you know, talks at a quick pace, is highly energetic, definitely very positive skills to have in a team member. But don't you think they're almost like replicas of you? Because you're always hyper, you know, you're always eager, talk fast. And at that time I paused and I reflected, you know, yeah, actually, and I am accepting that in front of 100 of you right now. I did that. I rejected candidates who used to talk slowly. And I couldn't believe that could be one of our bias, gender, sexual orientation, you know, being specially able, are like really big things. But just for the matter that somebody, if I'm asking a question and the person is taking like a 10 minutes monologue to answer, would just put my brain off. I was not interested in talking to that candidate anymore. So that was something which I didn't realize that I was doing unless it was brought up to me. So again, you know, reiterating on the fact that you have to talk about it. You have to discuss your own vulnerabilities or your own unintentional bias with the other person who will make, because these are your blind spots. You really don't know that you're doing that. So it's very important to talk about it, discuss about it, and share your examples with others so that, you know, you can also relate, yeah, you know, I also do that, maybe something similar to that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karishma, for sharing this, and we really value your insights on all of this matters. So, like, I completely resonate with what you mentioned, and like what Vinita mentioned about the gender neutral, the use of gender neutral or gender inclusive pronouns. Recently, we see whenever we attend any particular program, generally we see whenever the person is giving example, even if, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman or the extended family of LGBTQ plus, the examples are always he, most of the time. So, I mean, it really doesn't make that noticeable when you do it with he, but the moment you change it to she, to the entire duration of the presentation, it will eventually become very noticeable. Similarly, like what you mentioned about the ladies and gentlemen part as well. So, I mean, it's always helpful if we can do folks or hello everyone. So those are much better in that way. In fact, when I gave my example, I also did this. His or her, if you remember. The reason behind doing his or her was that I didn't want to disclose the gender of that person because it was a real story, because this is going to be live stream. Eventually it will be there for the near future. So at least the person, even if identifies with the story, not necessarily identifies with the gender. But there also I should have kept the extended gender as well. And it's so deep rooted. And I understand what Nikita also said, that it's also about, at times we do not really like kind of focus and remember that we are doing this. At times when we do this, at certain point of time, it's so much there. She also spoke about people who come from or graduate from IITs and other places. They tend to have this effect. I mean, I take that, but at the same point of time, I also understand, the kind of pointers you are, mentioning there. Also about, thanks to Anup and Karishma as well, sharing your insights on these matters and putting yourself in front of the camera, in front of the live stream, and sharing those, true set of insights and giving that vulnerable position, but at the same point of time, noticing that event and probably eventually evolving with that event. I think we are all human beings. We all understand this. So it's not possible at times that we are going to be always aware or always sensitive. But what we can really strive for is we can broaden our horizon in terms of how far or how well we can become gender inclusive, or for that matter, how long we can be out of the unintentional exclusion related segments. I also happen to talk to a few other people, a few students. I also wanted to get what kind of things they do. So what happens whenever I ask these questions? So people will talk about from their experience. From my position, with my demography, set of characteristics, I might not be able to notice those, but there are other people as well who would eventually understand and share those insights with us. And so some of them are from the students, some of them from my fellow other mates. So for example, one example was like making it mandatory a 3-piece suit event. So there are employees who might be able to afford it, but there might be situations when they are not. If I take it in this way, Secret Santa events, mandating it, even for the birthdays, if we are looking at it, that you have to contribute this much amount, and if you don't do it, then eventually out of it, it's not like somebody is telling you, but eventually you get out of the picture. Then, so my questions to you before we move on to the solutions aspect to it. Yes, please. Yeah, please.
So on the birthday piece.
Yeah, please.
Okay, on the birthday piece, my son is now 17, and he's been in the same school from the beginning of time. And it is mandatory in the school in Gurgaon that you have to have kids from economically weaker section or kids who are specially able. And what they do in the school, and this is something that I have learned, and it is so beautiful, that they don't allow kids to bring chocolates to school. They don't allow big, huge things that generally we tend to do as parents, right? Only son, I wanted to get ice cream in school. All they say is that because we have children from economically weaker section, you need to send something that you've made it at home. And it could be anything. You know, I'm forced to cook, that's a different thing. I'm not sure if kids enjoy what is coming their way. But it is so beautiful. There is no mandate at all. And perhaps there is some lesson for all of us as adults to take from there.
Right. Please feel free if any one of you want to share. I will be giving the pointers and the kind of things which I think and got those information. But please feel free to whenever you feel like. So yeah, please.
So I'll just add a spin here. Today, when we look at DEI initiatives across industries, there are 50% of the organizations who have policies in place, which means there is a document that exists for reference. On the ground, how much of it is getting implemented is not very openly known, disclosed, or talked about. Now let's give it a spin of a slightly grave situation. Consider this, that you are on the receiving side of it, and it is more becoming of a stereotype threat. You know, you are being stereotyped, and now it's a threat to your identity. 2-3 things that I see, because being a coach, I get into those conversations, especially new joiners at a leadership level when they come in. Sometimes we do come across people coming in saying, I'm only the one single person in this non-Telugu Telugu speaking team, but I am missing out on so much of important things. These guys, they go for lunch, they don't invite me and all. So people come out with their dissatisfactions. First thing that happens is there is a masked behavior that you start seeing. Like the smoking example that you said. I can also go there, stand there, but that would be my masked behavior. That's not my preferred behavior. So being natural yourself, you will not be there. If you look at Harrison assessment, which is a psychometric tool, it also talks about something that you do enjoy. You tend to get good feedback on it. The better feedback that you get, you tend to practice that more and become even better at it. So even, let's say my son, he is just 8 years old. One day he saw me, talking very aggressively on a call, and I was literally, out of control at that point of time because some basic things were not happening. And he felt that, venting out anger and talking sternly is the way to get your things done. And he immediately picked it up, very smart learner. So evening 8 o'clock is his digital time, and that is when he would actually pick up his, his mother's phone actually. He will not come and touch this phone. He will pick it up, that phone, want to play a game, and he goes to my wife and he says, if I have to grow, I want to play this game. Otherwise, when I go for playing cricket, how will I know that the ball is coming at what speed? And I was looking at him from behind. And this is where, happens is your personal identification with your professional identification becomes different. People start disassociating from it. Like project manager example. I am, or anyone sitting in this group could be really great at, let's say, Excel, macros, project planning, Gantt charts, follow-ups, coordinations, communications, conflict resolutions, negotiations. Someone sitting here could be really good, and I'm saying it for the other gender here, as any of the girls could be sitting here, could be really great at it, right? And the moment you are on the other side, you are receiving some kind of exclusion, you are getting excluded, you start thinking, oh, possibly I am not the one meant for the front end role. That is how a human being would cope for it. No? Angur khatte hain. This is not my cup of tea. Possibly I would take something else which is a lighter one, because consistently my family, my society, my manager, my colleagues have been giving me this impression that I am not, meant for this. So this is when you take a threat there. And when there is a threat, so either there is a flight or a fight.
Right.
Fight, you stand your ground, you prove your mettle, and you get to that position what you want. Flight, you have to duck yourself under the sand and see when the favorable things happen in your way, and then you make your way up.
Thank you so much, Anu. And Nikita, for sharing the insights. Yeah, sure.
So I think whatever we have spoken about unintentional exclusion, I thought maybe it would be apt here. How do these behaviors come out? They come out in the form of microaggressions.
Yes.
I just share my own example. I took a sabbatical when my daughter was born, and it was a sabbatical of close to 1.5 to 2 years. I was looking for opportunities, and there was this organization, of course I would not name it, but they were offering me a compensation which was less than what I was drawing last, and I was not okay with it because I knew the value I was bringing to the table did not really commensurate with that compensation. The person there remarked, we are offering you a job, despite you coming back from a sabbatical, so you should be grateful for this. It was a microaggressive behavior. Just because I'm coming back after a gap doesn't mean that I will compromise on certain attributes, and those are key attributes. So that's my own example which I'm sharing, but I think a lot of these instances happen in organizations and maybe at institutions where, for example, somebody is new to the team and we say, you are too new to contribute and share your ideas, and you just pass this remark so casually, you do not even realize the kind of impact it has on the person. So what, the person is new. Look at a different perspective. Somebody can come with new thoughts, new ideas. And for example, a people manager is having a team meeting, and I do see these things. I'm hearing so many different views in this team. This is not going to work out. And you change this and you say, there's another people manager who's showing a positive behavior and says, there are diverse perspectives coming from this team. Let's discuss this further and see how we can, arrive at a conclusion. So I think these are simple words, simple examples of how unknowingly we show those behaviors in the form of microaggressions. And I think we'll come to the second part of how to overcome this, but I just thought of sharing these because maybe some of you could relate to these examples.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks, Vinita, and pardon me if I'm jumping the gun because I just can't resist myself, with this microaggression topic and how to deal with it. And here I want to share an example of a very beautiful program that we run at NatWest Group. It's called Choose to Challenge, and it's talk about the bystander effect. So in a normal situation, there is a victim. There is a person, from whom the microaggression or the unintentional bias is coming, and most of the time there is a witness as well, who is like a neutral party or an observer. So this program that we have designed talks about situations like very basic in a multicultural setup, and especially in the West. And this has actually happened back in our London office. There were people eating, and some Asian walked in, heated the food. And this white person suddenly got up and said, "Oh, I can't take this curry smell." Very, very, unintentional, very harmless. But of course, a bias towards the Asian. And here, the third person who is sitting on the table, what should that person do? So this program talks about four options that you should take. One is direct action, that you interrupt then and there,
correct the situation, just make the person realize that, you have quoted something which you might not have, thought about, intended to, but, can come across as a microaggression. The second one is delegate. Say, imagine your skip boss has done that remark. You can't really, put your career at risk and, go and intervene that person. So you delegate it to the appropriate, authority or the person. Third is delay. That maybe right now, this example might not be that, that great, but it could have been a very heated argument that has happened. And the situation is so tense that right now it doesn't make sense to take an action. So you delay. You take it at a later stage. And fourth is distract. This happens mainly in a friendly setup where, a group of friends is hanging out, somebody has made a remark, it has come out as a microaggression, but you don't want to complicate the situation, you don't want to create a tense environment, so you just change the topic suddenly, you distract. But as a bystander, as a third person, the observer, you must act when there is a microaggression. So yeah, sorry for jumping the gun here,
Absolutely
but I was so tempted to share this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Karishma. I mean, we were about to come to the possible solutions, and I mean, because it was free flowing, so obviously I didn't think about interrupting. So, and it was like the way, the kind of steps to be taken, these are something, the lessons which we need to observe, and these are something which we need to apply whenever the situation arises, right? So, I will ask this question because about the solution part. So, we see diversity, equity, inclusion, belongingness. I deliberately didn't, kind of explain what are the definitions, what are the examples. I kept it for the leaders from the industry whom they would like to hear. So, one aspect is the diversity part. I mean, Anup, we were talking about it, that it's not majorly like tick boxes. So people do it, now thereafter they forget. Is it only about metrics with which you started your conversation? So I would like to take that conversation forward and would like to ask this question that when do you see that inclusiveness is not really enough, and how students would understand that it is the crux towards the belongingness where the actual, eventually the value would lie. We need DEIB, all of them, but we had DEI and thereafter we also needed the belongingness aspect of it. So if, experts can, share your thoughts on that, it will be really helpful.
I'll rather put it the other way. Belongingness comes first.
Right.
Look at any of the stalwart of the organization, which any one of you dreams to be a part of that organization. Why do you want to be a part of that organization? You take Tata's. Yesterday evening I was in a coaching session, and one of my coachee was talking about, how after the session, of course, that how well the organization takes care of. In fact, he said that I also heard from it, but I have to confirm that even post-retirement, the company is going to take care of the medical expenses. That brings in a lot of sense of belongingness. You are getting there. This is the organization you want to work for, right? Of course, our own conditioning of stability also plays a role in preferring those kind of organization. Now, coming to the question of how do we get to know if inclusivity is not happening? Some of the things that I like to keep in mind is how is, though there are many tools these days are available which can actually tell you how much of the productivity is happening. If I'm working for 8 hours, did I deliver it for 8 hours, or did I do it for only 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours? There are a lot of tools that are there running at the back of a machine. We don't know which tool is that. Like Blue Optima is one of them. It takes care of your coding effort, right? I do a coding and I say in 8 hours I have developed this code, but it has its own metrics. Coders don't agree to it. It has its own metrics of saying whatever you have delivered is only 2 hours kind of a work, right? And then the client will come back to you and will say, you're billing me for 8 hours, but my coding instrument is telling me it is only 2 hours. So those kind of tools are there. But what I like to look at is, is the absenteeism increasing in any kind of a team? If it is on an increase, which means somewhere exclusions are happening, right? Second, turnover. Every manager has to see HR, typically, DEI, it's very easy, you pick up a crown of DEI, put it on the HR head's, head, and say, now this is your job, but whosoever you have hired for me, I'm going to talk to them 24/7. I'm going to use their skill sets. I'm going to get all what their capacity and capability can deliver. But when it comes to anything that they feel to be talked about, go to HR. Now, this is not going to work there. This is not going to work there. I can't go to my kid's teacher and say, ma'am, you are responsible for the well behavior of my child, though child is mine. I can't do that. So we look at how our managers are doing, what is the turnover happening as per business unit or the plans. Then is, fortunately, there is a great thing happened in last 10 years, 15 years. COVID has accelerated that, and that is agility. Agile practices came into being. Now I will only speak about the IT world because that's where I come from. Morning you have a stand-up call, you raise your hand and say, these things are in control and these things are out of control. I'm not able to deliver ABC thing. And when I'm not able to deliver ABC thing, what kind of support do I need? If someone is going silent in those meetings, it is for the manager's responsibility to go and speak with them and get to know what is going on in their head. If consistently that behavior is coming out. So one way to look at is, agility has done is, morning stand-up calls, evening stand-up calls, because you had some work charter to be delivered to the client, and if that is happening, people are participating, that is one. Happiness index. These days we invest a lot in looking at how happy, satisfied, or just take an example of Great Place to Work kind of service. They talk so much about it, and it's a proven thing. Happier the employees, most likely they are to stay with the organization.
Right.
Lesser, they are not. Then comes is career aspirations. Every company has a policy in place saying that, after you have spent so much time in this particular role, you are eligible for the next one. But if exclusions continue to happen, you will not find those type of people, coming forward. I'll just take few seconds more. There's a beautiful example from what Nikita said sometime back about Yamuna Par and all. So one of my uncle used to own a small factory for shirts manufacturing. And it was a simple, assembly kind of a thing. All tailors would be sitting in a line. There is one guy who's only stitching collars and cuffs. There's another guy who's stitching arms. There's another guy who's, bringing all the parts together. Then there's final guy who's ironing the shirt, and then there's a final person who's packaging. And each person is on a commission basis, apart from their salary. So there's, someone who is stitching the collars might be getting some 5 rupees per collar or something like that. Someone who is ironing is getting 50 paisa. I'm talking about something like 12 years back. One day I asked him, what is your rejection rate? Because one of my client, at that point of time, I went to Toyota, and there I got to know that their rejection rate is very less. So I asked my uncle, what is your rejection rate in shirts? He said, hardly any rejection rate. For me, rejection definition is it goes to market and comes back. Not if it is in the factory. So I asked him, he said, hardly any, 1 or 2 shirts every 1,000, it happens. I said, what are you doing so differently that this rejection rate is so less? He said, see, this person's motivator, someone who is ironing, or each of my worker, their motivation is economic prosperity. They want to earn better money. Sorry guys, I'm not able to see you guys. So, it is more about economic prosperity. For them, every 50 paisa, every 5 rupees, every 3 rupees that they're earning is adding on to them as an incentive. So my assurance to them is, if you come across a flaw in the product during any stage of assembly, you highlight it. Keep it aside, evening we will have a discussion.
Right.
No one is going to lose anything. Plus, even if you have not ironed it, but it reached ironing stage, I am still going to give you your money. I'm not going to deduct that.
Thank you, Anup, for sharing this. I will come to Nikita. You started your discussions with which Anup mentioned as well, Jamuna, South Delhi, and these are really prominent matters. We see it in our discussions as well. So, through your organizations or your experience, these DEIB initiatives, how do you think that possibly we can address the focus of the theme, which is unintentional exclusion?
I don't know how many of you have read this book called Women Are From Venus and Men Are From Mars. I would recommend all of you to read it once and then keep reading it again and again. It talks about gender intelligence, and I understand that men and women are built differently. But there are certain things that a woman prefers versus a man. One of the best examples of it, and my family life has become much better after this. Now my husband is listening and not just hearing to what I'm saying. Is that for a woman, the journey is important, and for a man, the destination is important. So when I used to tell him that movie chalte hain, let's go for a movie, for him it's just the movie. For me it is sabzi wala, perhaps pick something for my son, do some shopping because all the movies in Gurgaon are primarily in malls, and it used to baffle him like, how? You just said movie. And I'm like, I didn't know I had to tell you each step of it, right? And fortunately or unfortunately, this is even true in organizations where managers are focusing on the end result and not on the journey. I don't want to have my boss tell me, oh my God, you've delivered this project. I want my boss to tell me, oh my God, you've delivered this problem despite not having the manpower in place, despite you having had to work weekends. And for it may be different maybe for Anup or Shavik, but this is as per research true for most men and women. And I don't think the other genders have got covered right now, but I'm focusing on men and women. For my other colleague who's a man, he just wants to know that his boss is acknowledging the delivery. So in our organization, we've made it a practice for managers to go through this program called Gender Intelligence. And it is not just women or men who are going through it. It is all segments of population that are there in my organization who have to go for it. I'll give you a very simple example. I use my son shamelessly for examples because I've realized there's so much that I'm learning from him. One day he came home, he was super upset. And I'm like, what's happened to you? And he's generally somebody who likes to find solutions, doesn't like discussing challenges. He comes home and he says, I'm sick and tired of you people keeping reservation for girls. What have I done wrong? Over the years, because we're so focused on getting gender diversity, and of course women have had a longer duration to cover or a distance to cover, but I think we're reaching a stage where a different segment of the population, which is men and other genders, are now getting upset because they believe that they're more deserving, but because there's a whole reservation system that is existing, they're getting sidetracked. And perhaps now that you guys are coming into the ecosystem, there is value in you trying to understand that while focusing on one gender, which is had a longer distance to cover, have we started sacrificing the other genders who have similar skill sets?
Thanks, Nikita. Yes, please.
Very beautifully said, Nikita. And here I want to call out that, first of all, DI is not an HR agenda. And at NatWest, they have beautifully how they have structured. We have something called as an Inclusion Council. And there are different ELNs, employee-led networks. So there's a gender balance ELN. So it's not women network. It's a gender balance, which talks about both men and women. There is an LGBTQ+, there is people with disability. And these are all led by business leaders and not HR folks. And all of these networks have colleagues who have volunteered to be part of any of these network basis their interest and passion. So that ways, I think it becomes an overall organization agenda rather than just an HR goal to achieve. And secondly, picking up from what Anoop said, actually thankfully we had that journey, because 10, 12 years back we didn't even speak about diversity, inclusion. I was part of a company in a manufacturing setup with 500 men. We were 2 women in HR, and it was really uncomfortable, being part of the organization. But if we would have approached it a bit differently, we would have started with inclusion and belongingness, and then moved to diversity, because how it started for most of the corporates, that we started chasing the numbers, that we want these many percentage of women at senior level, let's hire some LGBTQ, let's hire people with disability, but the organizations were not ready to include them. The remaining population were not sensitized enough. There was no infrastructure ecosystem to support that. So I really feel that, and now organizations have realized that, and they have sort of, now they are not chasing the numbers. Now they want to create that environment within the organization, that even an organization of 10,000, colleagues hire one LGBTQ plus, the receptiveness of the organization should be such that that one person feels that, I am, like every other person in this organization. So I think that has become a need of the hour. More focus on belongingness and inclusion rather than just diversity and the numbers that we see on the PPT in the organization.
Thanks, Karishma. Vinita, your thoughts, please.
So I think DEIB, while we have been talking about it and we just kind of often just use it as an acronym, I think it's also important to know that what are those broad tenets of each of these terminologies, so that we understand it why we are working on inclusion. So
right.
Diversity is representation. Equity is systems, processes. Inclusion is the, behavior, how you demonstrate those aspects. And belongingness is the feeling. So diversity is a subset of DEIB. You've got the diverse set of people in the organization. How do you make them feel included is where the inclusion comes in, and that's the role of equity. Equity is a bridge that provides that supportive enabling environment. In fact, DEIB provides a very solid foundation to the teams today. And on that foundation, you see the pillars of collaboration, excellence, and various values of the organization that they lay out can actually thrive. In our organization, we charted our DEIB journey in a very phase-wise manner. We said, look, let's start with awareness, because this is a new concept to start with. So our first 2-3 years just went in creating awareness on various types of biases, unconscious biases primarily. And then we said, okay, now let's get into the phase of change. And that's when we started bringing in a lot of concrete initiatives. Primarily on inclusion, we do a workshop, and it's a very different type of a workshop, not a classroom training where you get the people managers and you just do a presentation. No. We have got theatrical based training wherein we are partnering with a theater agency. They get their actors. We give them real workplace scenarios to enact.
Great.
Those scenarios that we see every day happening in teams. They come, they enact those scenarios, and we bring out those learnings for our people managers, because as we know, the visual mode is always the highest form of engaging mode that we see. So that's one way, and it's really working well for us. And there's another way that we are doing to kind of impart a lot of learning is e-learning modules. While I know that e-learning modules are very common, and you will find a lot on the websites as well, but what we do is we curate a lot of content. We make it very GD-centric. We focus on specific scenarios, specific challenges that people managers see in their teams, so that they know exactly what they need to kind of bring out, what behaviors they need to demonstrate to tackle those, non-inclusive behaviors.
Great.
So these are some of the ways that we do in our organization.
Thank you so much, Vinita. Now I open the floor for a very few set of questions. We are running out of time. So yes, I can see your hand raised there. Please introduce yourself, your name, and the person whom you are going to ask the question, the program you are in, all right, and which year you are in.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. core, first year. So my question is for all the panelists. There sometimes you face exclusion because of the time constraint as well. Like for example, you have a group of friends, but you're not able to devote that much time to the work, to the team, and you feel excluded because you miss some of the moments they had. So in such case, what should be done? Like, you know, the fault is with you, you are not able to devote the time. So what should be done in such cases?
Great. In a very brief way.
बात कर लो यार. Have a conversation. Don't keep it to yourself. Sometimes we just have it in our mind because we are guilty of not being able to do something. We think all our friends are also thinking the same. Your friend might actually be thinking that poor girl, she has so many things to do, and yet she's able to come 1 out of the 3 times we invite her. And we're so happy about it. A lot of times a conversation helps, and perhaps in that conversation you can say, okay, here's my time period during which I may not be available for all outings like I used to be. If they're really your friends, they'll understand.
Yeah, ma'am. It's not about the fun activities only, but if I take the real example which is happening to me, so I'm a part of a club here in the college. So I'm a day scholar, and being a day scholar, my most of the time goes into the traveling. So I'm not able to devote that much of the time which other members are devoting. So I feel left out most of the time. So in that scenario, what can be done?
Zoom?
Sorry?
Zoom. I take about 25-30 minutes to travel from my office to my home in the morning because Gurgaon, they've created a labyrinth of one ways to reach your own office that should ideally take you 5. I use that time to do interviews. I use that time to connect with my family back home because they are always having a problem. She's always busy. बहुत तोप हो गई है. That's the favorite dialogue. So if you are spending so much time in traveling, perhaps that's an opportunity for you to say, okay, this is the research that you want me to do. Let me use this time to do that research instead of. But I don't know if you do watch OTT, and maybe if you don't, then perhaps that's one way of doing it. You'll have to figure out the time at hand, the opportunity at hand, and probably marry it. And then maybe you'll probably be doing the best research that anyone can possibly do because that's your own time.
Great advice. Thank you.
I think I'll just add so planning, While I know that planning sounds like, okay, it's so easy, we can do it, but just try that. You plan out your day or a week in a way that you're able to get time for all the activities that you want to do. So your own daily set of activities, your time out with your friends, with your peers, I think that would help.
Thanks, Vinita.
If I can show it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, sure. And then we'll come to you.
I'll just ask you a quick question here. What is making it important for you to be a part of that activity?
In what sense?
Whatever sense, whatever activities your friends are doing, why is it important for you to be there?
Actually, whenever you are in the campus, you all are sitting together and doing your part of the work. But I'm most of the time doing it from my place, so there is a connectivity issue. Like they have the stronger bonds compared that I share with them. So that is the issue I am facing.
So there seems to be that you are looking at connectivity as one of the issues leading to some amount of loss of bonding. Am I right in my interpretation?
Yeah.
Right? What is it that you can do minimal to make an incremental shift? Go for the minimal. Least what you can do.
Maybe whenever I am with the team, I am giving extra love and efforts and concern to the team. That's what I can do from my end.
Thanks.
Start with that.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Rizvi, and then we are going to come to you. Acha, please. No, actually, she raised her hand, so it's fine. Let her. Good that we are having that, kind of great interest. We will take questions for the next 5 minutes, and then so keep your questions very crisp, and possibly the answer as well. Yeah, you can just say it, please. Yeah.
My name is Ashmi and I'm a first year PhD DM HR student.
Address the panelists.
Yeah, so it's not a question, but this is something I've experienced. So in my last organization, so I'm a very outspoken and jolly person in general. I'll keep smiling, and so there was a client meeting which was taking place, and my manager did not recommend me. I was a little disheartened, and I got to know the reason why is because he associated my behavior to me not being serious in work, and I couldn't address the client or maybe explain what we do. And that quarters, when the performance KPIs came, I was among the top 3. So I just went and spoke to him that why didn't I get the opportunity? And he told me I should have given it to you because your performance spoke for itself, not because of my behavior. So my question here is, like, we as students, we study all of this, I think OB in HRPP, on how to remove these biases, how to not have these preconceived notions. But when managers do it at their level, like what do we do in that? We face it in general as students, as employees, but they have already, how do they bring about that change?
All right. If we can have a quick answer.
I think for you, it's important to demonstrate psychological safety. I think that's a terminology
Yes.
which is fast catching up. Speak up. If you see something which is not right, let your manager know. Maybe your manager would benefit from that kind of awareness. As Karishma said, there are blind spots, and maybe he was or she was drawing those from previous instances. So I think it's important to be authentic, and I don't see anything wrong with your behavior. I think it's a very, very positive attribute of always kind of, being cheerful. So just speak up if you see these kind of biases or not so inclusive behaviors that you see in an environment.
Exercise your authentic self. Professor Rizvi, please. Okay, yes.
Hello, my name is Shikhar and I am from PGDM HR first year. I wanted to know is what are the metrics that organization use to know if they are achieving their DEBI achievements, how do they measure if they are achieving their DEBI goals or not, and what are the initiatives Indian companies are taking nowadays to promote DEIB?
Companies-wise, they have mentioned. If you can talk about the metrics also. Anup has spoken about it, but if you can make it a little brief.
Okay, here, not going into too many details, like I told you about the ELNs, the employee-led networks, which address different agendas, be it gender-neutral, people with disability. So there are defined goals that at NatWest we set at the start of the year, and they're actually measured at the end of the year. It is not just good to do. So for example, if there is a sensitization training, it's not like a voluntary training that if you feel like you take it or you're not. We really monitor that, what is the completion rate for that training. We do programs like reverse mentoring. So here I would like to share, we have a program called Transient where we hire transgenders as interns. And recently we have given a permanent position to a transgender colleague. So this transgender colleague is actually reverse mentoring our global head of HR to understand what they have gone through in their life, and at that level, being a global leader, to understand the perspective from the person who is identified as a transgender. So there are a lot of programs that are running, but you have to make it action, not just good to do kind of program. And measuring and evaluating their performance, and at the end, rewarding the team with what they have achieved throughout the year becomes very important.
Point well taken. Yes. There. Yeah, please. Quickly.
My question is, I'm Shaurya from PGDM first year. My question is related to the point of psychological safety that was mentioned. So one of the biggest disconnects that I've seen practically happening is there are a lot of programs that are present where, like ma'am suggested, Choose to Challenge is a program that is going on in NatWest. But one of the main reasons why people don't end up speaking is because they're concerned about how the group dynamic might be affected, or their relationships with the senior might be affected. So how does one create that psychological safety as a manager or as a team member how does one create that psychological safety so that we can proceed?
Point A, yes, very crisp.
Yep. So, I mean, first is you give them a complete, assurance that whatever we speak will stay inside this room. No names will be used. These are only to collect data. And then, you set up a 360-degree feedback. That's another mechanism, because once you get a, flag up that here is something that is happening, you initiate a 360-degree feedback. From that feedback itself, a lot of other things also come out, even for those who have not spoken up, right? And then you use that as a coaching opportunity for the managers. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, last question.
I have printed it out. So, how do you handle...
Your name?
My name is Ridha Satija and I am from PGDM HR first year.
Okay.
So my question is, how do you handle intentional exclusion? Say for an example, because someone is coming from a different ego state and is at a very senior level and is controlling and try to suppress the ideas of the people, especially from the especially entry-level employees.
Yeah.
And the way suggested actually worked out. But at the same time, knowing the fact that there are several other ways to perform a task and all the other ideas now are suppressed. So how it can be handled in an organization?
You're asking for new joiners, right?
Yes.
So, okay, I'll take my example. When I joined this organization 7 years back, I was the only women direct for my group CHRO, and I'm telling you it's difficult. Every decision is being taken on a sutta break, and I'm not a smoker. I don't want to be a passive smoker also. And I decided that I'm not really good with cribbing. But I also realized that I'm a new joiner. I can't directly go and question the norms that have already been set up, and they didn't really think there was anything wrong with it, right? I think the best way for you to do is, one, start slowly and steadily proving yourself. But before that, start making allies in the system. So I chose a colleague of mine. In fact, he was supposed to be here, Brigu, who was supposed to be on this panel. I practically tell whoever is ready to listen that my success in Make My Trip is thanks to Brigu. He became my buddy. I made him my friend. And through him, I started getting some of these things out, because he'd been in the organization longer. People were ready to listen to him. And through him and through other allies that I made in the organization, I started making sure that my voice was getting heard. And it's difficult to just say, we have to talk about something. How do you talk about it? Through who do you talk about it is also very important.
Right.
This is worked for me. I hope it works for you also.
Great, great.
Ma'am, I have...
We are very short on time. I mean, we are already 1:30. It's already over. So you're already on that side.
Yeah, but Shafik,
yes,
all
please.
points you will be looking awake now.
Yeah. So
Keep it crisp. Keep it crisp.
So actually, on an individual level, we can work on it. But how an organization can work on it?
In a similar manner, you start having people identified within the organizations who are invested in your success. The worst thing that happens is you get a really good guy into your organization, and then you don't do anything to make that person a success. Whenever somebody comes from outside, the first thing we all do is, he doesn't know or she doesn't know, right? And we have our own groups, we continue going in those groups. If you have one person identified who's responsible for this person's success, this person will make sure that for the team, for the organization, the new joiner is comfortable. And that's how, at least we've done it in this manner.
Thanks, Nikita. Yeah.
So for us in our organization, we have integration coaches. So these coaches are assigned for first 3 months, and after that it's purely on a need basis if someone wants to, because coaching conversations are highly confidential and they are also governed by ICF. So these anyone who is joining in, if they are facing anything like that, they have a word with coaches. Coaches will present a brief view of what is happening in the ecosystem to the CHRO, and from there, if some action has to be taken, that again is taken up. Again, we only follow coaching because at a senior level, you can't school anyone. They already have their ideas and the way they want to move it.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So the thing is, we had a lot of ideas. Sir, it's 1:40. It's 1:40.
As we come in like it, I personally believe in that if you do not take care of DIE as an institution, organization, you die. Okay? And belonging is an outcome. My very quick question, which some of these people are not asking, and you see there is a lot of uniformity amongst the people there. Okay? Everyone is very impeccably dressed and so forth. Now you happen to come up, so we try to promote that, and there is an entire system which is trying to ensure that you be like this. Now my question is that if you happen to come across when you go for a campus interview, a guy who has kind of a painted hair, okay, someone who has whiskers, or someone who has a ponytail, okay, I personally like such people who express themselves. How would you look at them, from your professional eyes, that do these factors, when they are expressing themselves, their uniqueness, does it impact your evaluation of their capability for being able to perform?
Great question. Karishma, yeah, anyone for that matter.
You called out certain aspects, and personally, so answers could be different personally and the organization you represent. So personally, I would dig for that person. I want to give you an example, a real life example, and from this college. 3 years back, we hired a summer intern who had a problem with stammering. Nobody hired him, and he mentioned that in the interviews, because I stammer, I'm not able to secure an interview. He was good, merit-wise, everything, and we just hired him. So it's a lot about the organization that you represent. Nowadays, with millennials coming in, you are going to find all such, with ponytails, pink hairs, everywhere. And that is a personal choice. And we have to respect everybody's individuality. In fact, the more diverse group that you have, I think the better decision making and better things happen in an organization. So really, I would feel that this really doesn't add to any of the evaluation criteria that should follow.
Point well taken.
You have to be hygienic.
Yes.
Yeah. Nails which are dirty is probably not going to be anybody's first choice, because you want to be very sure of who you're bringing in. How you're expressing yourself physically is very different. Colored hair, not colored hair. See, I come from an organization called Make My Trip, and we are serving customers of every kind. If I'm not building for what I'm serving for, then I'm doing a disservice to my customers. That's my limited point. But of course, she comes from a consulting organization. I think people will be wary about having people with pink and red and blue color not wearing formals, because you're representing and going into an organization where you're saying, I'm going to tell you how to do your job better. That's an organization's ask. But in the new age startup ecosystem, I don't think how you wear, what you wear, how you wear is as much a problem versus what you deliver and what you bring to the table.
Thank you.
That's right. I mean, just to add, 10 years back, if you would have asked me this question, my answer would have been same what you or anyone would have guessed. I would have taken that as a lackadaisical approach, casual, because these are the ways, you look at a person. First evaluation happens when the eye contact happens. Right? Today, the definition of gig workers have come in, and you get to, see different kind of challenges there. But yes, as a professional organization, we want our people to be professionally representing the organization, and be aware of that you are in a professional setup. So that is where today, if you ask me, it doesn't matter as long as the person is going to sit back and work behind a system. But the moment the person is going to represent a client, my company is interacting with banking clients. NatWest is one of our clients. Right? And we want to make sure that they always see us in a high esteem, and every person who's going there is doing, and what she said, Nikita said, is makes sense. At least appear hygienically. Otherwise, it's perfectly your choice what you do.
Thanks,
I'll just add here.
Yeah.
So consulting industry, yes, is different. Post-COVID, we moved to ultra flex attire, but the core of this policy was trust. And that's what our CEO also spelled out, that we trust our people to make the right choices. And I think today's generation is smart enough to know that what is right, what is not, and what is appropriate for a workplace. So yeah, I think that's where we are moving, trust and empowerment.
Thank you. Thank you. I think on behalf of the entire IMI New Delhi community, we are extremely thankful that you have shared your wonderful concepts dealing with unintentional exclusions and how through DEIB initiatives we can possibly tackle those. I completely wholeheartedly thank Karishma, Vinita, Anup, and Nikita for your insights and sharing the important lessons. I'm sure people have learned a lot out of it. Over to Jasleen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your active participation in this insightful discussion. Your contributions and engagement have enriched our understandings of this vital topic. Let's carry these insights forward and continue working towards more inclusive and equitable workplaces. Together, we can make a difference. Now, we would like to invite Sir to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would request Ms. Karishma Arora to come forward. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vinita Mittal. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Nikita Zucchi.
We're going in that order.
Mr. Anup Sethi. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. Now, we request our respective panelists to proceed for the lunch. Panel 3 will commence at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you so much. I think they deserve a huge round of applause. No, absolutely. They were so curious and encouraging. Thank you.
We request everyone to be seated. Students, we request you all to be seated and we want a group picture with the panelists.
Being adding to the diversity.
See, this is inclusion.
session, I, Drishti Goyal, member of International Relations and Executive Education Committee, would like to reveal our third panel for the day, Resilient HR, Unleashing HR Strategy for V-shaped Recovery. Amidst the formidable challenges India faced during the pandemic, including public health, economic disruptions, and social issues, a remarkable story of resilience unfolded. The nation experienced a V-shaped recovery marked by a sharp economic bounce back. The recovery phase presents unique opportunities for HR to position the workforce for the future. It is necessary for HR to intervene timely, making the workforce agile and resilient to change. But how does an HR contribute to building a resilient workforce that can effectively navigate unexpected challenges and disruptions? Hence, to set the stage, I would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Swati Kheer. Ma'am is a professor of organizational behavior and HRM at IMI New Delhi. As an associate professor, she combines her academic prowess, industry background, and prolific research contributions. Her expertise extends to risk training, fostering productivity, and teamwork. I would further like to introduce our esteemed panelists for the third session. First, we have Ms. Neeru Mehta with us. With over 22 years of diverse corporate experience, Ms. Mehta excels in leadership, HR Global COE leadership, M&A expertise, and large-scale transformations. Ma'am is also a certified leadership and transition coach, contributing significantly to HR's evolution and excellence. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. C. Jayakumar with us. Sir is the Executive VP and Head of Corporate HR at Larsen & Toubro Limited with over 35 years of experience in the HR domain. His expertise spans across strategic HR, talent management, policy development, digital transformation, and organization development for a multinational conglomerate. He is a well-known, insightful thought leader and a speaker at multiple national and international conferences. We are glad to have you here with us today, sir. Next, we have Mr. Abhinav Srivastava. Sir is a proud IMI Delhi alumnus, currently leading HR at Millennium Management. With extensive HR expertise spanning organizational development, leadership, talent development, and more, he's made significant contributions at ANZ, JP Morgan & Chase, Wipro, KPMG, leveraging HR technology to enhance processes and employee experience. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Pankaj Mittal with us. As a Senior VP, CHRO, Asia Pacific at American Tower, Mr. Mittal brings over 3 decades of visionary leadership experience at Asia Pacific and global levels across diverse industries. He has been instrumental in nurturing talent and empowering leaders at all levels through effective human capital management. With laser-focused business acumen, he has extensive experience in driving HR strategies for startups and MNCs, establishing robust HR functions, managing intricate workforce models, handling labor relations, leading change management initiatives, driving DEI, and orchestrating M&A and integration processes. We are so glad to host you, sir. Now, I would request Swati ma'am to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. So, thank you, Bonnie. Great, good to have all of you here, first of all. Your mic is not working. Yeah, I think the mic is not working. Hello? Yeah. So, great, a very good afternoon. I know post-lunch it's difficult, huh? But I'm sure our panel members are not going to make you sleep. So great, I'll not take much of the time, but about the topic, especially what I could understand, resilient HR, right? So it's not something which is very new, but we were making changes as and when required. But especially during COVID, post-COVID, there are a lot of changes which had made a very, very drastic changes in the kind of HR processes. So let's hear from the horse's mouth itself. We are only teaching, right? Let's hear what are they doing and how are they coping up with those changes, right? So I'm would be just moderating the session in such a way that whichever way you feel like, answer it. If there is someone else also wants to add it, please go ahead. So the first thing which came to my mind when I was going through the topic itself, that we have been very, very responsive in terms of the HR practices. How are we moving from, apart from being responsive to the resilient HR? Because a lot of changes which are coming to HR as a challenges, how are we bouncing back from those challenges? So, Neeru, would you like to answer?
I'm audible. Otherwise, it's working well, yeah? Yeah, I think, sorry, it's too loud. Anyways, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and I have a story with IMI, which I'll share later probably. But coming back to the question, see, resilience and HR kind of, HR, I've been in HR for 22 years now, 23 years actually. And a large part of the role is to create a culture, an ecosystem where people can prevail, can grow, and so can businesses. So how do you create the right people levers so that business growth is enabled? And business growth is so dependent on what happens externally. Now we've all seen, and like, not many of you have experienced 2007-8 crisis, but you've all seen COVID. You've also seen the last years how the whole depression in US economy started affecting so many businesses. Now, what is the role that you all as future HR leaders, or we all as leaders who've been there and witnessed all these, have done? I think it's about, and I'm going to continue with the theme on resilience, and is to really create workforce practices, or have a level of, so that you can move from one model of how you were delivering to another very fast. And whatever you do, even if you have to do the worst, which is, letting people go, or the best, adapting to very hyper growth, is the how. And I think resilience is all about how you treat people, in different circumstances, and bounce, so that when you bounce back, or the economy bounces back, the organization has not left its cultural fabric to die. So I believe that, and in all these, and I've been through these, from COVID to the layoffs to all these, but what I've heard time and again from different stakeholders is we could not have done even the most difficult pieces better. Is because of our approach, how much attention you pay to every single employee, every single business leader, when such circumstances happen. So yeah, I think I'll take a pause and let others add as well. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Very nice, interesting topic, V-shaped recovery. As soon as they gave the topic, I was wondering what is the V-shape. Then I imagined, crisis, how did we come up? Imagine, I work for Larsen & Toubro. Predominantly, 60% of the revenue comes from EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. Roads, bridges, metros, dam, airport, including Delhi International Airport, all the airports constructed by us. One fine day, March 20th or 21st, and a flash news comes, India is under lockdown. It is not a factory to lock and come out. No? The whole metro is running across the city. You are doing road, runways. It's a terrible situation. And in EPC, time is the essence of the contract. 1 day delay, you have 9,000 crores of equipment. You have 3 lakh workmen. You have so much of materials. And you have to pay them, right? You cannot lock down, I will not pay. So, what is the cost will go up because of this delay. You will not be billing, there will not be cash flow, you will not be in a position to pay them. And plus stress, tension, fear, all those calamities. How do you handle such a situation? And you would have seen the second wave was horrible. Most of the migrant, the EPC business is full of migrant workers. Yeah. Everybody left, and if you have to sustain business continuity, HR plays a very vital role. This is one side, the other side, disruption by technology. Right? So much of AI, ML, automation, you have to embrace it because to bring down the cost. So HR in this, if I say the V-shaped recovery of L&T, we played a very major role, getting back the workmen back, including first is ensuring safety of these people. People across the globe, we have to hire chartered flights to get them back from Saudi, Middle East, and all those places back to India. In the airport, we have to arrange for 14 days quarantine, and then see that they go back to their places. And after that, getting them back, we have some people at different locations, getting them back. When they come back, they are not the same people, different set of people. Skilling, reskilling, multi-skilling. So HR plays a very important role, but you should know your business, how you should be resilient, how you should help that business. With this, I will stop, then we'll answer further.
Okay. Yeah, Abhinav.
Hello. Hello everyone. First of all, I think it's good to be back. It's always good to be back to the roots where you belong to, and it also gives you some sense of that you have not become very old. So yeah, so thank you guys for inviting me. I think for me, I would say resiliency was always there as a term and used in the organization very frequently, but more on the business side, right? To plan contingencies, to plan BCPs, right? We have been kind of hearing that a lot. I think it became more prevalent in the industry with this whole COVID coming in, right? And wherein everybody started talking about being more resilient and more kind of flexible. So I think for me, resiliency means adaptability, agility, flexible. Being flexible is very important, right? And then forward thinking. I mean, you really have to, like, we have witnessed, all of us have witnessed a situation in the last 3 years, which nobody anticipated, right? We never thought that, okay, one fine night we'll have a announcement from the Prime Minister saying it's lockdown from tomorrow, right? So nobody was prepared for that. So I think you have to be visionary, you have to be forward thinking to see what we need to do. And as HR, I think there were challenges which we faced while we were kind of witnessing that. I mean, it's basically you have to bring in a change. The change was difficult to accept. Oh, how can we kind of work from home suddenly? The processes will not work. We can't have a voice process working out of home. I mean, how we don't have a tech infrastructure. I mean, all those discussions happened. I mean, I know I was in JP that time, and then we discussed about all of these things that any other work can be migrated to home, but we have to call in our voice process people to office, and we said it can't be possible because it's a mandate. And then we set the infrastructure overnight, and then today, I mean, I don't think there's any job in the world which you can't do remotely, right? So that's how things change. So the resistance to change, upskilling yourself to kind of cater to that environment, and more so from an HR perspective is very important because you need to have those skills and strategies in place to fix it. And I think last one is a cultural shift, because I think all of us have gone through a cultural shift in the last 3 years, the way we used to work. Like, I mean, coming to work for 5 days, there's no work from home policy, to a place where we're saying it's a hybrid workforce, come 3 days, come 2 days, or do permanent work from home in certain roles. So I think that's a cultural shift which I have seen in HR, and who has brought in that? Nobody else but human resources department, right? So I think HR has played a pivotal role in the last at least 3 years, 4 years, where we saw this whole era. I think it's an era change, pre-COVID, post-COVID, and which has brought in a lot of changes and the way HR function operates. So I'll probably stop there and probably will shift on this.
Yeah, thank you. So firstly, thank you, Swati, for inviting me. I want to talk and be more relevant to the audience here. So we can talk theories about resilience, etc. If I may ask, this batch is marketing, finance, HR, what is this?
They're mixed.
It's a
Mixed,
mix.
yeah.
It's a mix. Okay.
All programs.
So the word resilience, and I've worked across industries in manufacturing. I've worked in professional services. I've worked now in telecom infrastructure business. So I've been here now for the last about 9 years. Our company is a REIT, real estate investment trust. So we all have great stories about resilience. So what we have seen as a company, and I can possibly talk about my example here. We've seen COVID. I think almost all the companies did something or the other, what they felt relevant for their workforce. We also did the same. We feel very proud of what we did. just to give you a context, we run telecom towers as a company. So we own and manage the sites, which probably we have about 77,000 odd towers. And I worked in manufacturing previously. So for us, in a manufacturing shed, we have a workforce. Here, every site is a manufacturing unit, in a manner of speaking. So we manage about 1,500 of our people, and about 6,000 other people who work through vendors to run the sites. So we had to run the business, even whether it's COVID, because if we think, okay, Airtel is working, Vodafone is working, but actually the people behind them to make that happen is companies like us and competition, of course. So I think from the audience point of view, I would only say that resilience is maybe sound a bit theoretical without going into specifics, is making yourself relevant. Whatever roles you get in, you pass out from here, you have to think about how can you make yourself relevant to the business. Don't drive the function which you are in. Be it HR or be it finance, drive the business. I mean, that's what your mindset, in my view, that's what for me will appeal to the shareholders, to the employees, to the community at large. So make yourself relevant, and don't come from home to work or go back that aaj maine ye sab kara hai, Did you really impact the outcome for the company? I think that's where you should focus. I can talk tons of examples, and so my esteemed panelists can talk about. We would have done multitude of things, I'm sure. And in our case, as a company, we are we grow. How do we grow? Our company goes through acquisitions mostly. So we have seen multitude of M&As. We do a lot of people integration work, finance integration. And before we realize, we are acquiring another company. And before we realize, maybe we are divesting some part of our company. So the cultures keep on changing, and how we, as a team, not HR, we as a team, align to deliver. So that's what our constant focus has been. We have laid off many people in this year earlier. We did not lay off a single employee or a contractor or even a housekeeping staff in COVID. So we take a lot of pride. When the country was shut, we kind of worked towards creating a sense of purpose in the company. So even if there is a cyclone in Andhra Pradesh at that time, Nevar or something, how to keep the sites running? People carrying jerry cans on their shoulders to keep the DG set running on a site, managing through the Gram Panchayats and through the police and through the local habitants to allow them in a COVID atmosphere was something challenging to reason out with them that is for your own good. Comes in when you create a sense of purpose. We used to publish every small things. We used to publish every Monday. We called it ATC Warrior Stories. We were looking out for people doing things right, and we publicize it. Imagine if your employee sees yourself on the front page of the portal or wherever. I mean, how much of a sense of purpose would come that they kept the country connected. So that's how we kept on working. Even when we laid off people, we kept one thing in mind, that be respectful. So we lost a lot of people, but we kept our key talent in. And nobody who left, fortunately, we are lucky also, at this time, that if your behaviors and your practices are such that when people leave, they may be sad that they lost their job, but they will not be sad that did we treat them fairly, did we treat them with right compensation, because that flows back in the company for the guys who are remaining in. So it's about how we as a collective unit in any company work, not just HR, because if I may think something, but my management committee member may think otherwise. So we have, I believe in a phrase called necessity, creates innovation, for us. So we institutionalized our small behaviors. Sometimes when you read management books, there are a lot of jargons out there. So we institutionalized a behavior, for instance, mutual respect. We institutionalized 5 behaviors like a mutual respect. Now we can all Google and Wikipedia and get nice phrases and definitions of mutual respect. But we defined in a way that the last mile field worker is able to understand. So we defined it, don't look down upon the other. Don't laugh at somebody's comment. Don't smirk at a comment. You know, small things.
Yeah.
People will understand it. Don't demean the guy. Listen in. You know, so that's how we keep on doing small things. It's not easy. It sounds easy, but it's not easy. It takes patience. It takes a lot of efforts to do it. And I'm sure all of us are doing that in our own, in different ways. So I thought I'll just share the context. As you step out in your world, sorry, I'm just changing a topic. When you get interviewed for a job, you need to convey that you will think in this fashion. Trust me, the employer out there will want to hire you. You know, so kind of start thinking on those lines. You're in an MBA school, and we should not say that, you know, I'm perfect. Your work should speak about perfection. And some of the people interacting with us would know what I'm, from IMI, would know what I'm meaning here. So make sure that do it right the first time and every time. You know, I mean, so small things, Swati, but I just wanted to, sorry, taken a little longer, but
No.
contextualizing it.
I mean, I was truly enjoying what you said, and it truly means a lot. Actually, I have another question which is very, very important for the students. Might be little divert from the topic, but you said one thing, which we work as team, not as HR. So most of the time students do focus on their specialization, majors, minors, but they actually forget that they are a business manager. So would you like to say something about your experience? Because if you work as an HR manager, you can never become a business partner. It's not only for HR manager. Any manager for that matter, marketing manager, operations. So at the end, your work should make an impact to the business. So how do you, how as a student, integrate that knowledge and connects well with business? How have you done that? Yeah, anyone?
Should I go first?
Yeah, please.
So I'll go back when I started my working career in 1988. And even now, and I have my esteemed colleague here in the audience, so she's an alumni here from IMI. She will think later कि यहाँ कुछ और बोलता है, office में कुछ और बोलता है. You know, so I have to be very mindful that whatever I'm saying is authentic. Because whatever I'm talking in the water cooler chats which Aanchal will have going back in the office will flow, whether I like it or not, you know.
True.
So, so, you know, we have to be very careful that we are very authentic. That's what I'm trying to drive that.
Yeah.
The second foremost point I believe is how I have learned is I have walked on the shop floor. And I'm sure with a lot of experienced people on the panel, it will resonate with them. I think I know about 90% of my workforce and people by name.
Yeah.
So even if they are well spread out. So if I know them by name, I can connect with them. So I had to visit Kerala, you know, a few weeks ago to the office there. So we are trying to rebuild our organization, right? So we have 7 management committee members. We have 17 locations. So it was just a suggestion of mine, and my suggestion is not mine. It is through brainstorming of my team, including Aanchal here, that how do we create leadership connect. So I may claim outside, ये मेरा idea था, you know, but it's not my idea. Maybe I would have spearheaded that idea. So then I timed my visit to, so we are over-rotating as a leadership team. We are going through a little bit of a challenging time in the company where we have adopted and owned our locations. And I timed my ownership of a Kerala location. I was looking at the right time. And I thought, what's better time than to go at Onam? You know, if people from Kerala are there, Onam is big in Kerala. So I timed my trip and engaged with them and talked to them. My team, sorry, I'm kind of putting you on a spot, Aanchal, but she prepared me, you know, to kind of go there and make myself relevant again. You know? So I think knowing the business, when we hire people, when I would talk to my CFO and my team would talk to my CFO, my message to my talent acquisition head is that when the CFO gets 2 CVs to hire, say, a VP of finance or VP of FP&A, financial planning and analytics. See, the terms I'm using, as an HR guy, I need to understand what this is. So the CFO should find it difficult to reject either of them. I need to know FP&A myself. I need to know engineering myself and my team. I need to know every nook and corner of the company. That's about resilience also and how to make yourself relevant. So I'll pause here, but I'm sure you want to.
Maybe I can add on, and I'll have give two perspectives. And one thing I completely agree with Pankaj, and probably I'll come to that. I think what in my journey, what I've seen, and I have done roles of HR business partner and so on and so forth in different organizations. So I've done consulting, IT, and now banking, right? And now the industry I'm in is a hedge fund industry, which is a very niche industry and very, I would say, high risk industry again, right? We do trading and we have portfolio managers. So I think how I have seen the evolution, not in people, but I'll talk about personal experience, how I have seen evolution me versus when I was doing a role when I was an HRBP versus now leading that function. I think we have moved from being efficient to being adaptive. Okay. And when I say what does that mean, I mean so being efficient means, so, and if I talk about say past couple of years, it was more of a centralized control and a distributed execution. Somebody controls it from the top and you have a team who's executing it. I think gone are those days where now it's moving to decentralized control and a centralized collaboration. And that is to your point, Professor. We need to collaborate well, and when I say collaboration, it's not only within HR, right? It has to be collaboration within business, with your IT folks, with your finance folks. I mean, I'll talk about myself. I mean, I'm a part of the India Management Committee, where we have people from IT, finance, operations, various business heads, right? It's not only me who will take the decision, right? You can put across your thoughts, and then it has to be a buy-in on the table. So that collaboration is very much required. And how will you have the value on the seat or on the table is what Pankaj said, having business knowledge. Yeah. So when I started my career and I got a campus placement from IMI, the first 1 year, it was a model in our company wherein you have to rotate every 3 months and know the business. So the HR stint actually came in the fourth stint, which is the fourth quarter. The first 3 quarters, I was actually on the ground, learning operations, learning finance. I mean, how does it operate? How do we actually make business and how we actually make money? Yeah. So it's very important for any HR professional in today's world to be successful, that you need to know how you make money, what your firm does from the grassroots level. If you don't know that, then your inputs will be very superficial from the top, and the moment you probe into it, maybe you will fall flat. So I think I completely agree to Pankaj's point that go on the shop floor, know the people, understand the problems, right? And that is where, whether you're an HRVP, you're a recruiter, or any other, you're into learning and development, I think if you know the business well, your contribution will be much better, you'll be much more solution oriented, which will be bullseye to the business need.
Thank you, Abhinav.
Rightly said. Whether it is, instead of making money, I can go little further, it is to enhance shareholder value. Value to all the stakeholders, whether it is to your customer, whether it is employees, whether it is people, etc. A lot of uncertainties. So VUCA world, you can talk of anything. It can be COVID, it can be geopolitical situation, it can be inflation, whether it can be supply chain disruption in one side. Other side, if you look at India, especially in our infrastructure sector, whole lot of investment is happening. Make in India program, then in a huge investment in infrastructure, investment in defense, so many things are happening. This is the other side. From the employee side, after the COVID, flexibility, well-being, work from home, or all that time is becoming very, so with all these things, how do you ensure you add value to the customer, add value to all your stakeholders? You have 4 levers in an organization. One is you have a vision strategy, then you have a structure. How do you align your structure based on all this happening, external, internal, etc. You may have a matrix structure, you may have your offices near your client, or you may have your offices near your where raw material is available, how the structure it is. Based on the structure, how do you align your processes, procedure, etc. Based on the process, procedure, how do you reward, motivate, and keep the people engaged? So how do you pull all these levers together and ensure final adding value to the stakeholder, value to the customer, without keeping all the values in place? Looking at the planet, people and profits. That's where the ESG part of it also comes. This is the larger macro picture of business, where you all, whether you are marketing, whether you are from HR, whether you are from production, you should be aligned with. Thank you.
I would like to have a question for Neeru. We talk a lot about these days agile HR methodology, right? And we are talking about the resilience and making the customized solutions for people, especially from the HR perspective. How do you make balance in terms of equity? If you have so customized solutions, how would you ensure that people have a right perception of those decisions? Because how would you keep on justifying? So how do you make a trade-off between standardization and customization? And talking about the HR methods.
It's a very interesting question, and sometimes I feel it's a win-win all the way. When you actually personalize, when you actually customize. Having said that, I have been one of the leaders who really thinks exceptions are important, because exceptions happen when you really know the business situations very close to the ground. And then as an HR person, you start modifying, you start changing. And to answer your question, Swati, this is where technology comes in. If you want to customize, personalize with the kind of structures that we have, or the teams that we have in HR, impossible. But the moment you think technology and you start thinking of employee at the center, right, and make employee experience the a lens with which you start defining every single moment that matters. With that lens, when you start designing and you leverage technology, and there's very, very good technology available today, and the future, I can't even tell you. I think we can have really a personalized, customized employee journey with no added cost. It can happen at scale. So I think it's a fine balance as to how you get there. The journey, I mean, right now as we speak, I'm designing a solution or a kind of an employee bot. We're calling that person as somebody who's the CXO in the company. But we've actually given her a gender as well. She's actually creating journeys where, okay, what's your interest journey? Do you want to vent out today? So that it's the total focus is wellness, and then route them to the right mentors and people. Okay, your learning journey. And imagine if all of this had to be done by somebody individually. And what we get as HR leadership are insights. 20% of your workforce is interested in this technology. 10% of them really right now want just stability. They're working mothers who come back, to work, and this is what they need right now. So mentor, they probably want to be mentored and by some senior leader right now. So you leverage technology to really create, as what I say, and I've been kind of designed this app as well, success paths for people. And success is different for different people. It's not a single thing anymore. It's not the CEO for everyone or being the CEO. It could just mean being the most specialized SME in one space for someone. It could mean to be the best parent for someone else while they manage the work as well. So I think, how do you kind of balance it out? And I don't think we can do it without technology enablement to really to create personalized experiences. And it's a journey, and you all would see this with now generative AI and the kind of future we can imagine when you enter the workforce. It'll be much more I think enabled by technology, but focused on employee experience, moments that matter.
Great.
And to add, he rightly started with agility and adaptability. There's a saying by Jack Welch: if the rate of change outside is more than the rate of change inside, then the end is near. So you have to be quickly adapt to whether in terms of technology, whether in terms of process, whether in terms of breaking the current process procedure and moving towards whatever it is there to be done. Even in terms of business, certain business have to let go. Certain new business you have to enter into. Otherwise, you will be. I can take an example of L&T itself. Traditionally, where we were into EPC, manufacturing, and a little bit of technology. And over the years, uh, we have a high aspirations for growth. So we have to double our revenues, triple our profits in the next 5 years. We have a prospective plan. So we cannot be only in this area of EPC. Yes, we will continue to grow there. We are more towards technology. We have entered into new age businesses. If you like, we are into L&T Sufin, which is called supply chain and finance. We have a platform which is for engineering goods like Amazon. We are into L&T Edutech. It is almost for above, like Byju's is for K-12 and below. Above that for engineering colleges. We have the engineering colleges are our clients. So we are into that business. We are into data centers. We are into green energy, manufacturing of electrolyzers, manufacturing of green hydrogen. So when the change happens, you have to change your business model, enter into new businesses, let go some of the existing businesses. So how you change your overall composition of the business itself is more important. And based on that, how your other processes, structure, procedure, everything has to be aligned. And it has to be at a very, very fast pace. Okay, I will not take time.
I have nothing more to add except that I think Dr. Jaikumar is a plethora of knowledge, is what I would say. And I really like the Jack Welch quote. And I mean, when you speak, it is obviously you can. I'm talking to the students here. I mean, you can make out that there's so much of depth out there.
Yeah, true.
So even I'm learning some things. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Just to add on what Neeru had initiated the conversation and Dr. Jayakumar has continued, technology has become a new, currency. And you talked about that. You have to do that. It's just the demand, need of the hour. How do you manage and make a, good balance between technology and the human touch? Because artificial intelligence will remain artificial. That's what I teach in the class. So how would you make sure that the balance is very well aligned? Abhinav, yeah.
So maybe I can give some examples. So I have extensively worked in financial services sector, right? So, and if I talk about technology, I think digital transformation is the need of the hour, right? Most of the banks are moving to technology. Okay, we are identifying roles which can be done through technology and reduce the key man dependency. Honestly, these days, none of the banks want customers to come into bank, right? Whether it's Indian or global, right? So we are coming up with those cutting edge technologies, right? And also competing with the fintechs, where you have to compete with them. So I think technology plays an important role when it comes to automating processes, which can remove human aspect, right? I'll give an example. In my current firm in Millennium, we have just took a licensed version of ChatGPT. Okay, so the day ChatGPT got launched, we did a lot of research, and we said it's a beautiful tool. We should take a licensed version of it. And now, as we speak, anybody in the firm can use ChatGPT for their respective roles. Now, does that reduce the human touch? I would say up to a certain extent, but not all. How I see any of these AI tools, right? Whether it's ChatGPT or, so we have 8fold.ai, which we have introduced for talent acquisition and recruitment, right? Which is again a fantastic tool to support the hiring. Now, any of these tools cannot cater alone without the human touch. I mean, how I see these tools is that you have a plain piece of paper in front of you and you don't know where to start from. These tools will help you take that first step. But then you have to carve the entire story after that, right? So these tools help you to take the starting point, and then obviously that human being have to take it ahead. I mean, whether of these, say, for example, these employee engagement surveys which we do, right, in our organization, the Pearl survey, perception surveys, that's again, you get the result out of it, that, okay, this is what the engagement looks like. These are the top areas, focus areas. But who at the end of the day analyzes that and focuses and come up with an action plan? It's the person sitting behind. So I think it's a fine balance between technology and human touch. Either are not replaceable. So you need the technology to get a starting point, but then you need a human being to go to reach the destination. That's how I see it.
I feel the ChatGPT or generative AI or technology, definitely it's had much more value. And yes, the personal touch is required, the high touch. And for example, technology, I can create a personalized interview call letter for hyper-personalization. A person gets rejected from the based on the interview evaluation, it can give a personalized regret letter telling that we found that you're good at in this area, we found this, but we are not in a position. So the person feels it is in person, right? Semi whole lot of, but where it is when emotions are involved in a coaching, even all the data can be there. When emotions are involved, there the person has to get involved. Just type in chat GPT, how are you feeling today? It will say, I am AI based, I do not have any emotions, please don't. You ask any data, it will give you. So that is where the human touch has to come inside, but it will definitely add much value to HR function as well as all the functions. Yeah. It is not this or that, it is both together.
It is both, right. Thank you. Muniru?
No, I think I'll just say all these technologies are being developed, and I'm from a AI first company, so I can tell you, human in the loop is a key is a baseline. You cannot have them without that. And there are studies to show how much productivity gains, all of that, ranging between 20 to 40%. All those studies from McKinsey, Bain, and therefore we'll have to see. But I think an adaptive mindset, what one of us mentioned, with a very, very high curiosity and learning. Like how fast you all adapt and learn. If I just ask you all this question, tell me 2 or 3 AI tools that you're using, that help you be more productive. You should always be on the top edge, knowing about them, leveraging them, knowing their pros and cons. That's how when you enter the workforce, you'll always have that mindset which already knows so much.
Yeah.
So I'm asking this question only because I asked this to a panel of large audience of CHROs, and very few people knew any tools. So it's very important to keep pace with what's going on in our world, in our HR tech world, for example.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Neeru. I think the next question is derived from the last question itself, that what skills, or if I can say competency as a larger term, what knowledge, skills and abilities they would need to overcome these challenges, and what do you think would be great if they can emphasize on these 2 years or 1 year for the second year students?
I don't know why, but okay. So I can talk a lot on this, okay? I can talk the entire day. So, the way I talk to my team and when I go to B schools to hire people, so I've developed my own thing called the traits which you need to kind of be successful in a company. But to cut the chase, so let me say, as an example, if you're an HR person, okay, or a finance person, so I would just step back. You have to be very focused firstly, okay? Very extremely focused. What's your aim? I think by now you are you're in an MBA class. Reasonably, I'm not sure it's 100%. Reasonably, you should be sure कि आगे क्या करना है. Reasonably, I'm saying. If those who are not sure, don't get hassled. It's okay. I was just speaking to my daughter last night. She's in the US. She said, Dad, I will do an MBA now. She just graduated last year. But eventually I want to do law. Also, I know I can't do law, but I don't know. So I was okay with that. So we are deliberating, So, but once you get a clarity in your head, or reasonable clarity, I would say, you can still change your course. Then I would step back and say, okay, what function am I working in? Say if you want to be a CFO, or you want to be a CHRO. I would just draw my own organization. Simplistically, I'm talking. What are the functions which are there across each of these organizations, finance organization, HR organization? There would be 7 or 8 verticals, depending, give or take, 1 or 2 here, depending on the company or the industry you want to be in. And I would say you should have, if you want to be in the corner office someday, soon enough, you should, that's the way I look at it, okay? That's my view. It may be wrong or right, I don't know. It worked for me. So have a breadth of, and Anchal, we've been talking this, right? We've been talking about this. Have a breadth of knowledge across all those 6 or 7 or 8 verticals, across all. And have a depth of knowledge, at least 3 or 4 of them. Depth means you can do it in your sleep. You know, depth means real depth. You can be a walking dictionary on those 3-4 areas, but you got to be real depth. You decide. I'm not saying somebody will, and suppose your manager tells you, you know, I want you to do this. Take a call whether that's meeting your business purpose of life. And if you feel it is not, time for a change. And start looking out. Abhi to aap log, you're getting into the stage right now. So I would say that's how I actually tell my team. And some of the traits which come to me subconsciously means, I think every organization requires urgency, agility. At least I look at them, my team looks at these traits through various case studies, through various interactions. Do you all have fire in the belly? It's a nice term, but it's easy to judge. You have a passion with whatever you're talking. Can you work in unstructured environments? You know, ambiguity. They all sound very nice, cliched, but it's not easy. You know, a lot of people come to me, sir, kal kya hoga? Company बिक रही है. जो मेरे साथ होगा वो आपके साथ होगा नहीं पता. You know, so I mean, have the resilience. You know, I love this topic, resilience. It's a nice term, but resilience comes from within, not only at a workplace, in your general walk of life, whether it's to do with your health, it's to do with family or anything. So, you know, sorry, I'm just giving a broader answer to this, but that's how I kind of, it's worked for me, it's worked for my family. And, but you know, you chart your own thoughts. You're all intelligent people, MBA kar rahe ho, right? Okay.
Great. No, I think I'll just add one point to what he said, which is on ambiguity, right? So, and I have seen this, and many, many years back, one of my bosses told me that, okay, you know what, nobody comes to HR when there is a black or a white. They come to you only when there's a gray, right? So now it's your job either to make that gray white or make that gray black. So leading through ambiguity or channelizing energies into ambiguous situations is something which is a job of an HR, right? I mean, otherwise, if there's a policy that, okay, what is say relocation policy, and then it's up there on the tool, why would somebody reach out to you, right? Because they can go through the portal and read it, or any big thing as well. But when there is an ambiguity saying, okay, why is this thing not working? I mean, why I'm losing talent, and probably what's the rationale behind it is where they will come to you. So you need to learn how you kind of channel yourself through ambiguity. That is one. And I think one thing which is very important, and I'm sure most of the fellow panelists will agree, is keep yourself abreast with technology. Because technology is the future. Yeah. Whether it's HR, finance, operations, any function you're part of, you can't say, oh, I'm in HR, I don't need to know technology. Sorry, then you'll very soon become obsolete. Right? So there's a saying, again, which I keep using with my team, saying stay relevant to the market. Don't let yourself become obsolete. The day you become obsolete is when your career ends. So, and how you will stay relevant to the market with the trend which is happening right now. Technology is the area where and to Neeru's point that yes, we are coming up with a cutting edge technologies in the HR world itself, which will ease out our job for sure, but then you have to know about it. So that's my 2 bits.
Thank you.
See, I'll just one thing. This 2 years is very important. Get deep into your domain. Okay. Theory is, don't say it is a theory. There's nothing more practical than a good theory. Okay. Even today, what is an industrial dispute? What is a thing? What I studied in 88, 85 to 87 is what is inside. Okay. For each of the definition. Second thing is regarding future skills. If you Google World Economic Forum talks about 8 to 10 skills, problem solving, creativity, empathy, whole lot of things are there. But to me, there are 2 things are very important. Learning agility and digital mindset. Things are changing so fast, you should know how to learn. Continuous learning is required. And as he said, the technology, the digital mindset. These 2 areas you should continuously focus to stay relevant.
Thank you so much. I think the entire session has been summarized in these 2 terms, learning agility and digital mindset. Yeah, please. Right, please. हाँ बिल्कुल. Actually, now the floor is open for questions, isn't it? We are good with time.
So how many of you are here? And ma'am, OB पढ़ाते हैं ना ma'am?
नहीं, HRM.
Okay. How many of you are HR guys here? Just hand up. नहीं, not most. MBT
MBTI पढ़ा है? मैम ने पढ़ा है MBTI? पढ़ लिया? So can anybody tell me what's the difference in the dichotomy between EN and I? बताओ. What E stands for and what I stands for? Anybody? Sorry, E stands for what? Sorry? दोबारा बोलो. Sorry, speak.
Extroversion.
Wrong. Okay. Anybody? Right words, ढूंढ रहा हूँ. And what it means?
Extrovertedness.
Wrong.
Extraversion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Extraversion.
Sorry, ma'am?
Extraversion.
Perfect, thank you. That's about perfection, you know. And what do you mean by extraversion?
When an individual is in a group setting and their energy level goes higher through interaction with others, it's extraversion.
Perfect. You draw your energies from the external world. And I का मतलब क्या है? What does I stands for?
It's introversion.
Introversion,
yeah. And that is when a person's energy level goes up by being in isolation or through solitude.
So now picking up Dr. Jayakumar's comment, ये theory हो गई, it's nice, you know. Now how you can apply it at the workplace. So when you look out in the morning when you come to college, I don't know whether you prefer, I prefer E, okay? I draw my energies from people. So जब आप college आते हैं सुबह, when you enter the gate, जो भी guard मिलता है या बोलता है good morning, good morning, good morning करते आते हो, ये अपने आते हो, bag उठा के अपने desk पे जाके चले जाते हो. It depends on those kind of things. When you go to an evening party where you don't know the others, do you get introduced or you introduce yourself? You know, it's about, so thank you, well said.
See, since he asked so much in MBTI, I will ask one question. What is ESPN? It is a channel, yeah, nothing to do with MBTI.
I think we had a very, very nice interaction. Yeah, for all of you. Great. Nice questions. Or we will start asking questions. We'll have a quiz, huh? Yeah.
Very good afternoon to all the panelists. My question is, how can HR leaders ensure diversity, equity and inclusion in the workforce while navigating through economic downturn?
Abhinav, would you like to answer?
So, see, whether it's an economic downturn or not, right? So it doesn't really matter. So diversity, equity, inclusion is something which is the need of the hour, right? So whether it's downturn, no downturn, the company is doing good, the economy is doing good, you need to really focus on this aspect, right? And I think there was a session on this before this. So one thing which we need to focus on, and how I see diversity and inclusion is, it's gone beyond numbers, right? There was a rat race at one point of time, it even continues now, that I need to hire more women. Okay, what is my diversity ratio? 28%, 30%, I want to reach 50-50, right? So that's a rat race which everybody is into. But the focus should be on inclusion. I mean, you can hire 50% workforce as women and other diversity, right? Diversity plus plus, I say it as gender plus plus, which is LGBTQ, PWD, and WETs and so on and so forth. But one, how are you going to manage them? Two, what about inclusion, right? People who are managing them, right? The whole inclusion aspects come even before you hire someone who's diverse, right? So now, and so suppose you have a manager who has never hired a female employee in his team. Now, will he or is he equipped enough to manage a diverse workforce, right? And there are unconscious bias which comes in. I mean, there could be cases, and I can certainly share. I mean, there are cases where, say, a lady who's expecting and want to go on maternity, right? Now, their unconscious bias comes in. I have seen cases where managers don't want to hire women who are expecting because they feel, okay, in 6 months or in 3 months, wo to chale jayenge maternity, what will we do, right? So I think before diversity, for me, inclusion comes first, right? If you don't have the right environment to manage that workforce, don't hire them. Otherwise, it's a disaster. That's what I feel. And that has nothing to do with economy downturn or upturn, because that's a given which you have to manage your workforce in a way. I mean, yes, you can have cases where if you're laying off people right? And then you want to be conscious of the fact that, okay, if somebody is going through a situation, you need to manage it well. Those are nuances which you handle. But at large, I think for me, inclusion comes even before diversity. And hence, if you'll see in many organizations, they've started saying as IND versus DNI, inclusion and diversity, Amazon being one,
Yeah.
right? So that's what diversity and inclusion is to me.
The question, the question asked was, how do HR leaders focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion during economic downturn? That itself has an unconscious bias.
True. Actually, because this topic is very relevant for each one of us. Doesn't matter whether, even if you are not working, for everyone, because we have the biasness in mind, and which is so tightly wired in our mind that even unknowingly we are so prompt to have those kind of biased answers or biased opinions. So I would say, with my limited experience, try to remind yourself. So the first thing is starts, what's your name? Don't ask surname. Right? What are you doing? That's more important for me, instead of asking, where do you belong from?
There's a saying called charity begins at home.
Yeah, exactly. So at least, even if I'm asking or if I'm talking to a shopkeeper, my job is to get something. My job is not to actually have an analysis of his or her background. So at least remind yourself what really matters for me. So I think it all starts here. You will only have a good DNI or END kind of environment you can only create when you are having that inclusion mindset, right? So I hope you learn these things in classrooms or outside the classroom.
I just want to still answer his question on what
please.
does HR leadership do here, right? Like, while we all think, every single process, beginning with the baseline of the kind of culture and values that company defines, and then the behaviors. Somebody spoke about the 5 behaviors when you have to respect someone. What are the behaviors that get embedded to become a more inclusive workplace? The kind of leaders you hire, you all will be in those positions where you'll bring leaders in. What kind of bars that you'll create for, for that process, so that you bring in people who are inclusive by nature. I'll just give one example. We just hired a leader, very senior guy, a CXO. There are business meetings that happen, and somebody would say, okay, this customer, keep referring to everyone as he, any unknown.
Yeah.
So there was a very, this nuance of saying everybody as he, not him, his team members. And he would make everybody stop, rephrase the sentence, and by the end of that 2 days QBR that I was part of, I was so happy I hired him. Because no matter, we would have laid all policies, principles, but if we start, the leadership is not right. Your job, you'll always be like a lot of work in progress, but you achieve a lot more by embedding it in every process. How you promote people, how you grow people, how you recognize for, people being inclusive. All of that is what HR leadership should be kind of watching out for and doing.
Thank you.
In any kind of economic.
Exactly. Thank you, Neeru. Any other
How
question?
many HR people I saw, they were asking questions. You would have read about talent acquisition, manpower budget, manpower planning, etc., right? Ours is a 80-year-old company. The last couple of years, we have converted manpower budget into people power budget.
Actually, we keep on saying manpower planning. Actually, I keep on saying I don't like this term. It's about HR planning.
Reminding ourselves, you've seen this Chandrachud, Justice Chandrachud, the directory that's got created,
Right.
which has all these words, how you need to refer.
Right.
That's such a huge kind of transformation in our legal process.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels so good, like so many companies can adopt from there. How many HR leaders have already started doing that would be a question. But we need all those steps, and I think HR can come really first in adopting those.
True.
Since you just talked about the Justice Chandrachud, I would encourage all of you, if you go to YouTube, on YouTube this current cases going on Article 370.
Yeah.
There is a full, day 16 has happened, so there is a full 5 hour of court session on YouTube. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. You don't need to watch all 5 hours. but just keep picking up day 16, day 15, and hear a small snippet when Justice Chandrachud speaks. He's so eloquent. His choice of words, the way he questions the top lawyers, be it Tushar Mehta or Kapil Sibal or anybody, and they're also equally eloquent. But at least at any age group, you will learn a lot. Right?
Yeah,
that's what
true.
my recommendation.
Oh, totally. I mean, his interviews, all of them are a big learning.
True.
For anybody. Not just you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Very good afternoon, panelists. Thank you for gracing the occasion. My question is, since India has spearheaded the V-shaped recovery because of its consumer base, we were able to get out of the recession. And from now on, I think the world will be looking at India, especially the Middle East and the Africa. So as HR professionals and the HR vertical itself, how is it ready to put India's voice and India's image to the world?
Syllabus के बाहर था.
First is, this is out of syllabus. Second is, we are all experienced HR managers. We know only to ask questions. We do not. Your question was how to. See, I will give you an example. Already we are creating an impression. We are, unless all this thing work, we cannot progress. Okay, whether it is strategy, whether it is people together. I was there in LBS for a SEP program. 48 students were there, all from different countries. Earlier, whenever I go to different locations, the thing was different. Today, when I go, you are from India? Yes. The response is different. Surprisingly, next question, where from India? Then when I say Mumbai, Mumbai, I have come to Mumbai, I have come to this. So we are already in that progression, but definitely with a lot more to be done. One is mainly the adoption of technology and how we leverage our demographic dividend, which are at a very high pace, and the political stability, and many factors will account to that. And already we are towards a 5 trillion economy, as Modi says. More than that, I feel is every state is telling that they will become a 1 trillion economy. If each state becomes a 1 trillion economy, where we will reach, we do not know. India is booming, and I will tell you, you are at the right place at the right time at the right age, and we are. I am really jealous of you people because you have a long way to go, where you will see the future of India. All the best.
Sorry, I was not like reading anything else, but I wanted to share this chat I just forwarded to some people that almost 25 large global firms, totaling up to a market value of US 5 trillion, have Indian CEOs. So I think CEOs of Indian origin, yeah. So it's already, I think we really just have to go on with the speed and pace and direction which is already set. Be more global in our mindset as well, but really we are all there. Like these leaders are all there. UK, look at Prime Minister himself is an Indian. So yeah, I think there's a lot already happening. All we have to do is just continue the momentum. That's very important.
Yeah. So I'll just like to add on, and I'll give my company's example. Millennium in India is 2-year-old, right? Though it's a 40-year-old organization based out of New York and it presents all across the regions. In India, why we came? So when I was getting interviewed for this role, right, I had the first question, why India? And they said, you know what, until now, we used to hire talent from India and place them abroad. Place them in New York, Hong Kong, Singapore, London, Tokyo, all those places. But now we realize that the talent is so vast in India, and the regulations are becoming so stringent to relocate people internationally, right? I mean, whether it's Singapore, whether it's New York, you don't get your EP so easily. They were struggling to hire Indian brains, right? And they said, if talent can't come to us, why can't we go to the talent? And that's exactly why we are in India, because we see value in Indian talent. And let me tell you, and quickly give me an example. Oh, sorry. In my Singapore office, we are skewed towards Indians, okay? And we are under scrutiny to see how many EPs or PRs we can provide to Indian employees. That's the number of Indian employees I have in Singapore office. And my CIO in EMEA is an Indian. Most of my global management team members, I think almost 30 to 40% people are Indian. The global coup of my firm is an Indian, right? So that clearly, I think you guys are in an era where the Indian talent has been recognized on a global platform. I think now it's up to us how you encash that opportunity, right? So that's what I want to say. Yeah, and I'll pause here.
Thank you, Abhinav. Any other question? Yeah, please.
One very quickly.
Yeah, please. Yeah, yeah.
It has been wonderful listening to you all. So I'll have very few questions. One which I had asked earlier with the other panel also, and just want to see what is your opinion about it. That's not a test. Okay. We have been talking about high tech, and then we HR are known as for high touch. Somewhere we need to be in. Now, as I was listening to you all, is that AI and other technology can help us in a big way in terms of collecting sentiments, collecting data, and so forth. And probably it can, to some extent, help us in churning data. So maybe we'll get the results. Now, the most important part comes in the intervention. So do you think the technology as it stands today, will it help us in terms of intervention, or we have to go back to high touch in that space? Okay, so I'll stop here with the first question so that we don't get confused with the second one, and then.
In my discussion itself, I said, generative AI or technology will help in collecting all the data and can give an analysis prediction. But when it comes to one-on-one intervention, the personal touch plays a major role in terms of coaching, in terms of mentoring, in terms of facilitating a change. I think technology will be only an enabler, but human is required there at that point of time.
I'll give a very interesting kind of where everyone survives kind of situation. Now there are known skill gaps across different layers or segments of the people world that we have, employee world. And you know that some places you cannot be very high touch. High tech is better to, is easily, you can accomplish more. Whereas that, okay, there's certain niche you have to be high touch. So one is that smart decisioning on where to deploy versus where not. Second, what kind of, for example, take coaching as an example. Nobody can think of it as, mostly we'll associate it with a coach. Of course, Zoom meetings started to happen, but nothing can replace that, sitting in the same room, having that discussion, a safe space created. At the same time, there are companies, and you can Google them also, for the middle managers or even like frontline techies, which are coaching on specific areas. And there the coach is kind of, it's a totally AI enabled tool. One example, and this one tool I know because I'm particularly was part of the beta testing, Sherlock Coach.ai. So they have devised it for a certain layer in the company. Now imagine a large organization with almost 50,000, whatever, total workforce and a certain layer of leaders. Would you not want them to be still coached on conflict management, where this tool enables it totally, which is kind of, there is an immersion of, specified in-person sessions. So, it's a coexistence that we have to believe in and make it happen. In isolation, everything can fail. But it'll depend on, what's the intent, how nice we segment it, and how do we coexist.
It's very, very heartening to hear that AI has to go hand in hand with EI. If we do away with EI, then probably AI will not. Quickly, the second question. We have been talking about the earlier session about diversity, inclusion, etc., etc. And this is a major concern. I mean, not concern, but this is an interest that somehow the entire, we are moving towards, trying to create uniformity in a society which is supposed to be diverse, organizations which need to be diverse, and so forth. Now, suppose in your experience, if it has not happened now, in future, you come across go to a campus where you come across students having whiskers, having ponytails. How would you I mean, they are expressing themselves. How would you look at them? Would you be able to go beyond the veneer or the facade of this and look at the real talent that lies within? Or would that be a deal breaker for you? Your opinion.
EPC, somebody is from a pure financial bank. Fourth one is again an infra company because their perspective will be very, very different. It has to be on.
So let me answer. It's not an easy answer, number one. So let's acknowledge it. Again, this is and it's not solvable right now here, but it's a perspective. And it's about, we touched upon it. The whole question itself, and I'm picking up Dr. Jaykumar's words, there was an unconscious bias in the question itself. So we are starting from an unconscious bias. And I wanted to add earlier, but I just refrained. Ultimately at the top management teams, we have to get beyond lip service. If we are able to make an impact from a DI and a B belonging point of view. So I would say if such a candidate comes in, firstly I will tell myself and my management team, let's go ahead and meet. I would have met the person regardless, firstly, and second, yeah. I would, it's okay. So I would have met the person, and my decision to support that candidate would be only based on, as to what is the DNA of our organization from a customer facing point of view, and would our customers be okay, what role it is. And we have examples, by the way, in a company like this. It's not that we don't hire, we do hire, but we will look at from the context of the market we serve. So I think, again, as I said, it's not an easy answer. We have examples in our company. We have hired people like this. If you go to Japan, in Japan there's a place called Harajuku. On every Sunday, there are young kids out there with multicolored hairs, etc. They're all working in nice companies, global companies. So those examples are there. We have to come a long way. There's still a journey to travel. True. And again, as I said, the question had an unconscious bias. That can be, how would you look at it? So that means there's a bias in your mind that maybe they will not hire. I mean, that's what I'm taking it on.
It's slightly different. When you look at these guys, they have these straight jackets, suits, etc. Can they express themselves as they are? Maybe tees and jeans. So a lot of the entire world has changed, and some of the CEOs of the tech companies do not step into suits.
I got it. So we had graduates from MIT. We had graduates from Harvard in the US. They don't come in jackets or ties. So I mean, I've just answered you. So yeah, we don't wear jackets and ties in our office. She knows it. I go 5 days a week in jeans and kids. I don't need to. My elder daughter studies, just passed out. She's a PhD from Columbia University. She just passed out. Her professor, one of the top professors in Columbia Business School, cycles to office in kids and a blue jacket and a tie. I met him, but because he has to go to conferences, so he wears a tie. But imagine kids, blue jacket, blue trousers, and a nicely matching tie, with kids, unshaven look, a ruffled hair, but he speaks from here. When he speaks, he makes a lot of sense. So I would say it's a journey.
Yeah. Can I add? First of all, this question has been leaked by me. I told in the previous panel there was a tricky question. So I felt it's a tricky question. Second thing is the organization ready, culturally ready to accept it? If I take one person thinking that I am very open to that, in our company we are more than 50 nationalities working, more than 80 languages people speak from different parts of all these things are fine. Suddenly if I put a person, blue hair, red hair, green hair inside, all the people will turn around and keep seeing him, and he will be at a different situation, correct? So by getting into inclusion, you are creating an, so whether the organization is ready for that, and as he said, whether customer facing and all those things you have to see. So the ulterior good intention should not turn into a difficult bad business. Not business. You are putting the same person also into trouble, right? Everybody starts looking at him, turn around. It's culturally the organization is not ready. So you have to slowly move towards that.
And we have yet to.
We are yet to. We are yet to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think, do we have any last question? No? We are good. We are good. We are actually lacking, you know. Yeah, please, just last lines, yeah.
I'm coming back to that topic of resiliency, right? And I think what I have experienced is, and most of you guys said that this resiliency term has been of late being prevalent because of COVID, right? That, okay, because of COVID we became resilient. Let me tell you that is not the case. Resiliency was always there, right? It just became prevalent because of COVID. Let me give you a classic case. And in your careers, whenever you will join, right, you will encounter such situations, even when the economy is doing well, even when you don't have pandemic, you will have layoffs, right? You will have overnight decisions. I mean, I'm sure most of you would have read about the classic case of Credit Suisse and UBS takeover. It happened over a weekend, right? Like Friday evening, people walked back home, and on Monday they got to know that the company is no longer there. It's getting taken over by UBS, right? And all the way till the leadership team, nobody was aware about it. I mean, I still remember. I mean, I have friends and I know the inside story as well. So, I mean, it was over that 48 hour, everybody kind of came together, came up with FAQs, came up with hotline numbers, so that on Monday morning when employees came back, they have numbers and to call up to, and the people who are responding have answers and the standard answers to respond to those queries, because there was insecurity, ambiguity, and many other things coming along with that in terms of the emotional overflow, right? So, and this all happened overnight. Nobody actually anticipated this. This is just one example, but then there could be many more examples which you may encounter in your careers, right, where you have to take those immediate actions, being resilient. So how I see a resiliency is a 4-step process, which I always call as a 3RT. So you react, you respond, you return, and you transform, right? So you see, I mean, you suddenly see what's happening, then you take immediate actions, and then you return to the new normal, and then you transform. That's what I think the industry is also gearing up right now, and we're in the transformation stage is what I feel, because we are returning to the new normal. But I think don't just saying, okay, the pandemic is over and hence we don't have to be resilient. You will encounter many more situations in your career, in your life, even on the personal front, right? You are perfectly fit today, tomorrow you may fall ill, which is like a serious ailment. So being resilient is something which is a requirement of the hour and not.
Swati, can I close in a very nice note?
Okay.
I'm not going to speak. You have an alumni of IMI sitting in the room here. She's 2020 pass out. It's been 3.5 years. So maybe I can ask her a question and she can speak. What's it been like working 3.5 years, challenges for the class of 2023 as they pass out? What to look out for? Maybe just a 2-minute comment. It'll be very useful because it'll be very relevant to them.
Right. Can you come here, Ajay?
Firstly, thank you for putting me on a spot as always, Pankaj. So, hey everyone, for those of you meeting me for the first time, I am glad to be here. So, I'm a PGDM HR pass out for batch of 2020, and I joined American Tower just out of campus. And I'll just answer in some of the questions that have been spoken and the questions that you've raised as well. So, I was hired in December of 2019. And COVID hit in March of 2020. So I was to join on 4th of April, but my joining got delayed by a month because the organization wanted to prepare themselves as to how is it that they'll operate in a more virtual setting. I joined on 4th of May with them. I joined as a management trainee, so I had a 1-year induction program where I went through several months of training with different departments, to understand the business and the culture that we operate from, because as an HR, it was very important for me to have that. And I think post that it has been great. So I've been here for 3.5 years, and this is almost the fourth role that I have. Every 1 year, I get to try something new, and it has been great. By the way, in my organization, I have a lot of piercings. I keep getting my hair colored. Someday you'll see me with red hair, and it's totally acceptable. which it was not when I was in IMI. So we are taught really different things. So I was a part of the corporate relations committee, so I understand from both sides as to how it is, because one thing out of place and you get an infraction, right? So, but it's not the case in the corporates, so I'm sure it'll be a great journey for all of you. So thank you. Thank you.
Right. So get a job and color your hairs. Huh? Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Achal. She has been one of the very good students in the class. I'm not saying it because she's here. As of you, for all of you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you, Dr. Jay Kumar. And thank you, Neeru, for the wonderful session, the interaction. I was little apprehensive. I did not know how to moderate a session with so extreme, panel members. So, but yeah, I think you people made it so easy for me as well. So thanks a lot. Thank you, students, for the questions and paying attention, because without an audience, what can we do, isn't it? So thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Take a short break. I know we have exceeded your time, but sorry for that. But I think we had a great discussion. So thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Such an in-depth discussion has left us all with kindling thoughts on the importance of adaptation. The insights shared today have the potential to reshape our understanding and approach. Let's remember that change begins with dialogue and action. Now, we would like to invite Swati ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. I would request Ms. Neeru Mehta ma'am to come forward. Dr. Jay Kumar, sir. Mr. Abhinav Srivastava, sir.
How is it to come back to
Thank you. Pankaj Mittal, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Also, we would like to thank Swati ma'am for joining us today. And thank you so much all the panelists for making the session so interactive, and all the students.
I know. Oh, sorry. Okay. I deliberately was. It's all right.
Achha, one second. Can you look here? मैं ऐसे ही करता हूँ.
हाँ, कोई नहीं, हम शेयर कर लेंगे.
Thank you, sir.
I would request all the students to be seated.
Stay in touch. Thank you, sir. Very much.
Swati ji, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have a flight. आप क्या पढ़ा थे? Thank you guys. Thank you all. Thank you.
All the panel 4 attendees, please be seated. All the panel 4 members, attendees, please be seated. Everyone else, please start leaving row by row, starting from the end. Everyone, please take your water bottles with you. Please do not leave it here. a business competitive edge. Let's gear up for a notable corporate insight session on upskilling to stay resilient in the Bani world.
Good evening. Good evening. That's it. So, guys, I think I want to speak on a very practical, very close topic. I'm not going to talk to you about strategy, leadership, and all these big stuff. I'll first talk to you about how do you actually, plan your career around. Is that how? Is it not? I think I'm still audible. Is it okay now? So yeah, I was telling you, I'll not talk about big concepts, strategies, leadership and stuff like that. I will talk to you about how do you actually curate your career. People say make your career big. People say get a good career. Kuch bolte hain, right? How do you curate your career? I will tell you very few insights that are currently in industry. How many of you know that we are going to have, or probably we are experiencing a downtrend in terms of the market? We are experiencing recessionary trends in the market. How many of you know? Can you raise the hand? Can you raise the hand? Only one? Asha, so many? Are you sure we are experiencing recessionary trends? Trust me, we are. So by 2026 also, the recessionary trends will tend to continue in some part or the other. Okay? So are you prepared for that? So if you are still thinking, I will make a damn good resume, I am going to put a cover letter, and I will get a call, probably stop. Rethink. Trust me, you need to rethink. Today, even for early talent, so you guys are early talent, okay? So today, even for early talent, people look at value. People look at what is that you bring onto the table, right? So are you curating your resume in a way, or you're curating your career in a way wherein you are able to reflect on that value? Right? So this is the first question that you need to answer for yourselves. Have I curated my career portfolio in a way that resonates enough to promise a value to the employer? Right? Number 2, personal branding. How many of you believe that personal branding is something that you have invested your time into? Let's make this interactive. I think this is not a very formal thing, so let's make it interactive. Please raise your hands. How many of you think that personal branding is critical? Okay. How many of you have invested into it? How many of you have invested into it? Great. Awesome. Can we have a round of clap for that? Right. So can you share, if you would like to, how is that you have invested in personal branding? Okay. Upskilling. Okay.
Putting yourself on the stage in front of people and learning from others' experiences is somewhere adding to your brand value.
Got
so
it.
if anywhere in my life, if I have engaged in activities adding to that, I think that I have invested in my brand value.
Got it. Great, great. Sounds good. Let's have a round of applause again for her. Right. Personal branding, are you clear? So I think you Google up, you get a galore of knowledge around how do you create your own personal brand, right? I think I leave that to you. First thing, what is that I said? Are you curating your career enough? 2, are you creating that personal brand? 3, very important, are you ready for a bunny world? What is bunny? Nacha? That's bunny. That's not bunny, okay.
Hi,
Right, B-A-N-I is my question. How many of you heard about the word VUCA? Acha, everybody, great. So you should have heard about the the latest word bunny. Anybody? Anyone? You would like to answer? Great, amazing.
Yeah, so we did actually host an event around it. And
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at IMI, it does happen that we host events around anything which is relevant. So BANI stands for brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. That's the acronym. That's the full form of the acronym.
Great. Let's have a round of applause on that. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Could you posit a bit, because you have done a conference around it, could you actually explain that to me in 2 lines?
Yes, so I would say that the broader idea is that how do you define today's dynamic world? And I would say that BANI is more or less about the dynamism of the world. That so, for example, if I talk about brittle, so brittle is anything which would break down very easily.
Right.
So in jobs perspective, or in emotion perspective, or in any so let's say if we faced COVID, that was also one of the things which broke down very. I mean, we didn't expect that. So,
Got it.
in these uncertain situations, what are the situations? How can you define them? And how do you approach these uncertain situations?
Okay.
That's the broader idea, I would say.
Okay. So let me break it into 3 parts. First thing, whatever, brittle, anxious, and not incomprehensible and all of that. Now, the key factor is first, identifying how the market runs. Market trends kya hai? Are you updated on the market trends? See, if you are, I told you, we are experiencing a bit of recession. Are you aware of that? Is that going to impact your jobs? Are you ready for that? How are you going to create your personal brand? Do you have a strategy around that? Right? The first question is identifying the situation. Second, how do I approach the situation? Right? And last, how do I solve the situation? Right? Given that ABCD, nothing falls in place, how do I solve the situation? If you still feel placement team will come, help you, rescue you, employers have a moral obligation to hire you, probably you're not still able to understand BANI. Right? This is BANI, wherein you're so uncertain that today, here, at this moment, anything can happen in a corporate world. As you sit and as you talk, as we talk, there can be any changes in the corporate out there, right? There can be massive changes in my own company, which probably I'll get to know, later in the evening, right? So that is the kind of uncertainty we are looking at, okay? So which point is this? If you're listening to me properly, you have to answer my questions. This is the which point? 3rd point? Right. Now the 4th point that I'll talk here is about talent alchemy. Very critical thing, and a very close thing to Keka's vision. We strongly feel that it is your will and not your degree or skill that makes you who you are, right? So we all might be differently, educated. You might be skilled in different ways. You might be having different dispositions. But at the end of the day, it is your will and attitude that will make the impact. What you carry to your interview beyond your resume is this attitude. Do you have one? Is the question. Do you have one is the question that you have to answer yourselves. I am just here to kind of give you those insights, okay? Talent alchemy is where an average guy or probably a group of average guys can make amazing changes in the market. Keka has done that very proudly. I do not know how many of you are from South India or even from All India. Keka has been one of those companies which has raised Series A capital funding of more than $57 million, and that also in these times. In these times, when I say in these times, okay? So that makes me pretty proud and pretty confident that talent alchemy is here to stay. So if you feel your resume is not good enough, buck it up with your attitude. If you, that's a strategy, that's the approach I'm telling you, right? If you feel that your attitude is not good enough, get something else to fill it up. Fill it up. Last, very important, very important. Do you, or probably are you a package? Are you a package? That is critical. I know people say, I am passionate towards a specific domain, right? Great. But job hoga tab to passion rahega na? Right? So I think being multifarious, being multifaceted, having that all-in-one thing is pretty, you know, reverberant with the concept of Bani world. You know, that is the core. I don't know why it's not written here, but that is what I wanted to be mentioned. But yes, that reverberates a lot in terms of how you as an individual are pliant enough, are flexible enough to adapt. In my company, there are roles which are a mix of multiple roles. People don't survive. And then they say, market ठीक नहीं है. नहीं, market ठीक नहीं है. आपने adapt नहीं किया ठीक से. You haven't adapted in the right way. Okay? So trust me, build this package. Be flexible. Passionate is fine. I love the word passion. It's amazing. You know, it's a word of our times. It's a word of our times, and so I love it. But to be very, very relevant today, what you need is a package. Start thinking in different ways. When you are Googling a job or a job description, see if you can fit in there. And also see if you can fit in multiple job descriptions. हम लोग usually क्या करते हैं, एक ही JD लेते हैं, फिर उसको अपने we fit ourselves into the JD. Don't do that. Do the reverse way around. Start positioning yourself as such a value-add resource that, you know, JDs try to fit into yourself, right? Try to reverse engineer the concept. So are you clear on the package concept? Are you clear on all the 5 points that I said? All my points here are a resonance that, on a basic premise, that the markets may not do well. You have to find solutions for that, for making a great career or an impactful career. And I think my 5 points will keep you thinking that your capacity and your ability is something that is beyond your resume. So think beyond your resume. Thank you so much. Any questions? I am open to answer. I would love some questions. I see everybody listening so intently. I see a couple of smiles there. I see a lot of smiles there. Oh, you have a question? Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, you mentioned about the attitude part, correct?
Yeah.
So, but the first step for every getting shortlisted is the resume. Generally speaking, at least what we have seen here. So only the attitude will come once you are in front of the interviewer, right? It is not like, so the resume still does have a lot of impact getting across the first hurdle? Or can you showcase the attitude?
Actually, to be very frank, you can showcase your attitude on your resume as well. That is what I said. So when I said that you have to find ways to posit yourself, to brand yourself, when I spoke about the personal brand, trust me, even for early talent where I am paying a higher package, I go and check out their LinkedIn. So if I am paying a higher package for a brand, for a candidate, I go and see his or her LinkedIn. I means my team, okay? So we do that kind of a researching to see how impactful the candidate, what kind of veracity the candidate brings on board. See, as an early talent, you are not a tried and tested resource. We are. As lateral talent, we are. But you are not a tried and tested resource. So what do we actually see in you? What is that probably you have done? A resume can fake 1,000 things. You can't. And digital footprinting today, working around on the digital footprint is so critical that it becomes an imperative that your attitude, skill sets, ability, everything is reflected there. So that is, you asked me an approach. I think I told you my approach, the way I hire for higher CTCs. Yeah. Does that work for you? Yeah. Great. Anybody else? Yeah.
Ma'am, how can we begin personal branding?
How can you begin?
Yes,
Which year are you in?
First year.
First year, तो अभी तो time है, कर सकते हो. So you all are from first year.
It's a mixed bag.
Mix? Okay. So personal branding is something first you should Google, but as far as I am concerned, if I have to tell you, my ideas might be a little from a recruiter perspective, but I think I would like to know who you are on the social media. If I'm giving, I just pick somebody and give a package, I would like to know who you are on social media. I have seen people go to LinkedIn and write interesting stuff. That is not I want to hire. I don't want that guy. Because given that I am a bootstrapped company, even if I'm not, we are fully funded, very well funded. But even that's the case, I would not hire somebody who is coming here because we are not a huge company, you don't have huge budgets, right? We are a good company, we are a company in the making, right? We are going to go that extra mile. I want guys who can come and add value to my process, my company, that is how I want, that's my vision. So I think social media presence is very critical, right? So a lot of recruiters, at least my team, Siddharth will agree with me, he's a part of my team. Siddharth, say hi. So yeah, we actually go out and start seeing people on the social media. In case they sound interesting for strategy, they sound interesting for the CEO's office, we do hire for that, I do hire for that. So anything of that sorts, yeah, that is one way, because resume, as I said, can be faked. You cannot fake yourself for the last 5 years, 3 years, at least हम 1 साल देखते हैं is what it is. 6 महीने 1 साल देखते हैं, right? So that's one way. Second, be present everywhere. Be heard, be seen. I think that is a very simple thing that marketing, all your sales and marketing professors would have told you. Be visible, be audible, create an impact, So I would also know people, I have connected to people seeing the kind of impact they have created, right? So I think that is also one way of you designing your personal brand. And very importantly, I don't know, it is pretty early for you to understand this, but I will tell this to you for life. This is something that's for life, not for your jobs. Have a vision. You should have your life and career vision or purpose driven. You ask me what is my purpose, I will tell you instantly. You ask another 5 people what is their purpose, probably they will fumble. I am clear on my purpose. So are you purpose driven? That shows a lot about your, your existential being. So I think that's personal brand. Did I answer your question well? Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. Can I have your name, please? Hi, Pranjal. Okay, I'll come to you. Campus hiring mein, we are always on the move.
Ma'am, as you mentioned that we have to be all in one. So if I have interest in one domain,
See, it's not about, this is a very interesting question. I will take a minute to, answer this. Because if you ask me if I'm interested in finance, no. If you ask me in people function, am I interested in marketing? Yes. Sales? Yes. So choose a couple of similar career paths, which you have a specific skill set. Choose very close career paths as an early talent. When we are hiring, I was telling you the talent alchemist thing of KK. When we hired initially from campus, we hired for a specific role, but the guy ended up something else, right? That is also the kind of flexibility today's startups are giving for early talent. That's the scope. I mean, we are not a startup anymore, but I'm still telling. Once we were a startup, so 6 years back, when we hired people for a specific role, they actually transitioned into other roles, which was similar to their skill set, and trust me, they are doing amazingly well. 6 years back, we hired a fresher, and today he's a leader in marketing, right? So I think that should be your ideation of your skill set, because I would not know your skill set. I just gave an example because I just gave my example, right? So I love being around people. I am a people person. So I will choose careers which are critical around people, or which, move around people, right? So start thinking from that perspective. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So,
your name, please?
Rishita Jain from second year PG Nimecha.
Right.
Okay, so you talked about LinkedIn. My first question is that when does this come into the picture? At what stage? Do you go through the LinkedIn profiles or the social media profiles before the interview or after the interview of the candidates?
To be very frank, if there is a candidate, I mean, we get a bulk of hiring. If you're asking me like campus head, so I'll answer it like that. So, जब मेरा tech hiring होता है, when I do tech hiring, so that's volume hiring. So I'll have lack of application, lakhs. I mean, now I think we are clocking like nearly the end of lakhs, right? So if that's the case, then naturally I cannot really get into lakhs of LinkedIn profiles. No, not for that. But they also have a very, engineering roles, right? If you see basic roles, which are like not B school roles, for those roles, yes, there is a software that I have, in-house software, we process it on that. But as far as some niche roles are concerned, where the package is high, the profile is great, and yes, we want to try it out with early talent with either limited or more experience, we certainly started from day one. We will even give you a test after we see if you are a fit for us or not. I think I don't even give a test if I don't see the LinkedIn. I mean, not me, my team doesn't see the LinkedIn, right? So I think for me, that's step one where niche roles are concerned.
Okay, so on the similar lines, I would like to ask ma'am that, I totally agree that posting on LinkedIn would display skills like reading and skills like, keeping ourselves updated to the general knowledge, to the day-to-day news, etc. But if there are some personalities who would do this, but just not, they might just not post this on LinkedIn or any other social media platforms for that matter. So in your company, have you had this experience that wherein you could see example who the candidate might not be very active on the social media platforms, but did display all the other competencies and the quality of a good and potential candidate?
Yes, we will give them an opportunity. Why not? If that is what I said. The resume should be enough, right? So your resume, but of course, I also want people to be pretty, in sync. You cannot bring 1980s skill sets to, I mean, if you are talking about those things, then I don't think there is a conversation that is on an equal platform. So if we are, so what is the uniqueness in this generation, to be very frank? You are tech savvy. If you say we are not tech savvy, then that's something I think you have to revisit your thoughts. I think I am very clear on this. So you have to be tech savvy, because we want, at least for KECA, I can only talk for KECA as of now, we want people being hired from campus who can create that impact. That's said and done and closed. No negotiations. And technology, being able to use technology, not posting things, then probably you're posting it elsewhere, or you're channelizing your tech knowledge, social media knowledge, probably elsewhere. So I think it's, again, very important and imperative that you channelize your social media presence on fructuous avenues and not on, I don't know what.
Got it, ma'am. Sure. Thank you for the answer.
Right. So is that all? I think a lot of questions. I think I answered everyone, mostly, right? So yeah, just one more thing. Any other questions?
How exactly would one go about if they wanted to create impact? I mean, we all post on LinkedIn related to our college and other certificates.
I'll tell you one thing. I am not looking at an impact that a leader creates with a fresher. I am absolutely not comparing that. Okay. So what I mean by your impact is your impact should at least be visible to your peers. Your impact should be visible to your faculty. Your broad areas are probably your campus or anything related to that. I am not looking at you creating leadership impact anywhere. Right? I will just give you an example. When I met Siddharth, Siddharth was doing ISEC, Siddharth was doing MUN. He created an impact. And I was like, I need this guy. So when I hired him, and when he was into my team, at that point of time, do you expect he was doing leadership impact? He was doing impact in his own ways, right? So we are pretty clear on what to judge. Leave that to us, right? So given that, I would also try and let you know, guys, people specifically in HR, that given KECA has taken that transcendental journey upwards and onwards, we as a thought leader in HRMS SaaS industry have also started an initiative called KECA Academy. This is for all campus people. If you want, KECA has some more than 8,000 clients, 8,000 pretty active clients in India and internationally. If you want to ever have HRMS on your resume, please go check out KECA Academy. Go see whatever is your fitment. It's mostly for HR. However, you guys, all of you guys can go and check it. Try and figure out, anything and everything around HRMS is there. If there's anything that you would like to connect back to us, you can always write back on the same email ID that is given there. Thank you so much. It was very nice interaction with you guys. Very interesting and intriguing questions. Thank you for this opportunity, team.
Wisdom from your rich experiences. Now, I will request Mr. Amit Ghosh to join us on the stage to felicitate IMM. Thank you, sir. All the students are requested to be seated. We will begin with the panel 4 in next 2 minutes.
least, I, Justine Corsetti, would like to introduce the last panel discussion for the day, which will revolve around the role of human resource function in achieving ESG goals of organization, a reality check. In the ever-evolving landscape of HR, the spotlight is now on ESG, environmental, social, and governance principles. HR's role has expanded to become a driving force behind ESG initiatives, from aligning employee goals with ESG targets to fostering collaboration among various departments. The question posed is, how will we successfully master this balancing act of this intersect web of ESG and HR? To help shed more light on the question posed and take the decision ahead, I'd like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Irfan Rizvi. Sir has been a professor of leadership and change management at IMI New Delhi for more than 10 years. In 23 years of his professional career, Dr. Rizvi has taught, trained, researched, and
They know me.
consulted with various private, public, non-government, and multinational corporations. With many of us having the privilege of interacting with him, I can confidently affirm that he is the kind of professor who imparts knowledge that goes beyond the pages of textbooks. The professor who makes you understand concepts using real-life scenarios. The esteemed speaker for this panel's are Ms. Nandini Matiani. Ma'am is the Vice President of People and Culture at RateGain with over 15 years of HR leadership experience at renowned organizations like Wipro and OnMobile Global Limited, to name a few. Her expertise encompasses HR strategy, business partnering, talent acquisition, leadership hiring, change management, employee engagement, compensation, talent and performance management, and HRIS. We welcome you, ma'am. Our second panelist is Mr. Devashish Ghosh. Sir is the current Senior Vice President and Country HR Head at Burgadia and has over 18 years of HR experience, including roles at GE and Genpact. He excels in HR functions from cultural transformation to talent management and greenfield projects. We are glad to have you here with us today, sir. Our third panelist is Mr. Sunkatyayan Khan. Sir is the Vice President HR at Extra Marks and is a dedicated leader focused on growth and innovation in EdTech. With a broad HR skill set including onboarding, talent acquisition, culture, and strategic planning, he addresses business challenges. He is also published author in IEEE and Elsevier journals. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Shikha Mathur. Ma'am is the Director of Human Resource and Organizational Development at Reach to Teach. She has around 18 years of experience and is a seasoned strategic human resource professional in managing various facets of human resources, including performance management, personal policies, and employee counseling. We are glad to host you, ma'am. Now, I would request Professor Rizvi to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ah, man, I'm too tall. Good evening, people.
Good evening, sir.
And esteemed panelists, fag end of the day. And for the panelists, I must tell you, the audience has been recycled. We have since morning, this is the fourth session, and just to ensure that the audience is always fresh, etc., we keep on changing them. So they are fresh from the oven, and I suppose you are looking forward to this discussion. And before I proceed further, do you think this jacket is looking fine on me? Is it amazing? Thank you. This is known as crowd sourcing. You know, you don't source only money from the crowd, but also source ideas. And yesterday I saw some idea about, had to buy a mobile phone, my earlier one conged off, and some of the people suggested that I go for Samsung. So it was a toss-up between Samsung and, OnePlus. Everyone said, go for Samsung, I have gone for it. If anything goes wrong, I'll blame them. So thank you very much, people, for coming over, and thanks to the panelists. Mr. Ghosh has flown all the way from Hyderabad to be here, so give him a big applause. And the 3 other panelists have also traveled interstate to be here from Gurgaon and UP. So they also deserve an applause.
I have a lesser travel time from Hyderabad.
You did?
They have traveled more time.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay. So there you are. And I also traveled all the way from Noida. You know. So as you know, the topic for our discussion is what you call the, where is the topic? No, don't worry. The, role of human resources function in ESG framework in any organization, ESG goals of the organization, and a reality check. We deliberately put after colon the reality check because ESG is something which is not known to many people. So if I want to embarrass you, I'll ask any one of you to tell me what ESG stands for, but I don't want to do that. Before we go into this topic and invite the speakers to share their experiences of working in this area, it's a good idea just to take a quick overview of the concept. So let me tell you the good story about where have we reached to this ESG state. Okay, the evolution of industry, as you know, that industry startup, people have been all along been hunter-gatherers since millennials, and then slowly we started living in villages, etc. Industry came in, cottage industry, someone used to make some instrument, and then we took another leap, and then more people joined manufacturing, and there comes the industrial revolutions wherein the businesses that had become very, very exploitative of the people. So whole idea was that how we can reduce that. You have heard of this gentleman called Frederick Winslow Taylor, the scientific management, whose basic theory was how to make the workers more efficient. So workers who were involved in manufacturing and other business activities were considered to be a cog in the wheel, merely an instrument in the production process. So much so that they were not considered human being, but उनके हाथ पैर काम करने चाहिए ताकि production बढ़े. Then, to counter this, Henry Fayol came in with the human relations movement, who said that people should not be treated this way. There is a dignity to human being, and there should be humanitarian treatment. So we have, as you see, we have traversed a long distance from one end to the other. In between, okay, and it's so much so business became so very important that the businesses or businessmen, very successful businessmen, very rich people used to fund wars of the kings, because kings did not have the money, so they will borrow money from the Nagar Seth, and after the king has won the war, the money used to be paid back. So you see the dependence of the entire ecosystem in a village, in a city, in a nation, how much it depended on the businesses. Let's take a giant leap and come down to this gentleman called Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman said that the business of business is business, which simply means that if we are exploiting people, if we are manufacturing things, if we are exploiting the nature, then this is what our job, because we are simply pursuing our business. Our job is not to take care of the society and its upliftment, growth, this, that, and the other. That's government's job. Now, this particular proposition was kind of, in a way, challenged, in a way, just went by, and so much so today, if you again take a giant leap, you realize that some of the big businesses all over the world, big ones, their revenues are much larger than the GDPs of many countries. Their budgets are much. And actually, it is earlier when the governments used to dictate business, now is the dog which is wagging the tail. It is the businesses which decide the government and its policy. An example is good old Donald Trump, a big business who became the president. And actually, if you look around most of the countries, the presidents and the prime ministers and the ministers and, politicians and parliamentarians, 95% of them are business people. And the irony is that these business people sit in the governments and decide business policies. And when, as a businessman, I am deciding the business policy, who would I favor? The people or me? Because do remember, we are self-centered. As a human being, we are selfish and self-centered by nature. And therefore, you see what is happening, that there is this rampant and rapacious exploitation of the nature, which is reflected in all kinds of things that have happened. So the floods, the wildfires, and the droughts, and the earthquakes, and closer home, what happened in Himachal, the landslides and so forth. And you would say, why did it happen? Who is responsible for it? And you would, at the root cause of it, somewhere find the greed of people and businesses. Okay, individuals, when they are greedy, their impact of the greed is relatively less. But when businesses with deep pockets have such an intention, then they impact not only a particular geography, a particular generation, but future generations too. Taking cognizance of this, somewhere, the United Nations in its wisdom decided that we need to do something about it. And for quite some time back, we have been talking about green technology, sustainable development, sustainable growth, and what you call people, planet, and triple bottom line, planet, people, profits, all the things have to be taken care of. And in the year, so this, you have heard of SDGs by UN, and so ESG flows out of that. Okay, so they decided that SDGs are going to be followed by the government, what the businesses are going to do, because they are becoming bigger, mightier, and their impact on the environment is much larger. And therefore, this idea of ESG came in, which talks about impact on, so E stands for environment, impact on planet, energy, pollution, waste management. S stands for social, impact on people, employees, customers, suppliers, and community at large. And then G for governance, which is transparency, equity, ethics, and doing the right things, and so forth. Having the right kind of people taking right kind of decisions, which are in the interest of the masses rather than the classes. And that was the idea. So very quickly, I'm sorry if I have taken time, but I thought that unless you understand the context, you will not be able to derive much meaning out of the discussion that is about to happen. So if you look at ESG as an umbrella, environment, if you derive some of the SDG goals, so environmental concern, E part, focuses on how do we consume energy. Because if we have to consume energy, we have to generate energy. Okay, and real problem is in terms of generation of energy. Okay, so let me take a little sidetrack, which is a major concern, and I'm sharing it with you because probably you have seen on the roadside the trees, their trunk is painted white. Okay, and many trees in many places. If you take a walk in IMI, you also see some of the trunks painted white. Why do we do that? Okay, I'm not going to ask question. Because earlier the roads were, cut through the forest, and so you have a very sakra or road which is passing through a forest. If the trees are not there, the trunks are not painted white, they would not be visible at night. Now imagine a situation if your legs and hands are painted white. How would you feel? After some time, you have played Holi, so if you do not wash the color, after some time what happens? You will feel absolutely dry and pathetic. Same thing happens to the trees, but we don't bother. So at one level it makes sense to paint the trees beside the roads, but what is the need of painting all the trees all over? No one gives a thought. We're talking about energy consumption. You must have, if you go around the roads, you will find that we wrap up, all those strings of lights around trees. Plants. It has an impact. That is what pollution is all about. So energy consumption, how judiciously we consume, how judiciously we produce. Pollution control, so all kinds of pollution, I'm not going to get into. There is a major concern right now about light pollution, because we cannot see the sky at night. We don't know, a lot of children do not know that there are, stars in the sky. We have heard the poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but we have not seen them if we are city dwellers. So that is another pollution. Third is what you call tackling climate change. Okay. Fourth is waste management. And I'm not going to get into how many countries, many industries are polluting rivers, etc., etc., etc. So that is 4 concerns: environment, energy consumption, pollution control, tackling climate change, and waste management. Coming down to social concerns, 4 of them: human rights. And we have been talking about DEI, etc., etc. in morning. Number 2 is child and forced labor. So there used to be, since time immemorial, we have, not time immemorial, we have the slavery when the people were picked up from African continent and brought in here. There was this concept of being shanghaied. Okay? Then came in what we call the Bangalore. And third, you are Jamtarad. All kinds of things happening. So for child and forced labor. Third is in the social is community welfare. To what extent companies are taking care of that? And fourth is stakeholder and health and safety. We have a very poor record in terms of safety behavior in companies, particularly production side. So this is the second, social, and the last piece is governance. Governance talks about quality of management, whether ethical, unethical, and you see lots of things happening. And I don't have to rattle off. Okay? Then board independence. To what extent the boards are independent and taking decisions which are in best interest of the business as well as society in general. Because you get very compliant board members, okay, who would dance to any tune that you play. Third is mitigating conflicts of interest amongst various stakeholders. Okay? And the last piece, board diversity. So whole idea of ESG is to what extent some of these issues and concerns are being taken care of. In the year 2012, SEBI came up with that top 100 market cap companies in Nifty will have to do ESG reporting. In 2020, this number went up to 1,000 companies. But then there is absolutely not much of a clarity as to when we are talking about ESG reporting, as our annual report and the business says, what parameters should we be considering? In 2015, Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of UN, decided to bring in some of big 5 consulting companies to come up with the idea of what are the parameters. The work is still in progress. In India, there are 6 funds, what we call the ESG funds, who are supposed to be putting their money only on those companies which are ESG compliant. But if you look at the record, they are spending money on both because there aren't enough companies which are doing that. In this context, we have brought in a bunch of people to be talking about what is their experience of ESG, not only in their companies, but also in the companies they have worked. Because interestingly, there are 2 people from the education side, okay? 1 person from the financial services, and the 3rd person is from the tech industry. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from the manufacturing because they are the real big culprits. But I'm sure in their past experiences, they might have worked with these organizations and they would throw some light on that. So thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have many questions on this idea, don't expect me to answer them. Let's dive into the discussion. And what we would do is that we have decided that we keep it more interactive, more lively. It's Sunday evening, not a Saturday evening, but still we have things to do. So therefore, the first question that we would like to address, not the first question, I would like to invite our panelists to first speak about what is their view on, discussing this at this point in time. And my only request would be, let's keep it very brief so that we can tackle, and we'll like to have at least last 15 minutes for Q&A with you guys. Okay? Thank you very much. So anyone who would like to set the ball in motion?
Yeah, so I think it's very relevant to discuss it today. I'm sure we could have discussed it sometime back as well. But unfortunately, I think people were too busy exploiting Mother Nature, and the conglomerates were getting rich, and the impact of it was not getting noticed. But like Professor pointed out, it's becoming more and more difficult to ignore, I would say, and that's why now the governments and the regulatory bodies and everybody is waking up to it. Even the schools, as I'm sure all of you would have had some aspect of ESG in your curriculum. So, for example, I was sharing over tea with the panelist that during Diwali, like 5-6 years back, my kids came and told us that we are not going to burst crackers because there are kids being exploited to produce them, and they really pollute the environment very badly. So I thought that maybe it's just a fad. So I bought some few firecrackers and kept just in case they changed their mind after seeing their friends. But then to my surprise, most of the kids were told the same thing in school, and nobody in our apartment complex actually burst crackers that particular Diwali. And I was in fact scolded by my kids, why did I purchase that small stock of the crackers that I did. And so I think it's coming more and more to the fore. People are waking up to it, and lot of respiratory diseases are starting to spread. It's becoming very, very difficult to ignore, I would say. And also the regulation that has been coming in, I'm sure it will get more and more stringent over time. It's because the planet is really at the brink. I think now there is a new term to this whole environmental crisis. I think I'm not able to recollect, but maybe some of my panel members will be able to talk about it. So I'll pass it on to them. Yeah.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. What is the score? India versus Sri Lanka? Anybody
Yeah.
watching? I know you guys are watching. ऐसे करके नीचे. No?
50 all out, Sri Lanka.
Thank you.
Team. Okay. I don't know who gave the topic to me. Really, I'm still looking for that person. After 20 years of working in HR, this is something I know the least about. And still I was chosen to speak about it. Also because it's very new for all of us, frankly. And that is what I think is very, very exciting. You don't want to do a job, the same thing for the last 20 years. And this is really a very interesting situation. The reason I'm saying interesting is because in HR, for the first time in my career, I see ESG as a tension between value and values. I think if you're able to understand these two things very well and why I am personally struggling to do that. As an organization, do you drive value of the company? In a sense, do you drive more profitability? Do you want market share? You want your stock prices to go up and therefore focus on your financials? Or do you just ignore the financials, focus on values and invest money on environment where the investment might not give you short-term benefits? Because I can't invest on environment where my stock prices might go down because my stakeholders will ask me, shareholders will ask me, what is the point? I think this tension is very interesting. Where do you really focus on value and values? For us, thankfully, there is a lot of clarity. Well, there will be tension, but for sure, for a company like ours, it will always be the values that comes in the first thing. The values of the company will always be more important, and that is why I think if we are a Berkshire Hathaway company, you know about the investing of Mr. Warren Buffett, always looking at the long term, not a short term profit. ESG also is around that. Another kind of tension that I have seen in the recent past, because it is new to us, new to me at least. I am actually kind of struggling how to really figure this out. I'll give you a simple example and pass it on. And so we were very focused on, so about July, I think, was a Pride month, right? July is a Pride month where we actually celebrate people from different genders and sexual orientation. So what we did was that we had this, in the laptop you have the screensavers. You know, you have the screensavers, the moment you open it, you have this Pride colors coming up. And we felt it was a brilliant thing to do. As an organization, we're very open. We have very open discussions. So I had a very interesting, somebody reached out to me to my office, knocked at the door and reached out to me and asked me this question. And I did not have an answer for. I still probably do not have a right answer. I just fumbled with an answer. Maybe you have it. So this person tells me, Debashish, you know, I opened up my laptop today and I see this poster on my laptop. I have absolutely nothing against what our company is doing. But could you just remove the screensaver from my desktop? And I was like, why? First of all, I felt very kind of offended in a way that it is a celebration month, everybody should respect and whatnot. And you were telling me to remove it, but I obviously controlled my emotion and said, we can think about it, but why? He said, you know, my religion doesn't permit me to celebrate this. I'm okay with others doing it, but the moment you are doing so much shoo-shoo and ha-ha about it, it's almost celebrating it. I'm sorry, it doesn't permit. And it is not the problem with a particular religion. In fact, if you see, pretty much all the religions have a certain view towards LGBTQI population. So we get those difficult questions as you are implementing some of these ESG implementation. I don't think, so I figured out an answer, which probably is something you can have a different discussion on. But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, the difference, the tension between values and value, and also how you implement it. What is the message that you're giving it? What is the why behind this implementation? Why you are doing ESG is very, very important. If that is not clear, then I think we'll get a question like that, which you might not have the right answer for.
Thank you. Shankatan, you will or?
Yes. So how are you? Good, right? Fine. Sunday है आज मतलब थोड़ा सा boring ही होगा शाम को. So we were fighting and we were discussing, you know, in the BOC room, I guess, and we all three were having an intense discussion. So, you know, ESG is basically, I think he said a lot of things. Even she also included a few points. Environmental, social and corporate governance, right? This is the basic full form of ESG. But for me, what I think as an HR, it's a social stock index for the investors to invest, you know, in the potentially ESG compliant companies, which are basically following a set of rules to, you know, to reach a certain set of ESG goals, right? And yes, as Nandini ma'am said in the initiation itself, like why are we, you know, right now talking about ESG? So this is basically last 150 years, we have been, you know, exploiting the mother nature, right? Mother Earth. And we have been exploiting to a huge extent, right? And even Miss Nandini, you know, she highlighted this fact that last 50 years, due to rapid, you know, population or rapid industrialization, so there has been a depletion of natural resources. And that is why, you know, this ESG thing has come up all of a sudden. Even there is a political angle to it. So this angle also I discussed. So this is basically why India rather as a nation, why they are talking about, you know, so much about ESG. What is the reason, right? So if you see the global, you know, the global scenario, the European nations or the UK market or the US market, they are all, you know, ESG compliant and they are, you know, trying to promote ESG to a huge extent. Why? And why Indian companies are trying to fulfill that? Because if they want to step, you know, forward in the global market and they want to establish their dominance, they will have to be ESG compliant. If they are not, they will fall behind, China. And Mr. Professor Rizvi, he highlighted that already China is ahead of India. But I would like to differ, because yes, India is not behind China. India is at a same par or at the same pace with China, and they are doing really well. But yes, another report of G20 summit, which has been recently highlighted, out of the 112 points which were furnished by the Sherpa and it was signed, right? So out of those 112 points, one of the points highlighted 12% of the ESG goal has been achieved, but still 88% is left, and they have a hard stop. 21 nations, they need to achieve this by 2030, and I will basically agree with Professor Rizvi on this fact. Will not be able to achieve this by 2030 until and unless we as an individual are changing our ideology or mindset. What Mr. Debashish was speaking, right? The last point, the conversation which he was having with one of his employees. That is the mindset I'm talking about. Until and unless we are changing our mindset, until and unless mindset in the sense, its mindset is very broad. So when I speak about the mindset, even whatever we throw in the open, the waste products or waste things, whatever garbages we throw out in the open, even we have to be very conscious about them. As an organization, as being the head of HR for Extra Marks Education India Private Limited, we as an organization, we are promoting, we have taken acknowledgement, or we have rather acknowledged on the social part, we have acknowledged the environmental part. How we have acknowledged the environmental part? So basically, we have taken, we have dedicated spaces for washing the utensils. We have dedicated areas for disposing the garbages. We have dedicated processing plants, so that the garbages gets processed. So even at the same time, on the social part, we are also promoting the DEI, right? He spoke about the LGBTQ, but there is a new inclusion, obviously. There's a new inclusion of veterans. Inclusion of veterans in the organization. So they have served the nation, right? Now what do? They have to do something. We are also thinking about the inclusion of their spouses. So one who has served the nation and one who has died for the nation, what their spouses or what their families will be doing. So that is also a new inclusion that the organizations must think about, right? Apart from this, we are also working on, we have our Extra Marks Foundation, which works on the CSR part. But obviously, people, you might think, like CSR, corporate social responsibility, and ESG is similar. I am sorry to say this, it is not similar, it is different.
Absolutely.
How it is different? ESG talks about child labor, ESG talks about mental health, ESG talks about, a lot of things in depth. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, what does it reflect on? The company, whatever the company earns, or the organization or the corporation earns from the society, they give it back in charity, right?
Exactly.
So now, wherever I have worked in 3 to 4 companies.
Shankita, and this is opening remarks, so
Right,
we would like
fine,
it to
fine.
be.
I would like, okay, so we would obviously continue on this, so
Yeah.
I will hand
Thank
it
you.
over to Sheikha.
Thank you so much. I would just like to talk a couple of things. I heard Professor talking about how the whole business models have evolved during the time. But I should also say that coming from the social sector, I have seen that people have always been concerned about these things. Whether it's been plantation drives, I'm sure everyone has gone through plantation drives. Going and teaching to slum kids, and all of those things. That has been happening in the country for a long period of time. I think what has changed now is that all of us have started looking at a sustainable development. The whole question of how are we going to sustain this? Are we going to just plant 100 trees and that's going to curb the problem of pollution? Not really. So the whole question of sustenance has now come in. And I would just agree with my colleagues here that, the mindset needs to be changed, and one of the things that because I come from a social impact sector, I would like to share with everyone that we've started doing a very small initiative in schools, basically. You're talking about a bagless Saturdays, where kids are just going to talk about and learn about some socio-emotional environment, topic, and that we believe is going to foster the learning from the very young age, and that will help into curb these mindset and take this forward. That's what we felt is one of the things that we can actually contribute to. So I look forward to how it's going to happen. But I think yes, the mindset and the whole sustainability now has to be spoken about.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being very, very brief. Okay, let's get down to because it's already 5:30 and supposed to wrap up by 5:45, and some time has to be given for them to vent out. I hope you have planted certain questions. We have not? That's not done. I mean, how would you impress these people if you don't have those difficult questions to ask them? Nevertheless, think about it. You still have time, 10 minutes or so. So let me ask you very pointed questions. Your respective companies, are there any conversations in the strategic group or senior management team on ESG? Answer could be yes or no. Yes, 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 wonderful. So there is already some conversation on. Question number 2, and pardon me for being so very blunt, I'm just trying to save time. To what extent as a CHRO, senior leadership member of the team, are you satisfied with the efforts that we are making in our company towards ESG goals? On a scale, maybe 1 to 10.
6.
6, all right. 8.
6 or 7, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would say around 4. We are
Around
in
4.
Very infancy of
Excellent.
starting on the journey.
In fact, sorry.
Wipro, I would say we were at almost 9.
9, yeah, because you have currently this organization you just started off. Yeah. Excellent. So I mean,
just because one reason is that because in ESG we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
So I might be proud enough to say I have everything, every policy, systems, process in place, and everything will work fine. I don't know. Okay, because it's so new to us.
Exactly.
So that is why I would probably be a little more circumspect and give myself, my company 6 or 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Reason behind my rating of 6 is, we are still not able to figure it out how we are going to do the reporting part.
Exactly.
So is it going to be an annual reporting or is it going to be a combined reporting thing? So that's how we are also not able to figure it out. And I think our contribution to the society, is quite less. So we want to contribute more to the society. So that is why we are rating it at 6. But I think over the next 5 years, we'll make a progress to at least 8.
Okay.
So
yeah.
we are already reporting, but I think maybe I was being too conservative about our.
No, fair enough. We like it. We like it. Yes, ma'am. You were saying,
I
Shika?
actually rated ourselves 8, because I think we're working on most of the environment or social, issues probably. So, I think that covers us. Governance is one part, one of course is working towards it. So that's work in progress, but I would say that we're still there.
Okay. Now, my next question. I mean, so you can give an answer now in few sentences, keeping in mind. Now, the entire ESG framework, that we have, what is the role in your organization, the HR function, and you as the HR lead in playing in this, promoting this idea of ESG? Right now you are 6, 7. If you have to take it to 9, 10, of course you would like to. Then what role do you see? Do you have the necessary heft, necessary clout in the organization to really make the CEOs and CXOs and others to listen to you and say, okay, this is what it is to be done, or some other voices tend to? So what is your role as an HR head in this process of promoting ESG? Shika?
Well, I think the role of HR actually goes around 3 C's,
Okay.
One is, of course, communicate what it has to be. What is ESG? like what we are sitting here and discussing, the employees are of similar understanding. First, talk about what is ESG. Communicate what organization is trying to do. The second C that I would say is connect people to those goals. Provide that connection that how am I connected, right? And the third part is provide them the clarity of my role. One is that once people understand, okay, how am I contributing, how am I connecting, how my role is actually contributing to this whole framework. I think that's a very clear role of human resources, and that I feel is achievable, at least in my position.
So communicate, connect, and
clarity.
Clarity. Thank you very much.
So, in our organization as an HR, or rather the HR function, so we obviously consider ESG as a separate unit or a separate function itself, right? It is not a similar function like HR. But as an HR, while we are promoting ESG, what we do is basically, we attract talents. So let's say, it's not like charity that we are doing. So let's say in an interview, we have a pool of candidates, we have male and we have females, right? So yes, our organization has not yet moved to the LGBTQI, that part. But yes, we have moved to the veterans, we have moved to the other things. But when it's in an interview, let's say in an interview there are male and females. So ultimately talent does the talk at the end, right? So one who is having the merit will be hired. But yes, if a female is selected, means let's say a male person has been shortlisted and a female has been shortlisted, female will be given the preference over the male. Reason being, we want to have females. Also in the board of directors, we have maintained a board diversity. So there are 2 males and 2 females, just to promote the board diversity part. So that is how it is.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So do you hire people from campuses also?
Yes, we do.
And your starting salary is something very good?
Depends from ISB. It's I think Biva. I met Biva at ISB itself. There we offered initially 21.
21.
21
Nice.
fixed.
Did you listen? All right. So take
we
care.
We have one of our ex-directors, ex-partners. He's also an alum of IMI New Delhi.
Great.
Sumek Kulshisht.
Okay. So you already are familiar with the great talent this institution produces. So there is an option. Devashish, your take on very quickly?
Yeah, very quickly again. I think a very, very integral part that you play, absolutely joined at the hip.
Okay.
Yes. The 4 things rather we look at is the why, what, who and how. And very quickly, why, you all started why, you read Simon Sinek's why, right? We really define what the real thing is. We say that ESG is not a cost, it is an investment. It is an investment because of ESG we'll get business. People who want to work with us because we invest in social causes, we invest in ethical practices. So ultimately it's not a cost, it's an investment that gives us business. Because business is of business and business. He is absolutely right in that case. Yeah. The what is something we learned from that example that I gave. We are trying to move too fast, too soon. You don't want to do everything at the same time. You have to be prepared for it. You should prioritize what you do veterans first, or LGBTIQ first, or what cause, or even ESG. What do you do first? You don't want to do everything at the same time. That's a strategy, and I think that what is very important. Who is important? Who does it? Your ESG initiatives should be run by people, by your own employees, not by big bosses, and you should get the right talent. Unfortunately, even today in some organizations, ESG is given to somebody, yaar, koi perform nahi kar raha hai, usko del do, yaar, kar lo ye. Earlier it used to happen to HR, by the way. I don't know if somebody moved me to HR because I was a bad performer.
No way.
Because I moved from ops to HR. Okay. But it used to happen. If somebody is not, ESG is not a good function, isko dal do, kaam kar lega. We have to have the best of talent in ESG, otherwise it won't work. That's a who, and it's HR's job to make sure that if somebody is using their parking slot, we say no. You have to have the top talent running this, otherwise you don't do it. Right? And the last thing is about how, and that is very important because how is all about putting the right policies, practices, systems in place, and also your audit mechanism. In a way, HR is a conscience keeper, right? You have implemented this. Is it really working? Right? That is something that our job that to make sure that it's working. It is not to be followed in letter and spirit, not all. So we are, as I mentioned, joined at the hip, very, very involved in our ESG practices.
Thank you very much. And I would like to inform you that we have at IMI a particular club dedicated to these kinds of activities.
And they're all top talent.
And they are top talent, of course. I mentioned that. I mean, there is no doubt about it.
Anybody here?
You know, not a course. I'm saying there is a club, student club, which works towards community, environment, this, that, and the other. So if you're looking for someone to.
Proposal, I think IMI also should start something on sustainability.
Yeah, we do have courses around it. We teach in strategy, sustainability is an issue. Yes, Nandini.
So I would say that my esteemed panel has not left with much choice. They have covered most of the points. So yeah, I think as HR, the role that we play is heavily invested in the S side, the social side at RateGain. And so we all talked about diversity and inclusion. We are playing a very big role in promoting that. So we have launched RG for All, which is an initiative under which we have She at RateGain, we have Prism at RateGain for the Pride community, and we have proud to say that we have 2 members of the LGBTQ in the management team itself at RateGain, and also we have me at RateGain for all the others. So we are looking at differently abled, at veterans, as well as all the others. What about the he, right? So I think in the whole process, we don't want to miss out anyone. And so we therefore called out all these 3, and we are going big way. And in these also we have 3 P's. So we have people, then we have policies and processes, and then we have partnerships. And in partnerships, we are looking at philanthropy as well.
Great.
So all the 3 P's in the 3 parts of the RG for All initiative that we are running, we'll be covering the people aspect. So in people, what kind of goals we want to take for, the gender diversity, the pride community diversity, diversity for all the other groups, in the policies and practices, what kind of policy practices we want to define. And that is largely facilitated by HR in terms of the definitions of creating an environment which allows for all these goals to be met. And the third piece is about not just limiting it to our organization. So what are we doing to look at doing partnerships where, for example, the underprivileged women, what are we doing for them? And that also forms a part of our philanthropy. And similarly, what are we doing for, say, the pride community related NGOs and also NGOs for, say, people with disabilities, or as we call them, differently abled, right? So we are looking at all these aspects in terms of this whole initiative that we are running. And HR has a very big role to play. And last but not the least, we are also looking at, making the whole organization talks around, we have banned plastic water bottles in office, like we don't serve water like this. So we are starting in a very small way. We are looking at recycling all the paper waste that is being produced. We are in process of discussing with vendors to tie up to take away the plastic and the paper waste from the office and recycle it. We are looking at measuring the carbon footprint of the business travel being done by our leaders, and finance is looking at investing in wind power or solar power energy companies, the excess cash that the company has, so that our company can give back and become carbon neutral. So there's a lot of carbon footprint that gets created when our leadership team travels in planes, in cars to go and meet their customers, right? So that's all. Then everybody comes to office a few days in a week. So thanks to COVID, at least, carbon footprint of most companies have got automatically reduced because people are working from home part of the time, and only some of the days people are coming. So we follow same philosophy. So I think we're looking at all these conversations are happening. We are facilitating those. We are also looking to hire a full-time, anchor for sustainability, just to be a catalyst to talk to all the people and to make sure that, we kind of have all the departments vested in it. And largely, I think the G part, the governance part, is being looked at by the board and the audit and compliance team within our organization.
Thank you very much. I think that's wonderful. So you have heard that all the 4 speakers tend to agree that being ESG compliant is an excellent idea, and they are already working in this direction. Some of the organizations have taken baby steps in this direction, and some of them have proceeded ahead. If you look at the level of satisfaction with it on a scale 1 to 10, they have already mentioned. Yet, we have miles to go in this, because how do you do the reporting in terms of ESG is still not very clear, because we have yet to develop, understand and develop KPIs and other ESG matrices. Who are the people who are going to actually champion the cause? As Mr. Shunkatayan said, that they already have an anchor person for ESG. But many organizations, as we did it in terms of CSR, we have to appoint that. Tracking ESG data on the 3 parameters, that's also very important, because unless you collect data, you would not know how you are progressing. And the 4th piece, most important, is how do you integrate your ESG framework, ESG progress on your strategic towards your business goals? Because it's becoming obvious down the line, when we're looking at, the customers and stakeholders are becoming more and more conscious and aware about how do we protect the environment and all these concerns. So probably over a period of time, as we have BIS and 5-star ratings, etc., there is a possibility of some kind of a rating coming in, that as to what extent are you ESG compliant. And once, the beauty of it, the businesses did not listen to soft language. Businesses always look at something which is going to hit their bottom line. And once these kinds of standards come into, it's something like, everywhere we have standards, so quality standards coming in. So if you do not, customer is not going to buy. So somewhere or the other, we are moving in this direction. And I'm sure the one good thing about it is that everyone is aware and understands. But I think at the strategic level, this is to be understood. And for you, I'm looking at the time. What do you say, guys? How much time can we? We can open questions. This is the order which comes in from Bhumi.
They already planted it long time back.
I suppose so. They have already, yeah. So this is the scenario, and we'll come back to you again for your one last sentence, okay? But at this point in time, we open for questions. Please. Bhumi, we should have planted questions. There you are. So tell your name, program.
My name is Smriti Joshi. I'm from PGDM Core. Good evening, ma'am and sir. So I heard throughout that we've been talking about promoting diversity very often. So it's a common frustration among students where people create some sort of assumptions based on patterns they see, where they conclude because she was a girl, she got a job. So it bothers me as well, right? When you mentioned that we are going to prioritize the girl over the boy. So I feel to push certain communities, or in order to promote diversity, is there a possibility that we may be compromising on merit? We may give a backseat to merit in order to promote diversity?
Exactly. Very good question. Anyone? Yeah.
It's an easy one for me to answer, and it is not planted for sure. It doesn't sound
No,
like
it's not.
planted. We do not. At least the companies I work for right now, I've been working for 20 years, we never compromise on merit. Get it straight. We are not promoting a woman or anybody else because somebody's person is not good enough and we just want to make our numbers look good. Companies would not do it. I don't think they'll ever do it. And as an HR person, I will not let it happen.
Exactly.
If you are somebody who's got promoted, people can talk and think about it. It's our job to kind of think it. You have got promoted only because you deserve it, that's it. Companies are not stupid. They will not promote like 20 underqualified people and let our bottom line get impacted. That will never happen. If people told you so, don't believe them.
It's jealousy speaking. Yeah.
I think this question was meant for me. I think I was the one who raised this in my...
Please go ahead.
While I was giving my initiation speech. So, as I said, talent does the talk at the end of the day. Whatever it is, talent wins, right? However it is. Even if we are acquiring a talent, right? So it will be at the end the score, the merit will be the judgmental criteria. So it is not like कि लड़की था बोल के नौकरी मिल गया.
So just to add, I think the conversations that are happening on this are around there are instances where the talent acquisition has openly told us, for example, that they assume that, oh, she's a woman. So and in times we have had to coach managers not to ask questions like when are they planning to get married, or if they've just got married, then when are they going to go the family way, because that's absolutely not okay. It's a person's individual choice when they want to make all those decisions. And managers making assumptions because they are married, they'll go the family way and they won't have a productive resource in their team is absolutely unfair. So we are trying to remove those biases more than anything else. So just to give a perspective.
Shika.
I think, yeah, I'll agree with the panelists. And I think for us, it's always organization first, right? And organization first means the talent has to be there, whether it's, we should not look at the gender, we should not look at LGBTQI, whatever it is, right? The talent has to be talent. And I actually have a different take on this whole DEI thing, and that's my personal view, that, I always feel that we should approach it from not excluding anyone.
Exactly.
Rather than moving on, making sure including everyone. The approach is, let's not make sure that, our policies, processes don't exclude anyone, And that is how, you achieve your DEI goals and talent wins.
I think that's a very excellent point you have made, that not to exclude so equity, because if you try to include using artificial means, then you are not dealing with equity. The equity principle is sacrifice. So that's a very, very valid point. And as you heard, all the four people saying, no promotion of diversity at the cost of talent, merit. And anyone who says so, that you have you've got this promotion or you got this job because of X, Y, Z, actually angur khatte hain. Okay? Any other question?
Hello, sir. So my question basically is...
Your name first, sir.
Yeah. I'm Shreyas. I'm from PGDM Co. first year. So basically my question is that we know that, I think that the CSR budget of any company is, I can't quote the exact number because I don't know it, but I assume it to be very less. And I want to know, is it because the impact that initiatives create is very less, or the company isn't serious about, causing some changes in the society? Is it the reason for CSR budget to be very low? I assume it to be 2 to 4%, somewhere around that.
Let me tell you, before you come to it, CSR budget, there is an absolutely clear-cut numbers. The average of 3 years profit, 2% of it has to be spent. So what is you reported, so you cannot budget it. It is there, okay, and you have to invest that. So you cannot violate because the CAs and others verify your document. So that's one part of it. There is no budgeting. Your crux of the question is, can you repeat yourself, or have you understood it? Devashish?
Yeah, I think it's enough for something that he's asking. First of all, it's even if it's 2%, if you see the revenues of Reliance Industries, 2%, they can buy a country 2% in Africa. That's a lot of money. Yeah. 2%, lot of money. Okay. By the way, can the people do more? In fact, companies are doing more than that. Now, 2% has become like a legal requirement. We have to do it. But a company is doing more than that. Absolutely, they are. Because they are seeing benefits of doing it a lot more than that. The cost has become investment in many cases. So, first of all, it's a very lot of money. 2% is not less, but they're doing more as well. I can speak for my company, you're doing a lot more than just CSR budget. That's why I know it is happening.
Nandini, Wipro's experience, because Wipro has been doing a great deal.
Yeah, so I think all of us have read about, my previous organization and our owner, Mr. Azim Premji. He has almost pledged, most of his wealth to philanthropy. We used to have Azim Premji Foundation that was dedicated, and doing way more than that. Almost, he was almost owning 70% of the organization. So you can assume 70% profits were going to him, and 50% of that he was investing back in philanthropy or more. So which is almost like 35% of the company's profits were going into philanthropy. So they're working a lot around, rural, improving education for rural kids. And of course, whenever there was a natural disaster, Wipro used to always pitch in and send money and, even a lot of clothes, food, etc. to the impacted areas.
Yeah. Shikha works for a non-profit, so your experience in terms of when you're talking about CSR fund, this gentleman who is running this, you would like to say something on it very quickly?
Sure. I think, like Debashish mentioned, the CSR funds are actually calculated numbers. They are actually can be looked by the auditor of the organization. So there is a fund that needs to be spent by the corporates. Now, how they decide to spend it, that's up to them. Some they have their own thematic areas they work in, education, they work in skill development or whatever they want to invest in. Most of the corporates they have their own family foundations as well, like Azim Premji Foundation has come in. So it just depends in terms of how corporates want to spend their money. But yes, the amount is fixed. They can't really fudge about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it is very important to understand CSR is basically you have a fund which needs to be invested, and over some time what has happened is the government now tells you this is where you would like to. So in entire what you call the Shauchalaya business that came up in that was government said that this is where we would like you to spend the money, so that went. But when you look at ESG is talking about the processes that you follow which should not disturb E, S and G. And so you may not necessarily have to allocate a fund to it, but you need to make it so that your processes are like. If there is a need to, for example, dry kachra and wet kachra, if you're segregating and putting a dabba, separate dabba, green and other color, that's a very minuscule investment. And if you're talking about energy consumptions, etc., or motion sensitive light so that it's consumed, and you can save on electricity. So these are two different aspects. We'll take a couple of more questions. Yes, or we'll come to you. Yeah, let's begin here.
Am I audible? Okay. Good evening, panelists. My name is Rishita Jain. I'm from PGDM HR batch, second year. So, first of all, thank you so much for the rich discussion. My question is that we were talking about that how do we correlate the ESG goals or policies that are in place with the bottom line? If there are any existing matrices in any of your organizations, and if not, I mean, what are the thought process? How are you going about framing it, or is there any discussion in the organization about it? Thank you.
Devashish, go ahead.
Oh, we are still learning. Sorry, I forgot the name. Ishita. So a lot of these ESG investments gives us long-term benefits. So for example, Reliance wants to buy a petrochemical plant. They don't start making money next day. They will make money after 10 years. Similarly, when we do investment and when you do such calculations, I don't think there is an expectation from the company, my CEO, that something should happen next day. So because if you are improving your brand reputation, if you are investing in good practices, ethical practices, you get more business over a period of time. So if you ask me that, I have invested 2% of my, my profit in CSR, am I getting returns immediately? No, I'm not. But over a period of time, yes. Some of these are very fungible in a way that, I'll make it very quick. We support a school, for example. Now, there could be a metric of how many hours of volunteerism have you spent in that school? What kind of money have you given, right? The ideal way to measure it is how are the students improving in that. That is the measurement. If I'm able to hire somebody in Berkadia or somebody becoming a CEO of Microsoft, that is the measurement of my investment in ESG. And that can happen over a period of time. So yes, there are short-term measurements. How many hours of volunteerism? How much money have you spent? How many books have you given? But the real impact is long-term. It will be measured over a period of time. I don't know if the answer to your question, but this is what I think.
Fair enough. Yep, there was another question coming in there.
So my question is, since the fulfillment and satisfaction of employees is the responsibility of HR leaders, so how can HR leaders ensure that the organization's ESG initiatives align with the needs and expectations of their employees?
And your name and?
My name is Arshi Shreya.
Arshi Shreya. And you are in which program?
First year pursuing PGDM core.
All right.
So I would say that's a tough one, because if you have 800 employees, they all 800 could have different view on the whole subject, because the subject is so vast, right? So when you talk about the employees being fulfilled, I would like you to elaborate a little more on what you were trying to ask. Then maybe I can answer your question a little bit.
All right. So what you do is that, has anyone else would like to take on that? Yep.
So,
Yeah, if you,
Okay. Well, if you have understood the question, then we can save time in the answer.
I'm trying my best.
Hmm.
So, you was talking of ESG, getting it aligned with the base level functions, right? That is what. So, and what role HR plays in it, right? So, as I think if you remember her initiation talks, right? While she was giving her initiation speech, she said about training programs. So HR first educates the employees, human resource department educates the employees, starting from the CEO, top to bottom or bottom to top, starting from the CEO to a lower level function employee. We educate them, we train them, what is ESG, how it is being practiced, and what are its impacts, right? So as an organization, for me, or rather, my organization is basically, we have started training our employees. We have started educating them. What is it? We are also in talks with our management to establish the performance evaluation of the employees, getting it linked with the ESG matrices. Right. So baby steps we are taking, and I will definitely say, being very honest, I think, apart from Wipro or apart from ICICI, Home Finance, or, apart from LTI Mindtree, there are a few set of companies which are there, right, which have very actively, they have invested into ESG thing right now. But at the same time, other organizations, it will take a lot of time, as I have no shame to say, we are taking baby steps right now to go towards becoming a ESG compliant industry, right? And in this process, HR is also playing a very crucial role to educate themselves, at the same time to educate the employees by, taking trainings, by, conducting workshops from, industries or those who are into providing services of ESG, right? There are a lot of companies now. So we are doing such things, we are doing such initiatives, and we are training, the employees.
Great.
Like that.
Good. I think that's about all in terms of time that we have. And I mean, before we, come down to the last part of it, just hold on for a moment. Very important part of. So we have been talking about ESG, social, etc. Now let's come down to our own interest. Okay. And I would like to request each of the panel members to advise 3 attributes that our students can develop if they want to work in your organization. 3 attributes which you would like to see in them if you want to hire them. Okay? So that they can start working in this direction. I'm pretty sure that they're all impressed with your presentation and the kind of companies that you work for and so forth. So open to anyone. 3. Okay? 3 attributes which you would like them to develop so that they can be hired by you. Devashish, yeah.
Yeah, it's easy for me. The three things we look for in every JD that we have across all roles: problem solving, critical thinking, storytelling with data. If you're good at these 3 things, you pretty much crack all the roles.
Problem solving,
critical thinking, and
and
storytelling with data.
Storytelling with data.
That's all we need. Very easy.
Yeah. Have you made notes?
Let me go next then, Devashish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shikha.
I think for us, 3 things. First, you need to have passion for what you're getting into. If you don't have passion, I would say don't sit for interviewing even. That's what takes you long term. Second, be ready to face challenges and be agile. Organizations are moving towards being agile, and you need to be agile, to have that agility as well to change your plans tomorrow. Because tomorrow your boss will come and say, oh, plans change. Let's do something different. What are you going to do? So, passion, have that agility, and
be entrepreneurship. I think through out of the box. How can you do this thing differently?
Good.
When he's saying problem solving, I'm looking at it from a perspective that what is the fresh idea that you can bring? What can we do that none of the other people have tried actually?
Great.
For me, those three things.
Thank you very much. Shankitayan.
Yeah. So for me, or rather for our organization, it's basically we focus upon, the comm skills part, communications plays a very important role. Second most important thing is people nowadays bluff the HRs. I'll be very honest. You will write a whole lot of things, whole lot of tech terminologies on your CV or on your vitae CV and on your resume. But when we are asking on those terms and terminologies, you are not able to brief it. So please be very thorough with your resume, whatever that piece of paper you are bringing with you. You're carrying your entire 16 or 18 years of your experience, the academia experiences which you have been through, right? So you have to be well versed with it. Well versed. You need not see. That doesn't mean you have to memorize the resume, right? Third most important thing is, as Miss Nandini and Miss Shikha said, so you have to be agile. You have to be hardworking. Please forget about I always, whenever I visit the tier 1 institutes, I always say them, please forget that you are from a tier 1 institute. Please forget it. It's a corporate world. You are a corporate employee. Don't act like you are coming from IIM or IMI or something else. You are an employee. You have to be very hardworking, and for the first 4 years, you have to work very hard so that you can grow at a faster pace. Right. That's what is the most important thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we look for a couple of things. Topmost amongst them is the ownership mindset. So our founder keeps telling everyone that, what would you do if this was your company? So if anyone goes to him with a problem, he says that, and that's one of our core values also as a company, saying ownership mindset. That, so today it's like very typical, thing to do. Like if you have to fly at somebody's cost, you will always look for business class. But if you have to fly at your own money, then you will do some 100 searches to find the cheapest airline to go to your hometown, right? So I think that's what he asks us to do, that, if this is your money, how will you spend it? And the second thing, of course, we look for is integrity. Very, very important for us. We're a publicly listed company, and it's very important to not just be honest or by the book legal, but really whatever you're doing, you're conscious to feel that you're doing the right thing. You should put your hand on your heart and feel that, yes, this is the right thing to do. And the respect for others. You may come from whichever institute. Everybody has important work to do in the organization, whether it be somebody doing clerical work or at the MD level. So we have a very, very humble founder. I think he really believes in this value of treating everyone as an equal and respecting everyone who works in the company. So nobody has to come there feeling entitled, like my good friend said, I'm sorry, I'm not able to pronounce your name.
Shungatayan.
Yeah. He also talked about something very similar. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I don't know whether you noticed or not, when we are talking about, there are 12 attributes which have come in, because 3 each. And if you have, someone has written it down, and if you look at it, most of them relate to your attitude. Okay? And as they say in the corporate world and every world, it is your attitude which decides your altitude, how high you grow. Okay? So start working in the direction. I think we had a wonderful, wonderful session with the truncated time that was available on a topic about which at least I did not have any clue. And thanks to my panelists that I could understand something. And I'm sure you also have got a whiff of it. ESG, we are still, it's a slightly, not a dark box or a grayish box. Inside, if you look into it, we are still grappling with it. But we are very confident and very sure that down the line, this is going to become very critical, because if it has to be imposed, and as Shankitayan and I have a running debate, I still don't, he doesn't agree with me, I don't agree with him, and we have agreed to disagree with because of the simple reason, and that's the beauty of living in a democratic country where we can disagree with each other and still be friends and say cheers in the evening, and it's almost evening. So, the social is, I mean, down the line it's going to be very, very critical. And at this point in time in your career, if you try to start understanding little more about ESG, because CSR can be outsourced. You know, you can give your money to some X organization, Y organization on your behalf to do, or you can give it to the government. But when it comes down to ESG, it has to be done by the company itself. So if you want to make yourself little more employable, number one, if you want to have a better edge over others in terms of getting the job, if you read a little bit more about ESG, probably your chances of getting a job would be much easier, at least with these 4 organizations. And I'm sure they would be very much interested in coming on campus to pick you up. I'm selling you guys, okay? Extremely thankful to 4 of you, you know, and for wonderful, wonderful session, from being very, very brief and precise, and for opening our eyes in terms of, or giving us an opportunity to look into your organization through your eyes so that we can understand what is happening. You have been very, very candid about it. We've said it very openly. This is where we stand. This is where we need to go. And I'm extremely grateful to my friend Bhomi for giving me this opportunity. And thank you very much, guys, all the organizers. Thank you very much for the introduction. I got to know a lot of things about me from your introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much, audience. Give a clap to everyone.
Thank you everyone for sharing your valuable insights on the topic. We believe that this discussion will prove highly valuable for our upcoming managers in this evolving landscape. Now, I will request Sir to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation.
I have to say this. It's not, you cannot appreciate these guys. We are not worthy of appreciation. It's token of gratitude. Okay? So, from now on, I was sitting there. You see, this is a very wrong word. Who am I to appreciate you? मैं तो तुच्छ हूँ आपके सामने. So that's where you put yourself, you know. That's how it is. So it's always, always gratitude. Okay? So on your behalf, I'll present the gratitude to them. Let's have it.
I would request Ms. Nandini Matyani to come forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is it. जी, रुक जाते हैं. अच्छा, बैटरी डाउन हो गई. कोई बात नहीं. टेक योर टाइम. आज मैं जैकेट पहन के आया हूँ, फोटो अच्छी आएगी. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Devashish Ghosh.
Talking to you.
Yes.
You are the man of the match.
I am not at all. There you are, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It was such a wonderful speech.
Mr. Sampradyayan Khan.
Very difficult to understand my name.
I don't know, at times I say the parents take a revenge on their children by giving them such names. Thank you very much. God bless you.
And Ms. Shikha Madhu.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Very brief, very precise, and very wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, we would like to thank Sir for joining us today.
Thank you. I don't know what is that in it, but something worthy.
Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I am Bhomi, Secretary of International Relations and Executive Education Committee, stand here to mark the end of this conclave. As the 4 panels come to an end, I'm sure we all are walking out from here today by learning something new. From the discussions, we now surely understand how mission critical it is to have our learning and development in an organization. It creates the learning system for knowledge, and it is the fuel for any organization. Learning is steep in heterogeneous setting. Having said that, Being humans, there are certain biases that tend to blur our judgments, but it is of immense importance to identify those black spots and overcome those unintentional exclusions. Flexibility, work from home, reskilling, upskilling are some of the factors which help enhance the macro picture of any organization. Last but not the least, ESG goals of the organization cannot be achieved until the individuals start changing. It is like the atomic habits leading to bigger changes. Well, that was just a glimpse of the exposure to deep insights we received today. Now, as the conclave comes to an end, we wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Director General Professor, Dr. Himadri Das sir, Dean Academics, Professor Sonu Goyal ma'am, for a hurdle-less journey of the event. We would especially like to thank our mentors, without whom this conclave wouldn't have been possible. Mr. Amit Ghosh sir, the esteemed Head of Career and Services, Mrs. Vibha ma'am, Regions Head, Corporate Relations and Partnerships, and Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi Anand ma'am, Manager, International Relations and Executive Education. Their collective expertise and unwavering support has helped us transform a mere vision into reality, leaving a lasting impact on all of us. Our profound appreciation to Piyusha ma'am, Kaustubh sir, Tulika ma'am, Seema ma'am, and our beloved Sunil sir and the support staff for all the support throughout the journey. We look forward to more opportunities to collaborate and learn from their expertise. We would also want to thank the entire IMI family, especially the student who have been with us since morning. Last but not the least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my team, the entire International Relations and Executive Education team, for their tireless efforts which have helped Vimarsh 2.0 become a success. We had the opportunity to witness the unison of a team of 26 to bring together this event. Before bidding farewell, I would like to say that not all good things come to an end, and it is my pleasure to announce that IMI will be organizing Vimarsh 3.0 very soon. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys, all IREC people come forward. You have done a wonderful job. IREC. Yeah, come forward. Yeah. And have a photograph with this.
So can we have a panel picture?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have a panel picture and then, join. Please come in here.
Okay.
Please.
आइए.
नीचे.
आपकी बात टाली है कभी मैंने? Thank you very much. IREC, come. फटाफट आ जाओ.
हम लोग के साथ नहीं, हम लोग फोटो बिगड़ जाएगा, हम लोग
पूरा आ जाओ आप इन लोग. Everyone. Where is Bhami? Come. आ जाओ Bhami. आइए ना. चल. Come. Slightly move that side. Slightly move that side. Yeah. Yeah, you should be up front. आगे और इधर जाने का है. Cool. आ रहा. Thank you. And don't be so serious. Advantage is when you are in the second row, then you don't have hold your breath.
Because we have been talking, but everything is just perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. आपका transport है या shall we?
I think
They will organize it.
they will organize.
क्या हुआ? हाँ ये भी सही है. तब तक मैं अपना सामान समेट लूँ. चलिए, आइए, let's have a tea. आइए, we can have a cup of tea before we. देवशीष? नोट किया था ना सब कुछ वाले 12 पॉइंट. I saw you doing that. तो इसीलिए मैंने नोट नहीं किया. You have it ना? Very good, very good. You guys, we have been good audience.